夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおう。ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000章，几曾着眼看后望。真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的？老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——日火。我们将跟随车三娘的话语，逐步揭开祭沧海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪祭沧海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算已经过了4年多了。他开大时那支标志性的怒火焚身，相信大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英雄的工作量，为火德之师的祭沧海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的祭沧海超燃的一面。 配套的英雄故事 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线。揭开季沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，季沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂夜的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂夜的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强浮空示范时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1和 V3进行了调整。V1我们准备给它增加可枢机释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，剩余的怒气将在读秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增了沉默效果，加强了灵魂夜在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍杰首款真正意义上远近皆备的武器飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下飞刀不是如人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇后，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩索飞袭了。以上调整内容将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂润。这段战斗动作的设计灵感源自经典武侠小说中的招式暴乳梨花针，集中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒的极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计。这其实和我们正在开发中的内容不谋而合。在去年12月的53年论宣传片中杰洛特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为日薄的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样4两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面。而此前我们曾透露同在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，至4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，绿地人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，季沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹。感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配装专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出入天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加零点上限、强化零点打击等等的效果的通润法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百人洞地下的炼心渊内英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一篓的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置。而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和通润法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。 从这个征程季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象，而是天海大师口中并非无敌的领族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝透莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的黄月，一位身披蓝皮的影族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不朽灭族之力的黄月，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人透莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？风吼阵的故事新篇章或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵魂夜冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路啊，远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式——神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟中弓箭的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天脸也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄准弱点进行射击，就可以造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特摩尔、神庙、玉玲珑和顾金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆！加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花鹿、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗印系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利啊，我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有拥有金乌之力的玩家添加言出效果。除了之前解言出的手段之外，新增的一个特殊任务完成后也可以解言出了。这下真是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的逐类效果投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的功能。团南岛的捷宝球也将变身为水球，冲撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编就的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的坚盾。相信它能与五位侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感谢飞鸿老师带来的第1手开发情报。燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了，希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。 永劫无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四，3月20日，永劫无间 NBPL 春季赛也将火热开战。18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 NBPL 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为爱守待案，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个低下，一个
Ooh, look.
个人性无电，一个是左右摇摆轻松。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
可这位亲低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya! Huh? ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000章，几层卓眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗探欧陆。
everybody, and welcome to the MBPL. I am Hitbrain, joined by Raven as we're getting ready to kick off today's trio action. Week 3, we've already had the first bi-weekly out of the way. We're on to that second round. Raven, how are we feeling so far? We all right?
Yeah, I'm loving this season so far, Hitbrain. I was a little anticipating a lot of change this season, but it looks like new characters, but a lot of the same strategy that we're used to. We got the 2025 Transformers, Zipping replacing Kurumi, Monk back in, but Kylan assisting him instead of the normal Yushan, and last season, Valda. We still have Siphon going on with Syra instead. But something that's still going on, ladies and gentlemen, are those NBPL Twitch drop collections. Now it's a little bit different this time. 50 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Spectral Silk, 60 minutes for some 10-time XP bonus. Get your battle pass grinded out. Now for the bi-weekly finals, you want to tune in for this last bi-weekly finals. Quite the surprise solos. Wang Lang winning. Trios. I watched all the MVP rounds, but I actually missed. I didn't really mind who won just because the amount of new compositions this season has taken me by storm. I'm so excited to see how all these matchups end up playing out. The new Xiphon composition using Syra as well. Getting a better handle of where Syra is after all of the nerfs. And even with the new weapon drop, even though it's not on this patch, after this next bi-weekly, knives being introduced into the meta. I'm so excited for that, Hitbrain. It's the first weapon that really doesn't have melee assist attached to it, so I'm wondering at the highest level how well these pros can actually aim.
I'm really interested by how they're able to juggle the knives about when they come out. It's always interesting because I feel like a lot of the teams nowadays, when a new weapon comes out, are very quick to pick it up. I remember the same thing with, back when the dual swords came out, like how quick people was to get on that. Dual halberds were kind of broken actually when they first came out. Staff, same there as well. Like I actually think the players are quicker to learn the weapons than they are a new hero, and I don't think that's like a particularly surprising thing when you think about it, because a weapon you can kind of play on any character and kind of get a feel for it and how it works. But like, especially in trios, when a new character comes out, you got to figure out the comps they work with and the stuff like that. So I expect once we enable the knives patch, which I'm going to assume is after this bi-weekly, it probably won't be enabled for any of this bi-weekly round. We'll probably just see a lot of people picking it up and kind of getting their hands on it. I haven't got a good idea of the power level right now. I haven't had a chance to actually use or have a look into them yet, but I'm going to be interested by, you know, what kind of role they're going to fulfill in trios, especially because that's typically the NARAKA that I've been covering for a while now. And like the team dynamics of weapons is really interesting, because in solos it's kind of like you pick your favorite, you pick what you want to be playing, but when you're looking at like a trio scenario, it's all about the weapons and how you load your team out. But here we are into the standings. So right now, this is bi-weekly 2. Sorry, I had a complete brain fart. ASC 1? God damn, well done ASC.
81.7 it looks like for this bi-weekly 2. ASC
oh,
really
this is bi-weekly 2, sorry.
SS1 also at 76.3. Not our normally two teams at the top, but for today, OUG, DRG, Bauda, OA, JL, WZ, BBE, SS1, GG, ASC, and SR. I can't wait to see how GG is keeping together. The first bi-weekly week looked very strong out of the gate, but looked a little bit shaky during the bi-weekly finals. Now, these guys have stuck together. Same thing with DRG. And for the bi-weekly, we're gonna have that normal schedule: Perdoria, Morning Dew, Holoroth Sunny, Morus Isle, Midday, Holoroth Dusk, Morus Night, and Perdoria Midnight. Always a little bit different than solos. We start off with Perdoria and trios, and we end with Perdoria and trios. And in the middle, we go back and forth between Holoroth and Morus. Now, something we saw shape out this meta, why I feel like it's pretty much the same as usual, a little bit of a different cast. But on Holoroth, all of these teams are favoring that Takeda, Syra, Temi. A lot of that wide open area, a lot of that comfortability of knowing all of their macro positions, how to scale up, how to loot up correctly on Holoroth. They all still feel very comfortable that we're seeing that 6 Xiphon pick on that Holoroth. Now, Perdoria and Morus a little bit differently. Now, last year, we saw teams actually go to the Monk on nighttime day to dominate those Yangs, but now we're seeing the rise back of Viper, the attack on Titan coming in, taking down all these Monks, taking down all these Xiphons a little bit earlier, and that's where the Xiphon, the Xi comp really came out to challenge both the Viper, both the Xiphon, by being able to scale up and having this budget strategy. Now, this 2025 variation does have Syra instead, But it's still the same thing as normal. It started out with zipping, it moved to Kurumi when it was buffed, and now it moved to Syra, but the strategy is still the same. Zai is able to scale up very quickly, it's able to take advantage of the first Yang, and hopefully it can snowball and contest and slow down the other Siphon teams by endgame. And we're seeing that again as these pick rates evolve. A lot more of the strategies being stabilized right now. I was very curious to see after the first week, do these teams continue to adjust, continue to make some mix-ups? Now, the craziest mix-up I've seen so far, HitBrain, is a new variation of Cannonball. Who's assisting that Faria? Last season, we saw Faria Monk Zai. They challenged the Spirit Well as one of the first Spirit Well strategies. But this season, we're seeing a little bit different. We're seeing that Faria Syra Justina, and we're playing it on these off rounds to save some character picks. It's acting as a very, very good counter to actually Transformers. They set up, they freeze the monk, they use the fairy to blow up the monk, and they close it out.
It's one of those things where if you remember back to like when Monk was really dominant in the meta, people were finding ways around it. And things like the Justina were always a really good answer to that monk. And as time's gone on, those answers have kind of somewhat been forgotten about because the attention was pulled away from Transformers and towards the Sand Siphons and these Xiphons and all of the other various comps we've had over the time. And suddenly people go, oh, Monk's kind of back. In a way, that means Justina's back, because whenever a character returns to a meta, their counters also return alongside them. We've seen a couple of other variations of the of Justina comps. I remember we've seen, I think it was like the Yoto Justina once or twice last week as well, where it's like the old school Yoto Justina comp that we used to see. I saw a blind date comp, but they took the Wu Shen out and they put a Justina in as well. Actually, that was it. ASC just locking it in there. You have the Syra, so it's actually not a blind date. It's Viper, Justina, and Syra as your lock-in. It's just a crowd control, disruption heavy comp. Very, very good in skirmishes. Obviously does struggle a little bit as you move later into the game because you don't really have that kind of major firepower of things like Zai or Takeda or Monk offer, but you can still put some serious points on the board. And like you're saying, Raven, it's very much about conserving your hero points throughout the day and kind of finding those off rounds where you can, look to lock down comps like this. And this season is the first season I think I've watched where I really feel that the coaches and the teams have a better lock on hero points and how to spend them. Because I remember last year, Raven, I was casting with you, and I remember being very critical of teams ending the day with most of their hero points, because it meant they weren't playing risky enough. It meant they weren't locking in those like favorable comps enough times throughout the day, where now we're seeing most teams end with like a handful of points, like 1 or 2 points at the end of the day. So it's good to see that these guys have got it all mapped out now, and it makes the hero select a lot more interesting because people will burn a lot of points on a big game and almost risk it all, as it does look like we're ready to go into this first game. Obviously heading to Perdoria. WZ, DRG, GG, and OA going to be in that first round selection. OA, a bit of a miracle run at the end of bi-weeklies, actually, coming second to YZG. So OA, a new team on the block. A lot of familiar names we know, but a new team on the block at least. And they put out, they did a really, really good job. Have to keep our eyes on them going forwards. As into hero select, I think we can probably expect a lot of Syra.
Yeah, definitely a lot more Syra. Syra just has so much utility with that little bit of healing to keep things on the rails. And YZG with TXJ leading, I heard about their magnificent Viper round during the bi-weekly finals. Almost a perfect round, getting like almost 40-ish points. Went back to watch a lot of it. But a lot of standard things that we've seen from them before, when TXJ was leading TE, when he was leading JL, this was not something out of the norm from him. And it's very clear now that a lot of that championship mentality, a lot of that championship strategy all came from him, because he's able to do it on any team he's a part of. Now looking at this second round selection, we're seeing a little bit of a mix-up. We're seeing a new variation of Cannonball I haven't seen, Valda Syra Faria. couple Attack on Titans, couple Viper compositions, but it's looking like everyone has some mixed thoughts on Perdoria of how they want to play this. Now, a lot of this is the hero pool for every team isn't the same. You're going to feel a little bit more comfortable with a different type of strategy, whether or not you want to be a little bit more aggressive, running that Viper composition where you want to stress those kills, or you want to play a little bit more defensive, play slow, have a nice warm-up, sit in the game for the full round, and play for those end games where you want to play Monk, where you don't necessarily need to go into Yang. You can play that Spirit Well strategy just because of how oppressive the Monk is during Spirit Well and how well Kylan is able to keep you out of it just in case you want to contest that last little bit of charge. We've seen these end games, how well and precise these pro teams have gotten at denying the Spirit Well. It's always being contested, and even a lot of the time it's contested to the point where no one ends up getting it. The zone ends up coming in and no one can challenge for it, but it's really to the rise of this new strategy of compositions that really sit and dominate the Spirit Well situation. And we're seeing the 2025 Transformers doing a really good job of playing Spirit Well and also going to Yang. But something that was interesting to me is seeing that Cannonball can blow them up if they do go into Yang, and that's what we're seeing a mixture of. We're seeing the Vipers coming out. They're going to try to take these Titan teams out very early on before they can scale up. If not, these teams are going to go into Yang. Something that I'm going to be looking out for, HipRain, is to see how Bauda uses this Valda instead. We saw her last year during the Worlds being accompanied by the Monk, seeing the very, very easy Wombo combo, even though it's V2, finding those spears and setting up for grabs. But how does she synergize with Feria and Syra? I'm very curious to see what Bauda has cooking for us today.
Yeah, I feel like that's a kind of tank and outlast comp. You've got obviously the mech, you've got the Valda health, and you've got Syra kind of sustain and disruption. There's a lot of crowd control, not a lot of kind of like instant burst damage. So if you're going up versus one of these Monk comps, I do worry that the zip is just going to make it impossible to finalize a kill. But I'm surprised by this, the hero select coming into this game, just off the fact that we have so many of the blind date comps getting locked in, so a lot more skirmish heavy. I'm gonna be interested to see, you know, if we're gonna get some of that kind of yo-yo that we talked about, you know, where you jump in at the end, just before people jump into the realm of Yang, isolate someone, blow them up, ping out, and you just kind of like farm kills that way. Interesting as well to see that GG are not dropping on their normal spot, actually changing things up a little bit, which is incredibly rare for GG. This is a team who are very, very stubborn with their drop and how they play the game, but changing things up this time. I assume the circle probably meant that they couldn't jump exactly where they wanted to, so they may just bolt over. But gonna be dropping on top of OUG, fairly spread out drops, just clusters of two teams dropping next to each other. But beyond that, it is actually a relatively chill start here. As OUG and GG, where our attention's going to be turned already. Zinyu making his way over to 330, try and save the day of SS. 330 gets back up as well from CJS. He jumps into the mix. Here comes LXM as well. 330 finds himself down. Is just about finished up there from the side of Baby U, who's able to secure that one. And now GG with the man disadvantage, gonna have to make a miracle happen here. Not sure LXM with the grey shield and the great weapons really going to be able to do much, but Zinyu forced to bail here. Doesn't have that ultimate charged up, but I think this might just be the finishing touches onto GG off the start of this drop. As down they go. Oh, no. He's able to break away. CGS actually got picked back up. Yeah, looks like ASC are coming in, though.
OUG has their old carry back. Baby U coming back home from Bauda. Doing some work right now. SS, one of the oldest IGLs next to TXJ in the league. But first, we're going to get ASE versus, it's looking like OUG's SS is going to get cleared up right now. The F2 nuking him in the corner and taking him down. ASC finding that nice third party, and this is gonna be naming the game every time we see these Viper compositions this year. They're trying to slow down the two composition. That's if they get to endgame, if this Cannonball, if this Transformers gets to endgame, it's not going to be good for them. So a lot of these Vipers will kind of give a head nod as they're passing the street. They'll look at each other and be like, yeah, Let's get the Transformers, yeah. And they will look for these nice timing attacks for these teams. Now, one of the good answers, though, to Viper is always going to be one of her hard counters. Now, Yushan used to be one of her big counters. We rarely see Yushan in this modern NARAKA, but we do see that nice change Matari with her dashes, with her ult, refreshing all of her teammates. And that Xiphon composition that GG is running is going to be a force to reckon with. Somewhere in the middle, it is strong enough to contest a lot of the Transformers, especially in the first Yang, just because all Viper needs is a purple weapon and purple armor, and she's going to do a lot of work, even though in the past couple patches, she has been tuned down. She used to do a lot more damage. It's just her kit has been so powerful, and all of these players have gotten way better. Zai is now such a monster when it comes to that crowd control. A lot of these players have figured out how to stagger and uppercut with her, and it's going to be a sight to see for this first Yang of the day.
Yeah, it really is. But turning our attention now towards ASC and OUG getting themselves into a bit of a scrap. Mist getting himself in a bit of danger. The charm has connected onto some of the members. Baby, you just been a complete menace here. In comes the stun. And to try and connect it on to Monk here. Xinyu's able to break line of sight. Looking for the grab onto ASC, and Mist caught out by the Kylin slash and then immediately grabbed out of it. They are able to make a bit of an escape. SS was a victim in the middle of that fight, and OUG now actually have to be careful because ASC are going to do the turnaround. Ultimate's timed out. SS down. ASC actually found their re-engage opportunity here. Played that really nicely. That yo-yo effect that we talked so much about as Xinyu goes down. That is how you play this comp. Really, really effective. Ping out, waste the ultimates, jump back in.
And with that nice anti-heal from the Viper, Zipping ends up getting blown up. And this is one of the problems I've seen with this modern Transformers is how do you deal with Viper? Zipping, Monk, and Kylin, they don't really have a pure anti-stun like that Yushan. And even though Kylin sort of transforms when he goes into ultimate, it's not as tanky as a Yushan who cannot be interrupted and not be staggered outside of abilities. Kylin still can be knocked, still can be staggered while he's running around holding the charge. So I'm curious to see what the response will be as Transformers are attacked a lot more from these Attack on Titans off spawn. Now we're going to get FPX versus WZ. Nice parry going to come out from Kiki, but the Moonbane is going to be coming in. That nice rush Moonbane from WZ in this room trying to hold them down. They're not able to lock him down. Both Cookie and Xiao Yu both getting a ton of damage. They decide they don't want to force the issue. They're going to hold their ultimates, kind of lick their wounds, and find a better position in order to engage. Now, with their 3 ultimates, this is going to leave it open so they still can play for Yang, still can play for Spirit Ball, but it looks like they're going to be wrapping around to see if they find anyone else or set up to buy those purple armors as the first Yang is coming down. A lot of the strategy off spawn, if you can't get a kill, play for money, play for some quests, and set up to buy those weapons to scale up your Transformers. This is where a team like Attack on Titan, that Viper is really the only character that benefits from getting a stronger weapon. Both Wu Chen and Tessa don't really scale up from a nice weapon, but almost every single Transformer, depending on the weapon rarity, their attack is going to be going up. And that's when the pressure starts really cranking up for all these Vipers to really make something happen before that critical mass starts happening across the map against all these Transformers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much a scaling game right now. And everybody will be looking for those Rummy Yangs to spawn up in the next 2 minutes time. So get some action breaking out around there. But ASC, they're just not letting their foot off at all. They've got their revive still. They're feeling very comfortable. Mist with purple armor and a purple longsword. It's going to be outputting quite a lot of damage at this point. As already, you can see that Zhao Wen lost a fair amount of HP. Mist is just trying to find those vertical strikes with the longsword. Is going to be forced to throw the ultimate down onto JL. I think this may make the connection. They are able to cancel it out with One Fang's transform, but a couple of members were caught out, and now ASE can just play the exact same game they do versus Monk. Ping out with the Wu Shen, and now JL have to chase and waste a bunch of this Monk timer, and ASE can then just come for the wraparound and jump them once the Monk has timed out. There it is, and they're playing this comp. I've never seen their team play this comp this well, actually. They're doing so well at just burning major ultimates and then just turning back around and jumping back in.
Yeah, it's a lot of a cat and mouse game in this mid game. Especially with all the Vipers running around. The name of the game is don't get your ults blown. Just unlike solos and trios, if you don't have your ultimate and you go into Yang, you don't have your ultimate. Now, Perdoria does have a lot of Firefly chambers where you can recharge your ult. And on a nighttime day, there are a ton of Fireflies on our map, but on this daytime day, it's very important to be very, very calculated on how you rotate it around the map and try to avoid all the timings as you're going in. Speaking of timings, we got a Ballista situation with JL and ASC. ASC was able to track this transformer down. JL, as they were trying to play for that Firefly to get their ults back to set up for Yang, no. They do get caught on the outside, and now JL's Cuckoo is trying to get away and survive, possibly being able to play a res, but he does get locked down by the zipping of JL. Cuckoo 2 locking him down and taking him out. ASC just on a roll right now on their Viper composition, starting at the day with a ton of momentum.
They are playing this monk comp, this blind date comp, sorry, so well. It's really fun to watch. I've been very critical of a lot of the teams playing this comp recently. I think they've all been a little bit, unfortunately, a little bit underwhelming, but it's nice to see that they've got a good grasp on, you know, blow the ultimates, jump back in, take them out. It's really good to see. They're playing it incredibly well. As Roma Yangs now are going to be the attention. Looks like WZ have pulled GG inside there. Roma Yang. GG are going to be playing that Xiphon. I almost said Sand Siphon there. Xiphon comp. I can't see what WZ are playing actually right now, but I guess we'll find out momentarily. As 330 we have got our eye on them right now, just looking to try and line up those fan strikes. Not going to quite hit them. Cookie here, gone for the transform. Sorry, gone for the ultimate. Has got his dashes lined up. Is going to start to throw them down and play a little bit of interrupt onto GG, but that laser beam could be a bit of an issue for Cookie. His health bar is just being absolutely evaporated. Is able to get away to safety. A bit more beaming coming in, but GG's LXM going to open up with the dual swords. Cookie only has one dash left. He's caught in the knockup by LXM. Nice little takedown. Not able to use that Kylan effectively at all. And GG now with a man advantage. Just going to be applying more pressure. Cannon shot to the face of LXM does come in, but that's going to be the end of Xiaoyu as they're taken down. GG should just be able to tidy up the last kill here. And Lue, I don't think they're going to be able to do too much. I say that, they were able to get one kill with the cannon shot, but the rest of GG, very tanky right now. Got full health. This got to be one hell of a 1v2 coming in from Lue. They got 58 seconds to buy before they all time out, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Scale rush from 330. Not even getting charged up. He's just letting this be a 1v1 as they're going to go finish up that GG. They're going to play with their food. Make sure that they have the Vermilion Bird's Might as late as possible. Meanwhile, ASC continuing to be a menace. Looking to catch on to the BBE members. I believe they've already been able to take out one. Devon being chased down here. And that should just be enough to finish up the kill onto Devon as they are going to be absolutely slammed. ASC take the win.
ASC already up to 8 kills, OA up to 6. The 3 teams losing Yang, Bauda, DRG, and WZ all had 4 kills. All of them with Syra's. Syra's not having a good time inside Yang. On the outside, though, FPX on that Transformers getting their win in. Now, are they going to be able to find some extra credit? It's always very nice to come out with that Vermilion's Bird and be able to transition and line up another kill. But ASC, speaking of another kills, they are going to find Baby U. He is going to pop that Kaylin ult. Tesla ult is already on him. The stagger's going to be coming out. He's not able to do anything. Han and ASC is going to surround him and light him up with focus attacks. And OUG, unfortunately, is going to have a slow start to their day. But everyone else, there's still 22 people alive, 9 souls in, a lot of time to work with right now, 3 minutes, 20 seconds for this WZ team as they're shopping around, looking for an ideal third-party situation. Will they be able to find it? We are going to get FPX versus JL in a nice Transformer mirror matchup. Grab is going to be coming out onto one of the players of JL. Bong throwing his best to crowd control, grab someone else, but the Kylan ults are be coming out. FPX's Kiki has to be careful right now. He's gonna have to de-transform. Too much damage is coming in. Monk Fry strategy coming in. disgustingly fast right now. One Fang is able to get a grab, keeping his health up, and now JL with a ton of momentum, juggling up the FPX, zipping, doing his best to stay alive right now, but the train is coming through from JL's Kylan, just coming through like a wrecking ball, lifting everyone up repeatedly. He has a little bit of seconds left, but FPX is able to weather out the storm, get to the second bot. The Dragon Slayer's gonna come up though. Kiki's going for a ride and now floating up. His teammates come in ready to peel, but Kiki now dragging 2 people away. Nice flank coming up from their support, trying to peel for them, and now JL has to be worried a little bit, but the Soulblum is going to pick him up. They are going to start closing out this 3v2 situation with a double flank coming in, but Cuckoo is getting really low right now. Can FPX bring it back down to a 2v2? He's going to buy some time, peeling out to the back, and now both the Kylan and Monk are taking in charge, and Kiki is going to fall first. Can they get one fang? No, they cannot. The Soulblum is going to come in clutch, and they are going to be able to clean it up in this awesome outside transformer mirror.
That was a really nice little fight there from them. JL getting their first 3 kills of the game, and GG, unfortunately, kind of wasting their Vermilion Birdsmite. Not really able to achieve too much off the back of it. WZ with that debuff on, Bowder with the debuff on as well. So both of these teams going to be fighting to stay in this game right now. There is also DRG sniffing around in the area. All 3 teams who have the Rumba Yang debuff actually are going to be fighting, so at least one of these teams is going to hopefully walk away A-OK. We'll have to see, though, as the zone's collapsing in. They've been forced to move. Cookie just being consistently harassed by that laser beam, though, from Zem. In jumps Jing. Cookie losing way too much HP here. Jing catches him with the uppercut, and that is going to be the end of Cookie. Down they go. ZZT in transformed... What? Sorry. In the ult form here. Does land a nice spear onto DRG's WX98. Keeps him pinned inside the zone for a little longer. Goes in for another spear. Don't believe that one made the hit. No, it missed. DZT is going incredibly low. So down they go. Not going to be able to stay alive anymore through that. And it's just a very, very messy fight across the board. Transform coming in from Lue as they're getting themselves out of there. Just can't be dealing with it. Kakaishi continuing to throw some bow shots out as Jing now shooting down on to WX98. All of the Ferrers are just cannon firing away on each other inside the zone. This is an incredibly explosive fight. The problem is the zone is moving so far away that eventually whoever wins this fight is going to have a long run to do with not a lot of health. But for now, pressure's kept going here, and it looks like WX98, 2 seconds on the timer. They're going to time out and go down, and that is going to be the end of them. ASE coming in with a third party and just playing complete interrupt onto the members of all of these teams. Down goes Jing. ASE able to secure that one. ASE just spotted this fight a mile off and just bolted into the zone after it.
The team's hunting pass, their calculation of figuring out exactly who's on Yang depletion is incredibly strong this season. Last year we saw really that evolution where teams were figuring out where all the Yang depletions are. We're seeing a continue of it. Now we are going to go into Yang, my favorite matchup this season, their mirror matchup. Transformers, both monsters are going to take the duel, go for the boxing fight. One Fang going to pick up where he left off. He let Kiki know on the outside earlier. Now jumping on his hip with the scoop, pushing Kiki back. Both Transformers going at it right now, but it looks like the zippings are taking a ton of fire in the background. But kablowy! JL's One Fang is gonna get that double grab right now. Now Kylan is very, very tanky with that V1 ticking, but I spoke too soon. He is gonna get absolutely executed by JL, and now in a 2v3 situation, Kiki does have his full armor, does have a little to work with. He's gonna get a nice deep fry onto One Fang as he comes down. On the outside though, One Fang had the edge as a monk, but in this duel, Kiki seems to have the best of him. Just triple blues into his back right now, but unfortunately, Kiki has his work cut out for him in a 1v2 situation. The stagger's gonna be coming out. Kiki tap dodge roll, looking to just get one kill out of here, but nice kiting right now. They're gonna keep him alive, trying to delay that buff for as long as possible, but we're gonna go to the outside and we're gonna be playing this spirit well situation, and it looks like SS1 is gonna be posted up doing a very similar strategy. Wait to the last second, get the buff at the last second to extend it as far as it can to have more leverage transitioning into this endgame.
It's a very, very tried and tested tactic at this point. Really, really nice to see. So far, obviously, ASC aren't running a team that can go into the Roma Yanks. They haven't been in at all, but it hasn't really seemed to phase them. 12 kills in, they are just bowling around the map trying to take people out. And I just saw one of the ASC members scout as GG, all getting caught out here. Is that the Draco Storms just procking on each other as they're shopping? I think that was. So they've just like naturally lightning bolting each other off the back of that. But it looks like they are going to be able to get the shopping they want done. Right now, FPX didn't do much with their Vermilion Bird's Might when they had it last time. Unfortunately, got taken out very quickly by JL. Now, they've got the Realm of Yang debuff to cleanse, so find themselves a good spot where they can get that revive off. They are heading towards SS1, but SS1 will be picking up this this Soul Well, but I don't know what buff's inside it, so we'll have to see what they get out of it, but may hurt GG's chances a little bit more. Obviously, also SR, the other team who lost their Realm of Yang. 0 kills as well for them right now, so they are not sitting pretty on that front. Definitely want to get some kills on the board. Keep themselves going in this game.
JL with the Draco Storm right now. Looking at the scoreboard, ASC having a massive first game at 12 kills, but GG, I've seen it time and time again. They come into Endgame with 3 to 5 kills, and now this time 7, and they just scoop it up. They sweep everyone else up. Even though we're on JL right now, they do have the gold armor on their Kylan. They have a ton of loot. I've just seen this story so many times. The way you play these end games, the way you're able to maneuver and kind of use other teams against each other is a game of chess when a lot of teams play checkers, and GG are the chess masters when it comes to these end games. Now SR with 3 minutes left on their Yang depletions, finding an ideal situation, finding the FPX team. This Transformers, they're going to be flying in with the silence right now. Tesla's going to be coming out. Unfortunately, the Monk is going to get the ult. The V3 is going to come out trying to deny this Kylan from getting his ult, from getting his own mortality. But Kiki is going to get the double grab. Big damage going to be coming out. And now Kiki able to peel this execution from this Viper composition, but they did destroy the Kylan, and even though they're forced to pour it out, FPX is not able to rest due to the Yang depletion, not getting any soul blooms right now, so it's going to be on the back of Fuyon on the zipping and Kiki on the Monk in order to find it, but the D-Transform is going to be coming in, and now a third party, it looks like, on the FR. ASC is here for the party.
They're going to tidy this one up. ASC are making their way over. They can smell the blood in the water. The sharks are on the way. Kiki trying to evade away, as that is going to be a kill for the members of SR. But ASC now breaking away. Do not want to be getting caught by that Valor ultimate, but they can now in turn fire out their own not Valor ultimate, but it doesn't matter, Viper ultimate. There we go. They just continue to chase up. SR caught by the double onto the charms. Everybody will get charmed up here. Mist, I believe, was able to tap free, and that should just be SR losing a player. ASC able to tidy them up as well, healing up a little bit and then jumping back in. Couple of cheeky kills there for ASC, making that up to 14 at this point. They're just so good at reading where these fights are and coming in and just scooping up a couple for themselves.
Gold armor on their team, and going back to the Realm of Yang, GG on their Siphon composition. Nice flank coming to come out from CGS. Nice job iframing the F, but still getting staggered, still a ton of pressure going on. And interesting, SR is going to be coming in on the Viper composition. CGS gets really low, but a peel from Matari comes out. CGS was about to lose his life. Nice job from LXM on the Matari to keep his Zai alive, and they're going to clean it up, finding the kill onto Junks. Really, really good execution on SR. If Matari doesn't make that hero play, GG might have lost his Realm of Yang.
That was so clutch coming in from them. CGS was in incredibly dire straits, so was able to get saved out, like you said, by his Matari. As right now, they are potentially going to be found by DRG, and JL are in the area. As we do see SR knocked out of the lobby. ASC, surprise of the team to find the solo player and take them out, but Bane's Breath's going to come down in the middle of the map. Everybody's going to probably just look to back off, although there is a Soulwell here, but 330 immediately taking a charge from the Bane's Breath to the face. Just going to have to do a bit of healing. That's going to be CGS getting taken down by the Bane's Breath. This fight has gone so bad for GG. They've lost the player. They have to back off. JL can now heal up inside the zone. As long as they're dodging away on those breaths, they're going to be sitting pretty. is anyone going to contest? ASC may think about it. If they see a Bane's Breath hit someone, they may just charge into it and see if they can try and take over. Almost about to tick over, though, so it's going to have to be now or never from ASC if they want to contest.
Yeah, this is a really, really hard composition to contest right now. We've got the Moonbane on deck, and we had JL just dancing around this Moonbane. This is not their Moonbane. This is one of just this unlucky endgame Moonbanes. And Onefang barely dodging around that, skirting around. We are Moonbane surfing out here, ladies and gentlemen. JL, brave. They do have double gold armor, but on the outside, GG fighting ASC. ASC been doing very, very well against all the teams. Now, GG have already lost their Zai right now, looking to actually lay a dent into one of these players. 330 on the Syra with the beams, trying to find that kill onto Xiaowen, but Xiaowen doing a good job of spacing it out. Nice shot from 330 to use his last bit of his ultimate. It goes into the sky, using that F to get a little bit distance, just out of distance of that scale rush, but ASC's miss on the Viper wants a piece of this right now. If he's able to close the distance, that F2 is going to do a ton of damage, but ASC looking to MVP this round, looking to close this out, doesn't want to overextend. They don't have ultimates, so they're going to slow it down, but they are going to see GG finding a kill onto Bauda. LXM coming in, but unfortunately, ASC is going to find him reaching for that kill, taking his hand out of the cookie jar. No, 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 no. You take one cookie from us, you're going to pay for your life, and they do clean him up.
Really, really nice coming in from them as ASC now chasing up. Han, being the scout for the team, you always see one of the ASC members just a little bit further ahead. Typically has been Han here on the Wuxian. Does have the port, I guess, if they want to make a quick escape, but it's going to be GG actually engaging onto SS1, but 330, I mean, he's on his lonesome. Han's actually able to steal the kill away with the fan, denying that one as ASC just get themselves onto their 18th kill. Now, there's 16 players left in the lobby, 6 minutes left in the game. ASC could easily 20 bomb this. I'd be surprised if they don't get at least 20 kills here. And regardless of their standing, someone's going to have one hell of a game if they're going to try and take ASC out of first place. These guys have got so many points on the board. Have played a team which typically people put down as a kind of like a point saver team in the Blind 8. And they've been able to play it so effectively as if it's like it's a primary comp for them. They're playing really, really clean on it. SS1 still in the lobby, but 0 kills under their belt. Came second on Thursday. So kind of, sorry, Sunday. Friday, get my days muddled up. They came second on Friday, so we want to see a little bit more from them right now. Not been able to really achieve much in this first game of the day. There's one thing, just trying to find a couple of cannon shots down. It's interesting to see that actually this is a relatively tame end game, end circle. I think it's because there's quite a lot of people have already been knocked out, so numbers are low, space is enough for people to kind of hide out on.
Only 16 people left alive. ASC already up to 18 kills and 100 points. They've already qualified. Everything here is extra credit. Now, the teams do take a percentage going into finals, and we are going to see the first Spirit Well situation of the day. On the outside, though, Bauda's XEM is going to get caught out from ASC. ASC just finding all the stragglers on the edge right now, not playing for Spirit Well. They have such a large lead. They really just need to take no risks going into this end game, making sure that their Wuchen port is on deck. A lot of these other teams, that double ult from Syra Zai, the double ult from Monk Kylan is very devastating. So as long as you space it out, stay on the edge, wait for them to commit each other, it's very easy for them to capitalize on this formula that it's working so well, coming in with a third party. Unfortunately for them, this is where Transformers shine. JL has that triple gold armor. They've already claimed the Spirit World, and they're doing a very, very wise move. Something they probably learned from TXJ, and they're just holding on to the Spirit World to the last moment to capitalize on this, but they can't wait so long. SS1 makes a big play right now. They're going to teleport their stun in. They're going to go for a kill onto the Kylan, and Kylan getting very, very low. He's able to survive right now. The greed of keeping the Spirit World has put them in a tough position, Hiprain.
That's a really bad one for them. One thing caught out by the charm as well. That's going to proc. ASC unable to really follow up and punish onto it. So JL were able to secure the Rema Yang, but haven't been able to really, not the Rema Yang, Spirit World, but haven't really been able to translate it into much more right now. But With that White Tigers under their belt, they are going to be sitting a little bit more comfortable. ASC being forced over to kind of scrap away with SS1. Everyone fighting for their position on the map, and that little spirit well, that teleport in definitely upset the apple cart a little bit. Everyone had kind of settled and was content with their zones until the zone moved. And then SS1 for a wrench in the plans and kind of broke it out into chaos. It does now look like we have somewhat calmed off as teams have moved back over to their quarters. Missed just trying to find those bow shots here on the Viper, but not really able to make any land. Has got these scatter arrows, so will be a little bit easier to land those shots. JL, golden armor on everyone. Golden weapons as well across the board. These guys are very, very scary with their setup. White Tigers as well on the Monk comp, so if they can maybe get punished, there are plenty of Attack on Titan comps, so they could be shut down, but I feel like this is as good of a setup as you're going to be able to force yourself into getting. Everyone else is getting moved around those. The zone's closing in. Kakaishi trying to find some shots here from the cannon on the Farrier mech. Not really finding much damage sticking, although I say that Juan actually going incredibly low and jumping towards ASE is in jumps JL's Cuckoo, able to secure a kill. Massive amount of damage coming out from the explosion as in we see JL jumping in with their Kylin. XX1 able to get a bit of damage off, taking out water from SS1 right now. Just continue to line up those dashes, find that a little bit of additional damage. ASE starting to go low. They do lose Zhao Wen, but it is OA's 2-tick who secures that kill. Now they're just putting more pressure down onto ASE members. Han has been battered into the zone. There's no way he makes it back in time. XX1 able to secure yet another kill for his team. And now One Feng going to transform. WX98 trying to see if he can find some lineup shots. Not able to do it. One Feng gets the double slam, clap off. PP goes down. And now looking for more grabs from One Feng. DonQ9 incredibly low. Very susceptible getting taken out by the JL members here. As JL starting to put some points back on the board. Starting to catch up on the standing. 11 kills in so far. Make that 12 as Kakaishi gets grabbed up. WX98 gets caught. There's the clap. There's going to be the kill. And that is JL going first in the lobby, but it'll be ASE who win the game.
Have to see who gets the MVP right now. Nice cleanup by the Transformers. Now, GG did get to that end.
JL.
And Zai was not able to capitalize. GG's not able to navigate it perfectly. The Spirit well, and the amount of loot and buff that gives that durability to those Transformers. We saw JL's Kylan absolutely hit a home run, knocking someone flying into the zone with that nice 3-piece family meal combo, dashing in back and forth and sending him flying. And this is something very interesting about the modern Transformers. Kylan is back now that he's more durable with his ultimate. He gets a lot more health when he dashes through, and that gives a lot more sustain, especially with the buff of mobility given to zipping. Her healing was already very, very strong before she was being paired, but there's so many Zais in the lobby. We saw a big drop off of the zippings and Kurumi coming in with her buffs. Now, even though Kurumi has been buffed working with Transformers, there is a ton of synergy when it comes to that zipping Kylan, and I feel like we are seeing kind of born of the old system where everyone's trying to find a place to save a little bit more points, and zipping was discovered to be able to play with Monk and Kylan, and we're seeing a ton of success from it this season.
Yeah.
Hip, right?
Yeah, we are. It's interesting to see how the comps are evolving already, only 3 weeks into the tournament, but I'm just surprised to see how well we saw a blind date comp do. ASC obviously doing amazing out of game. JL do win overall, but again, we talked about this actually before we got into the game. The Viper Tessa Wu Shen comp does not do particularly great in the final circle, but Monk comps, that's where they thrive. But for now, let's ask you guys a question at home. How many teams strolled Farrier Shen? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? Put A, B, D, or C in chat. I alphabetized that wrong. A, B, C, D. There we go. So A, B, D, C. Anyway, but put A, B, C, D in chat, and we will let you know if you win. Make sure you check that whistle box, because that's where you will be getting your goodies. Also, remember at the beginning of the day, we talked about it, but link your NARAKA account to Twitch. Get even more goodies. Get some Tay. Unlock characters if you're a new player. Yeah, but I mean, going back to the comps, it was an interesting game from a comp perspective. Teams do really seem to like the Monk on Perdoria. I'm not sure the reasoning why they prefer it on Perdoria. I guess like you were saying, it's something probably to do with the Fireflies, so you can get your transforms up quickly. Because there's a lot of Fireflies on Perdoria. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see. Obviously, next game we're moving over to Holoroth, so things can change up a little bit there. That's, to me, Holoroth is very much like the Decatur map. But for now, here is the score for the game. JL walking away with 24.4 points, ASE 19.5, OA and DRG tied on 10.5. Everyone but BBE got some points there. And unfortunately for BBE, this is a trend that has been running now for the last 3 weeks with them. These guys are kind of circling the drain a little bit when it comes to their placements at every game we've seen them in so far.
They do have a new lineup this year. 521 and BBE had a big roster switch up. Now,
yeah,
I know for 521 and BBE, the reason why they like playing in NBPL is really for the practice for Jacob. They sit in here with the trenches of the other Chinese pro teams, and it's a slugfest throughout the year. Now, starting out the season, they are starting out a little bit slow, but last year, the Vietnamese teams were really, really strong in Jacob, so the hard work pays off. Right now, it's not going well for them, but I imagine they're going to be able to punch back in the future. But looking at the top, Wanfang, Cuckoo, and XX1UO doing a ton of work with these transformers. Now, they weren't in the lead going into this end game, and I think this was a little bit of a mistake by ASC. They've had a comfortable lead, but they had such strong gear that they should not have left the Monk team uncontested. We saw another Viper team try to make that Wu Chen port play where the Viper ults and the Wu Chen ports him in, and it does put a ton of pressure on JL. If ASC would have followed up right there, all of JL's cooldowns were burnt right there. They just needed to play that a little bit more aggressive. Aggression definitely served them very, very well throughout that round. Now, it's very surprising to me that they took their foot on the gas. Most teams who play Viper, if they're gassing up on the beginning, they're gassing in the middle, they're gonna put on pedal to the metal and keep that gas on to seal the deal and take down their main composition. The reason why we call it Attack on Titan is we cannot let Titan survive. And even in the end game, in the origins of this composition, all these teams would set up to attack these monks as they G-transform, not letting them pick up soul blooms that their teammates are feeding them, and really cut off their strategy in the end game. A little bit of a misstep from ASC when they had such a strong lead. Now, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. They basically qualified off the first day, so everything they get right now is really extra credit for their percentage going in the finals. But those points that you gain, even though it's such a small percentage, sometimes makes a difference in these competitive bi-weekly finals. 8 rounds goes the distance. 1 or 2 points might be the difference between you having an MVP round when you have some hero points. So kudos to them for coming out swinging and keeping up their momentum.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at like the final game of trio bi-weekly finals on the first rotation of it. YZG earned 23.5 points. OA almost won as well. They had 20.8 points. Like, it was a matter of just a few extra kills, a matter of, you know, a little bit of placement. It changes everything depending on, you know, on how you are able to kind of execute on those comps. But ASE right now playing that comp more for the points than it is for like the big MVP game that you're looking for. And let's be real, if ASE look this good on the blind day, I'm excited to see them get their hands onto Xiphons, onto the variations of the Monk comps. Not that I'm a massive fan of Monk, but you know, you get them onto like a big final circle comp. This team could put some real work in and put some real numbers down. So excited to see what they're going to be able to do off the back of that one. So yeah, having a look at the replays from this game, JL. This is their first game of this bi-weekly, and they've already jumped into the second half of the table. So continue to play this well. Should be looking at a top-end table as we head to bi-weekly finals potentially from them. But no surprises, JL have always been a pretty consistent team here in the league. They just played that final circle so beautifully, actually. Really, really clean from them.
Really, really good stuff from JL. Getting those one Fong. I remember last season, TXG and VVV have been my favorite players in the league for a very long time, as well as you. And I really thought One Fong was the weaker link because VVV and TXJ coming off pretty much a win. They only lost, or they won by 0.5. It was pretty much a tie between them and HLG. They were the championship players. They've always been in the top 3 for as long as I've seen them within the league. But One Fong took a really, really long time to synergize with them. But it looks like now that TXG is gone, now that VVV, good luck to him with his recovery, is on the bench, is really shining on this Monk. He kind of took a backseat to both VVV and TXJ, but starting out the day for this second bi-weekly, he is absolutely coming out with the slugfest. Now, Kylan's one UO. Stacked to the brim, able to use all of the armor, all the weapons to his best of his ability. It's interesting to me that JL's strategy, they're actually giving the gold armor to the Kylan. I feel like Kylan is one of the more durable players on the team, but it looks like because of the Viper composition, every time we saw the attack on Titan, normally we see Zipping get executed or even Monk, but Kylan, if he was caught out, they would still try to 100-0 them. And this is not the patch that Viper has been buffed. The new Viper coming up with the next patch with that V2 chains, the extra silence after that initial AoE silence if you get hit by the ping. It's going to be really tough for this Monk Kylan to survive. If it's dying right now to this variation of Attack on Titan. Really, really cool stuff though from ASC to show how to take down these very durable teams.
Yeah, no, genuinely really impressed to see what ASC were able to put together off that one. It was interesting not to see a single Takeda on Perdoria, but that's something what you saw last week as well, I believe. So it was interesting that like the team's somewhat starting to shy away from the likes of him on there, but Holoroth, like I said earlier, typically is a bit more of a Takeda map, especially towards the tail end of the day. Once we move into the nighttime maps and more Fireflies, that's where Takeda really starts to shine as well. So if we were wondering where the lack of Sand Siphon was, I don't think that's going to be a permanent fixture here. I think, you know, again, he shows up quite a lot. The problem with him, and the problem with a lot of the comps right now, is a lot of the comps share Syra. This is why these Monk comps actually are somewhat favored by some teams, because of the fact that you don't have to lock in the Syra to be able to play it. That character shares so many different comps, and you've got to kind of map it out and figure out what variations of these comps that you're going to be running, and how you're going to be playing the Syra, and where you're going to be playing the Syra is a game in its own right. And it is interesting to see what teams prioritize what particular comp over the other. I still think I prefer the Siphon for the Sand Siphon, but Sand Siphon is absolutely bonkers in final circles. The Furan shove, being able to knock multiple people back into the zone. You make so much space, you control so much, and they're very good in the realm of Yangs as well. There's a lot of different areas where, you know, Takeda kind of rules the roost, but Perdoria is not one of those zones, so, or one of those maps. But heading to Holoroth, I do expect to see some Takeda starting to show up here into gear number 2.
Yeah, Holoroth, definitely the role of Takeda. All these teams invest a ton of their points and make sure they run the Takeda on this map. We're seeing even 6 Syras come out, and the good part about the Takeda investment on here, it does slow down the main counter strat to Takeda, which is that Siphon. It's like you were saying, Hipbrain, when Syra is shared between 2 compositions and it's one of your counter comps, you're basically taking 2 birds out with 1 stone. If you're able to get this phase and get the Siphons out of the gate, second phase is probably going to pick some Syra and Takeda as well. What is your answer to this? We've seen that Transformers really isn't the answer to this new variation of Sand Siphon. Cannonball back in the day did a really good job of executing Takeda, but with the double rushdown of that Takeda or the Temi Syra, it ends up being very hard to get a nice burst onto Takeda with the threat of such crazy count control. Basically, Syra is a floating Zai. Even though she doesn't do as much damage, she has a lot more durability and a lot more mobility than Zai. Now, that doesn't mean that if a Xiphon composition, if another team tries to invest points to counter a comp here, can have a ton of success as well. And we've seen Xiphon still be able to do well on Holoroth in these end games. A lot of these end game circles end up being very, very nuanced, we saw last year. And as long as you have good Jades to control your space, we're seeing many comps able to survive. Now, I'm curious to see what we have in answer for this. What is a true, really, counter to this modern day Xiphon we're seeing in 2025? I hope to see some new answers today, HipRain.
Yeah, I would like to as well. I'd be interested to see what those answers were, because you look at things like Syra and you're like, oh, a comp with that would be quite good against it, and then suddenly it gets right in the Xiphon comp. And we've got what's the name coming soon? I can't remember her name. The girl at the football.
Lani.
Lani. I'm interested to see where she slots in, because I've played a few games on her on my own, but like I'm interested to see if she finds a place in trios or solos, or if she's just kind of one of those niche characters who doesn't really have a place. But I feel like she could be relatively interesting in trios. I'll be interested to see what comps she runs and, you know, where she slots in. And this is the thing, is like we're releasing new weapons, we're releasing new characters quite regularly, but things do get somewhat shaken up. But NARAKA is one of those games where you do see just more get added, more than like a new thing comes in and it removes something else. Like the fact that Monk is still about is bonkers to me. As someone who's covered other games for years, a character like Monk, who's like an OG character, would be redundant at this point in most other games, because it's just like they get caught by the power creep of new characters. And not to say there isn't a slight power creep, Syra is absolutely bonkers, but the fact that Monk is still viable in all of these games is genuinely quite impressive. But again, it comes down to, I swear, MBPL players, man, these guys can be stubborn. I remember there was a while where Monk wasn't that good and they were still slamming it. Right now he is actually good though, so, and I hate to admit it, I'm a Monk hater. I do really hate to admit that.
Yeah, they did change a variation of Monk where it's basically healing Monk now. So when he gets a grab and he does a punch, he's able to keep some durability up. So you don't really have to use Kurumi and have that big heal for him now, because he's able to heal himself. This makes it so that he's able to have multiple partners. Now, early in the season, there was a variation of he was being paired with Zai and Monk. Now, I think moving forward, it's like you were saying before, more of these teams and their coaches are strategizing the point system, and really these qualifiers are 6 rounds. What these teams are really setting up for is that 8-round MVP round, where the point system is a lot more strategic. You do get pushed all the way to the wire, and you want to be able to counter your opponent's strategies, and every week it's a little bit different. The neighbors in your phases might be slightly different, and depending on hero pools, you have to be able to operate and be very flexible to take advantage of it. Now, when it comes to these Yang fights, traditionally in the league, we've only seen the top half really contest Yang. Everyone else has to find different ways to win. Now, it's awesome that the game has evolved and we've added Spirit Wells instead of just chests that you in, and it's added a lot more dynamic situations, because the Spirit Wells does have a shield around it. You can't just range spam going into it. It's forcing teams to commit and play out these kind of own little rumble situations where they're contesting each other, and you're seeing the climax of it going into these end games. Now, I was saying before that most teams don't let you get it for free, and it was a little bit of a mistake from ASC for them to give it up to JL and give up their MVP round. That 1.2 multiplier ends up being critical in order to get more points. Now, it's like I was saying before, these points do matter. Even though they're qualified for this bi-weekly finals, they are going to get a percentage of it. So will we see a different endgame? Now, normally we see GG contest for these situations, but I do know that Zai versus Kylan and Monk is quite a losing matchup. It's possible to win for that first Yang before the Transformers really hit a huge power spike with their gear sets, but going into this Holoroth, interestingly enough, we are going to see BBE go the different route and go with the Xiphon instead of Siphon. This is going to really open it up for Phase 2 to pick those Siphon compositions. How many Syras or Siphons are we going to get to close out this day?
We could definitely lock in a whole bunch of siphons here. We're going to see SR immediately lock that one in. Interesting to see that ASC actually going for another Viper comp, but they're going for the Justina variant, the old freeze lockdown. This is a very heavy crowd control comp getting locked in from ASE. SS1 going to lock in the Monk. I've talked about this before, and I'll get onto it in a second, but I don't like Monk on Holoroth. And again, JL, they're just going to lock in the blind date for themselves this time around. So Syra now increased to 2 points going forwards. What are we going to see from everybody else? Blind date immediately coming in for WZ. I mean, blind date or Monk is probably going to be the go-to comp here. And yeah, I am much preferring this. Okay, good. So the problem with Monk on Holoroth is there's quite a lot of verticality. And we talk about it with Morus Isle. We always used to say 60% of the time with Morus Isle, the final zone would be a good final zone for Monk. And then like 40% of the time it wouldn't be. So like you think about like Shadow Jade mines and all of the kind of trenches and stuff can really mess with Monk. Holoroth has a lot more of that. It has a lot more like steep vertical areas where if you're Monk on top of it, it's great. But if you're forced to move or people either block with the line of sight, it can be really hard for him. So like, I'd say a good 40% of the time you get a good Monk final circle. And now for, I can't remember who it is now running Monk. It's SS1. The only Monk in the lobby is the biggest target on your back because no one wants a Monk in the final circle. They just want to take it out. And every comp in the lobby can deal with a Monk comp right now. So SS1 are going to have to watch their back because I reckon they're going to get run down by the whole lobby, focused out of the game, and then the rest of the lobby will be comfortable to play with themselves.
Yeah, this is interesting. YZG did have a ton of success with their Attack on Titan, with their Viper. We haven't really seen strong Viper play on Holoroth in a while. It kind of pops its head up randomly in the year as teams figure it out, and it looks like they're going to be running that F2 V1 variation on a lot of these Vipers. Definitely V1 on some of them. JL is going to go with F2 instead. F2 with GG as well, but still going with that V1. Big stun coming out. A lot of people go in that Xiphon with that adjustment to it though. SR anticipating a lot of this Viper play by picking the Matari. Same with BBE. Now, will they be able to survive? Will Bauda and FPX find a safe landing spot when the majority of the lobby is on Viper? The lobby goes by very fast. All these Vipers are going to be looking for those early kills, looking for that Moonbane transition through that mid game, trying to prevent these teams from going into Yang for those fair 3v3s. They love playing this guerrilla warfare, this hit and run strategy that's been so effective. To the north, we're seeing GG, Kings of the North, still to this day on that Holoroth, going to be controlling that top end of the map where a lot of the loot is. On the south part though, SR trying to claim the south. I'm surprised no one's taking the money location on the south. OUG close to the middle. Oh, setting up a timing for that puzzle area. We'll have to see how this plays out. XCG Strat still lives on to this day, playing that puzzle area. The two biggest macro spots in the north or puzzle. I'm curious to see whether or not these cicadas can survive.
Well, immediately we have a fight breaking out, and Zhao Wen going incredibly low. Jail's one Feng able to finish him up nice and easy. Mist makes their way over, has the fan. Cuckoo's actually not got a weapon, as we do now see XX1 Yuo able to pick himself one up. Mist able to take out Cuckoo, now getting a little bit of extra damage down onto XX1. It is just Mist though versus everybody else. So the rest of ASE taken out. Jail able to get that kill off the bat, but now BBE coming in to see if they can tidy up JL. Roy Hihi chasing forwards, can spot that Cuckoo was quite low and is now going to be looking for them. Cuckoo was able to get the pots off and the reset in, but Claw's making their way over, comes in with a Meteor Slam, totally whiffs it, hits nothing. XX1 Uo able to jump away. They've got the Bane's Breath now in their favor. This is about to get messy for BBE. JL hot dropping onto just a completely clean play, forcing away, getting the reset. BBE sent with their tail between their legs.
Yeah, BB they don't want to give up their loot. They're not going to give up easy kills. Moonbane is going to come down. Nice spacing out by them. on the leaderboard, though. FPX is going to win their off spawn on their Siphon, but JL wants the smoke. They want to keep contesting, even though they're not going to get the value off this Moonbane. They have the momentum, but boy, he with the big parry right now. JL on the back foot, but the V1 is going to be coming out. BBE desperately trying to back off, trying to get away, but the Zai is going to get hit. Nice parry going to come from Boy He, preventing the burst right now, but Cuckoo is going to fall. XX1 Uwo will fall as well, and BBE turns it around. Initially their Moonbane, but reverse Uno brings it back, and now JL's Wonfang is on the run.
This might be the best performance BBE have put in all season, to be honest with you. That is absolutely clean. They do get hit by the Bane's Breath, all three of them. Bounced by it as well, but Bane's Breath's going to tidy up. BBE able to get Devon back up and then heal, but they do not have long, because whenever a Bane's Breath is placed on the map, it is a dinner bell that is rung for the rest of the lobby. OUG comes sniffing around to see if they can find a team who are maybe low on ultimates, low on health that they can tidy up. Unable to find it, so they are just going to back away. And Xinyu, able to solve the puzzle. Typically OUG do that, they just bolt to the puzzle immediately. Have got themselves the Golden Jewel Halberds, so Xinyu's going to be doing some serious damage right now on this Syra. So everyone's going to be quite scared of him. Xinyu just having to continue to look around, see if anybody's left over after that Bane's Breath. Looks like the answer is no, though.
GG doing what they do normally, cleaning up the north and then rotating top left, slurping up all the loot. Now we're going to get BBE versus, it looks like WZ, but WZ is going to be backing off right now. Claw on the Zai, not able to get any value off of this, but BB wants to keep their momentum. Really, really big play. Roy Hehe preventing all of that execution with his back-to-back parries, denying the burst, especially saving his teammate who got caught out by that V1 Sun. And now WZ making it worth the puzzle, trying to find some loot. It looks like they're able to ice off that pressure, and OA is going to make their way into GG's territory right now. Now they are very, very stacked, and this is one of the strategies of this attack on Titan. Instead of investing in armor, instead of investing into Jades, they're always going to be grabbing that triple purple armor, because it's all about setting up the burst. Hit and run, get that stun off, get that burst off, Wu Chen poured out, and then come back and clean up if you get the ult advantage, or just back out. But that burst of all the purple weapons, that extra money savings, knowing that you don't really have to sit and tank, is very, very valuable. And you see the most veteran Viper teams all do this. They all buy that purple armor, and they set up for those burst situations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the main version of the main way you play the comp anyway. We saw ASC play it so well last game. Now, obviously, changing things up. The interesting thing about this Viper comp is unlike the Blind Date comp, that Justina, Syra, Viper can jump into a Roma Yang. So I would like to see ASC do that. Obviously, they had a pretty rough drop, immediately getting taken out. But if they can get some time to get themselves some gear that they can jump into a Roma Yang comfortably, I want to see ASC jump in, because Justina, very, very good with the amount of control and space that she can buy for the team. As GG had a pretty chill drop. They got themselves 3 kills, but I mean, no one else dropped on Imperial. DRG are in the area, but GG quite happily just going to be getting themselves some loot up, and that is pretty typical for GG. They are a team who do drop down at Imperial and play it quite safe on Holoroth, actually. Again, GG, they shine when they get to final circles. Their biggest problem as a team has always been getting to those final circles, unfortunately. But when they get there, they are incredibly good at tidying them up.
And going to the south now in Tang, BBE, after that heroic off spawn, going to be sharing the area with ASC, but it looks like everyone's going to be transitioning, going for that first Rumble Yang. We're seeing a lot more stacked of a game. No one hard committed. Still, all 36 players are alive on the map. Slowly, though, the constriction of loot is going down. With so many people left alive, there's going to be very little left to split between everyone. So this first Yang is going to be critical on the rest of the map. We see JL with 4 kills, FPX with 3 kills, GG with 3 kills, SS1 with 3 kills, with everyone else not having that stellar start. But first Realm of Yang will be coming up very, very soon. And the curious thing for me, Hipran, is whether or not these Vipers are going to go inside Yang. We saw one team actually go in, and last year we actually saw the Vietnamese teams pull it off on the world stage sometimes, but definitely during the season, showing everyone that, hey, even though Viper normally doesn't go in, you still have to have a very, very strong defense and a good strategy, or you can get caught out in surprise and get killed by the gimmick. And oh my goodness, FPX is super stacked, triple purple armor on the Siphon, setting up for this first Realm of Yang.
I would be very surprised if FPX do not get themselves over to the Realm of Yang. They got a minute. And we'll start to get an idea of where they're spawning up. Here you go. So you can see where the teams are going to be heading. Right, let's have a look. FPX, SR. Is that ASC? No, it's BBE also in the area. GG and DRG. There's like 5 teams going to one portal right now. Where OUG, they got a Realm of Yang portal to themselves. SS1 have a portal to themselves. JL, moving north towards their one. There's a whole heap of teams collapsing in on that area. As ASC, actually, it looks like them and BB are potentially fighting right now. They're not on the Realm of Yang portal, but they are just standing on top of each other, which to me screams that they are having a fight, and BB look to be on the retreat here as ASC seems to be pushing them towards that zone. But everyone else is waiting for this Realm of Yang to spawn up and to jump into it. Water should probably look to rejoin up with the rest of their team. And remember, this is the team to be focusing down. SS1, only team who are running a monk right now. If SS1 can get taken out of the lobby, it does so much good for everyone else. They don't have to worry about any more transformers going on in this game. So here we go. Realm of Yang finally going to spawn up. And everybody's collapsing in on this circle. Kiki throwing down. A lot of ultimates thrown in. FPX are able to get in. SS1 also inside their Realm of Yang. Be interested to see what other teams get in. So SR, Bowder, SS1, FPX, OUG, BBE. So ASC were unable to jump into this Realm of Yang. There's just a lot of teams in one portal, all looking to jump up. But here we go. Water immediately finds himself caught out by the grapple. Going to look for the transform and see if he can get some work done off the back of that one. Sandstorm breaks out immediately. We'll play a bit of an interrupt here. Juan gets caught out by the Sandstorm himself in the middle as Fu Yan goes in for the transform. Water tries to reposition around, unable to find that opening though. Looking for the grabs, but the laser beams from FPX starting to just really stack up for them, and this transform hasn't really been able to achieve much here for Water. He's desperate for those grabs, but FPX are able to evade and dodge away. Finally, they catch onto Kiki. They get the smackdown onto him, take a fair chunk of his HP, but now with the Monk D transform, FPX are free to play this one. Kiki, through Ren shoves, lined up and ready to go. He's looking for Water with them. Water now just trying to play the evasion game, caught out by the free Ren shove, loses all of his armor immediately. There's another free range shove out from Kiki as he's going to get himself caught out briefly, but he's able to make the escape here to safety. Water goes down, and with that, FPX had the man advantage, and SS1 starting to bleed out. Juan desperately trying to make an escape, but 1 versus 4. FPX can play with their food, time this as late as possible as they win the Realm of Yang.
FPX plays that perfectly. They end up delaying their Takeda ult and using that Temi ult to buy time while the Monk is ulted. But first, we're going to talk about JL with this V1 stagger coming out, looking for the stun. Unfortunately, JL's burst gets broken up by that Tesla, and now Viper in a top position if he blew her V1, and now ASC is going to be coming out with this rushdown variation. Justina Dash is coming out, but they are not able to get the stun either, and now GG's Alex M is going to get parried by Xiaowin on the Justina, able to close the distance, not get a ton of value from that ultimate, but get the value from the spacing, from the dash, from the speed and violence it's able to produce, and ASC is going to keep up this momentum, this aggression they had to that early and mid game. And I would say this Justina Viper Syra definitely fits them. They love coming in and really wasting no time finding these third parties where they're willing to invest a ton of their ultimates to kill quickly. Time to kill is just as important as durability. but in the beginning, time to kill means a lot more. Later on, though, durability ends up paying off for these endgames. Now, I was saying earlier, all 36 players were still alive, and now 6 players are eliminated. We are down to this last 30, and Yang depletion situations running around as these teams desperately try to find a fair fight in order to cure their Yang depletion. We still got a couple skirmishes left before we get to the second realm of Yang.
Yeah, it's a lot to play for off the back of that one. BBE, SR, and SS1, all with those Realm of Yang debuffs on them. Looking to revive. Right now we are following BBE, who 3 kills in. Honestly, it's been one of their better performances. I know that's almost sounds a little bad to say, but they have actually been... They've been having a pretty rough go of it for the last 3 weeks. So looking to see if they can have a better game and start to catch up a little bit on the scoreboards. Right now, though, we're having our mandatory Vermilion Birds Might team fight as Balder and FPX, both of the Vermilion Birds Might go toe-to-toe, although only a minute left for Balder, so they need to make this fight happen fairly quickly, or they could actually lose players off the back of it. FPX got a little bit more time, but actually it's only a second more. So this fight needs to be tied up fairly quickly here. OUG pushing up as well to see if they can find a little bit more damage onto those members. SS1 also jumping into the mix. This could get dicey for SS1 though, as they could find themselves in some serious danger. Zinyu able to break away for a second as they've got Juan with his ultimate timing up, getting some dashes down, just playing interrupt onto FPX, able to take out one member, but DRG also sliding in to see if they can find a little bit more. SS1's Water gone in for the transform, but there's so many teams fighting on the ice. Water losing quite a lot of HP. He's just made himself a massive target dummy for everyone to shoot at. Half his health lost, hit by the charm as well. Water de-transforms immediately. Another team comes in on the collapse. ASC from behind are looking to tidy this fight up. The Birds Mites are getting blown left, right, and center. A lot of teams down. SS1 have been able to cleanse themselves, all but they're zipping. The problem is they've got the pincer of ASE near them, and DRG are looking to apply a bit more pressure onto SS1. Can they find that opening? They've got Kakaishi's ultimate available. They know that SS1 don't have to transform anymore. They don't have the Kailin ultimate, so they're going to use this as their opportunity to chase forwards. Juan caught by the charm, caught by the stun as well. He's actually not going to break the stun, but the charm is going to connect any second now, and he's immediately just going to get absolutely obliterated by DRG. Down he goes. A member down for them as DRG are able to find the kill. They get hit by a charm though as JL have slid in, and they're now looking to play tidy up onto this fight. Quick ping out from DRG, pick Donkey 9 up, and they got to move real fast or they're going to find themselves in danger.
And DRG doing a good job of getting that poured out, getting their teammate back up. WX98 with the clutch Wu Chen board. Even though with the Wu Chen nerf, we're still seeing Wu Chens create a ton of value for their team, and a lot of zone fighting right now. BBE is gonna, or now as Zhao is not part of BBE, but Roy He on the kite right now, gonna pop his F, trying to scale rush left and right, but OA on top of him right now, not letting him get away. He's not able to get out around the corner, but he is gonna pop his ultimate now, and now turning the pressure on to PB right now. He has to be careful right now. The zone corruption is ticking, even though it's this early zone right now, and it takes a while for the corruption to come up. He is taking a ton of damage right now with Roy He not allowing him to heal. He is gonna, looks like Roy He with the last man standing is gonna try to drown at least one of these members. Nice F gonna be coming out, but with that little bit of heal, time is ticking right now. Silence gonna be coming out, and OA is gonna be able to close it out. They are closing to that max corruption right now. They have to make their way to zone. Doesn't look that too far, but they are able to clean up BBE inside the zone, inside Meta, and we are gonna go back to the north. SS1 claiming this portal, and OUG waiting inside the realm of Yang. I don't believe OUG is the most stacked team, but they do have Baby U on the Takeda. This is what he is known for besides his Wu Chen, and FPX is going to come in last second. They were going to try to take a free Realm of Yang. No free Realm of Yangs, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get OUG, one of the strongest siphons in the league, versus FPX's new roster. Who is going to take it? Oh, I'm going to be looking at my boy OUG's U. Going to be landing on the ground right now. Big Flag going to come out for Shinyu. Syra's both ulting exactly at the same time and going on to their respective Takedas, looking to crowd control them, slow them down. But now that the Temi ults are out, a little bit of a change of strategy here. OUG's Shinyu on the Syra are going to be targeting the enemy Temi, and Takeda ults are going to be popped out. You a little bit of an advantage for it, and OUG is going to score that first blood onto Temi as Kiki was distracted around the corner by you, taking up all of his attention. His teammate's going to fall. He's not able to peel for his teammates, but still, it's not over yet. A couple shots are going to be left. He still can bring something back for his teammates. Their Syra is fighting back right now, getting a stagger onto Shinyu. Temi is going to come out and peel for him. SS doing his best to deny the comeback right now. And OUG, even though they're undergeared, they end up taking this Yang away from FPX.
That was amazing from OUG. Really, really good fight. Played that so well. ASC also got a freebie, so they're going to be sitting quite happy. Now looking for Balder. Golden pole sword onto Zhao Wen and golden armor as well. Has the Justina freeze to lock down. Draco Storm plus Justina is such an old combo, but it is such a brutal one. You cannot get away from this character. Jing hit by the freeze. Zhao Wen played that beautifully and was able to secure the kill. Now I'm going to dash back in. Got one more dash lined up as well for another freeze onto them. Just waiting for the prime opportunity. Doesn't quite get it. Nice little parry comes out from ZZT. He steals his weapon. He does not want to be losing that one. Zhao Wen, oh, heartbreak hits on as now OUG come in as a third party to tidy this one up with their own Draco Storm ticking away. ZZT, I think he's just going to transfer the golden weapon over to OUG as down he goes. Oh, that is so heartbreaking for ASC. They finally got a golden weapon and immediately gets parried out of their hands.
I'm not gonna lie, you parry a gold weapon out of my hands, we're chasing you until we get that weapon back. We can't just be letting that go. Sending those blues willy-nilly. Now, in the 3v1 situation, your teammates are staggering a lot of the time, so it is very fair to throw out a focus attack. But when it comes to your gold weapon, those are hard to come by. Only the teams that really win Yang or the team that goes puzzle and Holoroth really get those gold weapons. And we're still seeing ASC keeping up that aggression, setting up for this endgame. Can they capitalize on it like they did last game? Now, they had a lot more momentum last game. I'm curious to see how Syra, Justina, Zipping, or Syra, Justina, Viper does in these end games. You don't have Wuchen for the heals and walls, so you can't get poked out very easily. Now, FPX on their Siphon right now. This is what's dangerous about Siphon. Its all-in potential is absolutely devastating. You can't really get away once that Temi ult's going to come down, especially with these cicadas, but good job from OA. They are threatening this no ult position, so you can't really open onto them just willy-nilly, and it looks like they really don't want to fight the situation. Meng is trying to do his best to fade out with the dual halberdies. The Viper ult is going to be coming out. PB's trying to look for the stagger right now. FPX might have overextended right now. Wait a second. Temi is stunned right now, and then he's going to get followed up and stunned by the ult of Tessa. The silence is going to be coming out, and Meng with a big parry right now, stopping the burst of Kiki. They are going to pour it out. They are going to slow this down right now, but good job by them to avoid the all-in from this Cypher team. Now they have to be careful, though, rotating around the map. Multiple teams are going to see this chase down, this desperation coming for them, and they could get picked off by a stronger team.
Yeah, the problem is well, OUG in that area. FPX do not want to be accidentally led into the wrong team and get themselves blown up for it. OA looking like they've successfully been able to pull the escape off there. FPX only have 2 minutes left on this Yang debuff, so they need to pull that trigger fairly soon if they want to get themselves cleansed away. They are chasing onto OUG right now, but the problem is FPX have actually burnt quite a lot of ultimates where OUG, golden armor, golden weapons, also just got the ultimates ready to go for them, so it's going to be a much harder fight for FPX as they do look to break out. But for now, we're going to turn our attention over to ASE. Once again, looking for that very heavy crowd control team, able to finally get the kill onto ZZT, but unfortunately that weapon was long gone. As I think it was Baby You who picked it up, actually. I can't remember. Either way, they lost that weapon, and that sucks for them a little bit there. ASC being down that one, but still got golden armor, still got purple weapons. It's not like they're completely in a rough spot, but able to get themselves their 8th kill of the game. And we haven't really done a scoreboard rundown yet, but JL are leading the charge with 10. No, ignore me. OUG with 13 leading. Then it is JL with 10. 8 kills onto ASC. FPX with 7, but they've only got 60 seconds left in this game unless they can sign a couple more kills. I mean, they need to go up to 10 kills in the next 50 seconds to be able to win this game, or they are donezo. There's a Bane's Breath coming down. Everyone's playing defensively right now, and I think FPX are probably going to be out of luck here. They're going to try and contest onto the Spirit Well, but there's an Aurora Burst onto SS. Kiki struggling to step forwards. Out comes the Aurora Burst. They're actually able to cancel it before it goes off. And now SR are making their way over. Kiki lost all of his armor, getting absolutely slammed. Half his health is gone. 30 seconds left, though. They just can't let up. They have to keep going. The biggest problem is they're in a no-ult zone, so they can't make advantage of that Takeda ultimate. They are able to kill Zinyu, and they're able to Soul Bloom Kiki. FPX have been able to force and strong-arm their way to at least get one cleanse onto a player and keep someone in this game. OUG pick up the Draco Storm and are immediately going to pick that player back up and then look to chase. For the rest of FPX, I don't know if they can do it. Rico, low HP. In comes the Chain Scythe. Rico's going to survive. FPX lose 2 players. Kiki the only one left standing, and it looks like he's going to try and make the turnaround, but immediately SR turn onto him. Massive chunk of damage coming out, and in with the Draco Storm. Junks OUG. FPX eliminated from the lobby, and it was Rico from SR who snuck the kill away with that laser beam.
OUG coming up. Everyone else is distracted, and you just gave OUG a free Spirit Well with Draco Storm. This team is epically aggressive right now, and they've been showing when they engage. Takeda ult is coming out. They try to execute so quickly, investing one ultimate to lock down at least one target. OUG or an OA is going to force out that V1 ult from Tut right now. Kiki is going to get stunned right now. So many players coming in, and you just leading the charge right now. Shinyu is going to pop that Cyber ultimate, try to back him up right now, but OA doing a good job of fading out and getting out of dodge. Now ASC is going to be waiting for them. OUG has to debate right now. Do we fall back and find another kill, or do we keep up this pressure? 1 minute on their Draco Storm. They do have Takeda ult back online right now, and you can scoop up a Soul Bloom for sure. Has it up, finding the Wu Chen of OA. PP is going to be trying cutting around the corner, but he's not going to be able to get away. The stagger from this Draco is doing work for them, setting them up perfectly, and now a V1 is going to slow OUG down, but going into Xiaowen, he's looking for kills right now. Both these teams are very stacked, but it's like I thought. Viper is going to fall. No support going to be going through here, but OUG is going to keep this momentum going. 30 seconds left on this Draco Storm. It seems like it's lasting eternity, and OUG is just forcing every single Wu Chen to pour it out the second they show up.
Really nice. OUG unable to kind of translate this Draco Storm into anything yet, but chasing onto a couple of members. No escape for DRG's WX98. They're taken down, and Baby U doesn't want to really give up anymore. Ultimate has now timed out for them, but SS1 somehow made it to the lobby. The only monk comp in the lobby got focused out a little bit early, and then no one really did a good job of kind of putting the final punch down. So SS1 5 kills in. This monk comp could be a problem, although looking at this final circle, I don't know if I'd want to be playing monk here right now. It seems like there's quite a lot of verticality to hide away and lots of terrain to avoid him. OUG gonna make their way over once again, recognizing that there is going to be a soul well here. They pop the no ult zone because they have this Aurora Burst. They feel comfortable using Aurora Burst alone just to control this soul well. Looks like no one else is even going to bother contesting them. I say that, and immediately we do see ASC try to jump in. But again, a lot of these teams are very reliant on their ultimates. And Aurora Burst as a Soul Jade in its own right is just so good at playing that denial game. Han trying to step forwards, trying to see if he can find that opening. Caught out by the Aurora Burst, and that is going to be, again, OUG securing themselves another Draco Storm. ASC now being chased down. They're just going to hound onto Mist, and Mist is not going to survive. I don't know why you jump into a no ult zone as ASC right now. Their comp is not designed to be able to handle that. OUG using the no ult zone in that Aurora burst so effectively.
Yeah, OUG, this is some vintage Baby U in action right now. He's using the new engraving soldier with the longsword, and we haven't seen Takeda use longsword in such a long time, but that jumping R&B gives you such a strong mix-up to open up, especially when you have such good team play. And now everyone is stuck with this super beefed up Siphon. Draco Storm again, so much durability, and they're just making quick work of everyone, just slicing, dicing everyone right now. JL desperately trying to stay off their radar, sitting on the bottom left, DRG rotating off, SR trying to rotate it off, but OUG having their choice at whoever they want. They're absolutely executing now. ASC and JL both have 10 and 11 kills respectively. Now, even though OUG's up to 18, all it's going to take is one mistake, one overcommitment, and these Vipers can find an execution. Now, this is one of those weird endgame situations, Zipbrain, where there's a no ult zone. Now, even though it was pressed a little bit earlier, it might come up before this game is going to end. Now, JL's going to be controlling the low ground, eating the cannon shots from SS1 up top, forcing JL and DRG to debate between killing us. Right now they have a truce, but as someone gets very, very low, even though we have a truce where we're trying to fight against the other teams raging upon us, the second someone looks a little bit too juicy, that truce will end. OUG doesn't seem like they want to overextend. They want to close this out. Siphon does a really, really good job at winning this heal-off situation. They have so much durability with that Syra, with that Takeda. The Temi ult's going to be coming down, and the double ult from the Syra, it's so much stronger than having that traditional zipping of Kurumi. The extra stagger that comes out from the Syra is devastating, and it looks like Yu is going to be switching over to the pole sword instead for this situation. And now the action is going to be going down. OUG doesn't want to wait to that last second. Instead, they're going to pop that no ult zone now, deny all the situation, and then pop that Temi ult. What a great play from OUG.
That's so rough as well for SS1. They now have to fight the final circle in a no ult zone. They can't use what their comp does. The transform is just completely redundant here, and SS1 definitely going to feel the pain here. Baby U looking for the damage onto Rico, able to secure that kill. Now chasing onto the next one. Junks goes down. OUG go to 21 kills, and there's still 6 other players for them to potentially take out. They are going to lose Baby U, though. Jail's one thing with a cannon, able to shut down the main carry for OUG, and now they're in some serious danger. They do have the double long swords, but SS1 just firing this cannon fire down onto them. Can they find a way to pick Baby U up? I don't think they're going to be able to, and the attention's just going to get turned towards the big boys in the lobby. 22 kills onto OUG. They are the guys to beat right now, but OUG just going to try and play the evasion game. Take one really low and see if they can finish him up. Zinyu battered into the zone, just going to rejoin back into that circle and break away from any potential danger right now. This one may find an issue with trying to get some healing done right now, but everybody else is chasing in. Juan gets countered, immediately hit by that parry. Water not back, still can't ult. This monk is so exposed right now. OUG using the Hun Sword and that Aurora Burst just to make a zone where they are in control. SS continually just charging up that Aurora Burst, firing it off. The no ult zone finally times out, and Water gets hit by a charm, gets hit by absolutely everything. The Sandstorm breaks out. There's going to be Syra ults bursting out. He's hit by the charms. There's going to be the reposition. Water pinned inside the zone, losing way too much HP off the back of this, as OUG just darting around the edge. They find a grab on to one member. Can he get the next grab? Here's going to be the clap, but Water finds himself caught by the stuns, and somehow Zinyu is just continuing to fire the laser beams down to everyone. JL turning up fights, but it looks like OUG will be the last team standing. It is Zinyu versus Cuckoo, and he has the health, he has the damage. OUG clutch at the final circle.
Really, really good play from SS, keeping his Syra alive and able to secure the round. Zinyu going to the top ropes, and that's even with all the nerfs to Syra, to the zone damage. It doesn't matter. that nice beam, that bedazzle from the stagger, he's able to pick up even more kills. Now a little bit of overextension from my man Yu. Gets a little bit too oogly, a little bit too ooga booga, and ends up paying the price with so many teams focus firing them. Now we did see the Transformer team almost clutch it up, and as you pointed out, Hiprain, the silence, he gets the double grab, he doesn't get the clap. If he didn't get silence right there, if it was an F2 Viper, he would have just went back to full health, and we might be saying a different MVP this round. But OUG did happen to snowball out of control that round. And remember, FPX was the most geared team on the map, but OUG took it to them. They still challenged him that second realm of Yang. They went in first and they welcomed FPX. No freebies here. You're gonna have to earn your win this round, and that's what OUG did. OUG did this round. They earned their win by killing everyone in the lobby.
Really, really clean there from OUG. I'm very impressed by them. They had an amazing game there, especially when game one went really rough for them. They got knocked out very early. First game of this bi-weekly rotation. And OUG, I think they scored like 2 or 3 points in their game one. Like, it was a bad game one for them. And then they just come out the door swinging in this one. And that will put them into probably the middle section of the table off the back of that. So a big, big game for them. Almost did throw the bag, like you said. You know, you kind of getting themselves a little bit caught out and almost fumbling it for the team, but a very clutch ending there. That no ult zone absolutely just took the knees off SS1. They weren't able to use the monk at all until the final circle. And then the moment the monk goes to the transform, every little bit of crowd control can land on him. He just gets focus fired out, finally gets the double grab, can go for the clap and close out 2 kills, and then gets hit by the dazzle from the Syra, and he just was unable to play it. Which team killed CJS from GG in game number 2? Was it ASE, BBE, SR, or SS1? ABCD. I'm really bad at my alphabet today, apparently. In chat, and we'll let you know in your whisper box. That's quite a hard question. I don't know the answer to that question. I genuinely have no idea who took him out, so good luck, I guess. You got a 1 in 4 chance if you don't know, but probably just have a look at what everyone else is spamming in Twitch chat and copy them, you sheep.
I would always guess C. You know, that was my go-to in grade school if I didn't know the answer. But another thing that OUG did this round that was impressive, like you pointed out, Hiprain, they denied a lot of the transformer pressure with that no ult. One of the big finesses you can do with the Temi is that, unlike a lot of abilities, when you put your Temi ult down, the no ult zone doesn't cancel it out, so you get a ton of value from it. You see them go to the no ult zone. A lot of the Viper teams on the low ground were controlling that situation, threatening it, but instead, OUG takes the momentum, drops down there, drops the Temi ult, sets up the no ult zone, and sets up perfectly. Even though Yu is down, they're able to set up their Syra to win the heal off, or at least tie the heal off for this endgame where they tied JL for that 2.5 first place. But they did get a monstrous 28.5. JL with a very, very good game as well at 16.5. ASC up there as well with a ton of momentum, a ton of aggression still from their first round at 11 kills. Now FPX, they had such a strong start to the game, such a strong Yang, but they end up falling to Baby Yu, Cicada, and the crew of OUG. SR with 7, SS1 with 5, OA with 5, BBE, pick it up. You were saying, Hiprain, this might be the best round for BBE of this season. Now looking back at the stats, Baby Yu at 31k and Shin Yu at 32k. Both of them with 12 kills. A strong 1-2 punch coming out from those two for OUG. Now normally we see in Siphon, Temi doing a lot of the damage, but SS being their IGL, facilitating a ton for them with 18 assists. These guys were working like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice game for them. I mean, I think we know who's going to get MVP for this game. Really clutch ending to that game. But here we are. The overall standings after game number 2. WZ, unfortunately, not having a great day. BBE, that game actually shot them up the standings a little bit, but I mean, unfortunately, OA and DRG is actually surprising to me at the bottom of the table, because OA was 2nd at the bi-weekly final, and I believe DRG were 5th at the end of the last bi-weekly finals. So interesting to see them so low down on the table and actually struggling today. But towards the middle of the table, we are seeing JL starting to climb up that ladder, heading towards the top. You know, that's where they got their eyes trained on going forwards. FBX, not like a kind of like middling day one, and they're probably on bar for on course for a slightly better day two. But ASE already 30 points in the bag for them. GG with 14 as well. SR with 12. Like, I mean, ASE just out of nowhere looking so solid this week, and these guys are going to continue to impress today. Apparently, we're only 2 games in, and they've almost caught up with their day one score. They're not that when you think about it. Getting up for 2 games like that, you're looking at a 100-point day.
Yeah, they're already almost at that halfway point, making it to 40, just 10 more points. We've seen teams go back-to-back 100-point days, but I would say this meta is a lot harder than normal. Now looking at the highlights of the day, SS1 Ju1 on the Monk, fading in, looking for the double charge. Gambit is going to be denied by the Takeda. It's not going to matter. The Kylan's going to be coming in, assisting, setting up for his teammates to get some kills. Now going back to BBE's fight off spawn. JL had the momentum, had the Moonbane on him. It's not going to matter though, because Roy Hee is the savior for this team, finding those parries and saving that situation. Now going to the Rumble Yang. This was pinnacle for them. OUG outgunned, it doesn't matter. They come in with the vengeance and let FPX know gear is not everything. If you can't find the kills, then OUG play this end game magically with so much aggression on the back of this Draco Storm, and you with that engraving on the longsword, looking for the beams, dropping down, getting those focus attacks in. And they did have a Roar Burst on their Temi, locking down everyone, and Shinyu able to close it out. They did lose you. It doesn't matter. He's able to pick up a couple of kills. Now, unfortunately, the Tessa of JL was able to survive with that last little bit of health to secure that tie. Doesn't matter, though. OUG comes out with a monstrous Day 2 Holoroth MVP win.
Huge game coming in from Zinyu as well, able to secure that first place for his team, staying alive as soon as that no ult zone pops, get in the sky, start beaming down on the slow and the court people. Really nice. 32,000 damage coming out, 12 kills on him. Just an incredible game from OUG, a very needed game as well. I just watching those replays back, I forgot about the ASE misplay where they jumped into the no ult zone to contest the Spirit World, but that team is 100% reliant on ults. Like, Justina needs to be in ult, otherwise she kind of does nothing. You know, the whole team needed to be on ult form, and we saw so much of a solid start from ASE, but it fell apart for them as they got to that stage of the game, and unfortunately they fumbled the end of that game, because they could have contested, they could have scored more points, but not today, unfortunately. Maybe in the next game we'll have to have a look. But 2 games down. 2 very different games as well. A single Monk comp in our second game, where the first game was dominated by Transformers, whether they be Ferrer or they be the Monk. So interesting to see that level of kind of change going forwards. Like we expected though, Takeda definitely is a Holoroth character. Going to game 3 though, Morus Isle. This is where we're starting to get to the point where people are going to start to look to spend some more hero points. Slowly start figuring out their comps and what they're comfortable on. We haven't seen ASC play any of the big meta comps so far. They've played Blind Date and they've played like the Justina variant or like with the Viper. I'm going to be really interested to see, you know, when they start to play these Sand Siphons, these Xiphons and stuff like that. So a lot to play for, but for now we're going to throw ourselves to break and then we'll be back with game number 3 in a moment. See you in a second.
锻造材料的
ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to some NBPL trios. I am Raven PLZ and I am joined by the great Hip Rain. And it's been an exciting day so far. Game 1 and 2 in the bag. We're going to that third game, that halfway point on the Morus. Some exciting stuff today. A lot of Vipers down. Hip Rain, your monks are going down. The Vipers are taking them down. Are we going to see that general trend kind of keep going forward? We've seen a little bit of a mix-up today. Perdoria. Teams are back in the lab, peppering in those cannonballs, peppering in that Feria strategy in, and we're seeing a little bit more of a variation of Justina Rushdown. ASC, YZG really showing the power of Viper this season with a lot of uncertainty how Syra is going to be played, that less durability and burst. It's leaving them a little bit more open to this Rushdown strategy. Are we going to see more of it on Morus?
I think Morus is going to be a map where we'll probably, especially because it's daytime Morus, this is the map where we'll probably see a lot of monks again. I'll be surprised if we don't, because again, Morus is a very good monk map regardless. There's a few areas where monk absolutely sucks, and it sucks, but that's how the final circle rolled. But for the most part, this is definitely a map where like Transformers, so we'll probably see Farias, we'll probably see monks, we'll probably see all of that stuff, a few Attack on Titan comps thrown into the mix to try and break it up. After that, we head on to Fireflies, so I expect more Zais, more Takedas, more of these blind eggs. I really like what AFC were running with the Justina, Viper, and Syra. The problem with that comp is it's three characters who are shared between a bunch of different comps, so it can potentially be a bit dangerous to run on the points front. But I do think it's a very engaging comp to watch. I'll be excited to see if we get any more teams pulling that one out. This wouldn't be a bad time to pull it out. Justina absolutely slams Monk. The freeze, the lockdown, that comp just keeps him completely locked down in place. So it'd be I reckon we're looking at a very Monk and Attack on Titan focus map going into this game 3. But I've been wrong before. In fact, I made a career out of being wrong, apparently, because I seem to say something and the players do the total opposite of what I say. But I feel like on paper, this should be the Monk map. And then from the rest of the day, we start to get the Fireflies. We start to see, you know, our very aggressive skirmish heavy comps and things like cicadas and stuff showing up. So that's my prediction going into game number 3, but we'll have to see. Heading back to Old Faithful, Morus Isle.
Morus Isle, where it all started, ladies and gentlemen. Now, just like HipRain said, the season has been a box of chocolates. We don't know what we are going to get from these pro players. There's still adjustments going to be made, and we still have a new patch around the corner and a new weapon. So the meta is going to shift. Times have changed drastically over the years. Before, we'd see the same 2 or 3 compositions over and over and over. Today, we're seeing almost a full roster utilized from season to season, especially with this new exciting MVP season. The new arena looks beautiful. The teams showing up, new faces, new teams, but still that old school NARAKA. Same strategy is going to be run. Are we going to see a new strategy this season? I'm curious how the flying knives really will affect this new meta. Now, range, traditionally NARAKA is looked at as a melee heavy game. Now in trios, early on when you see these early fights, a lot of it is very much melee combat, but when you get to this end game, a lot of space control is due to either strong melee jades, but if you're not lucky enough to have those melee jades, definitely range comes in the picture. Now, as the years have progressed, range has gotten a little bit weaker and cannons have really come into style. Now, back in the day, bows used to be a really big thing, and now flying knives is somewhere in the middle. It's a melee weapon, but it's also a little bit of range weapon. You're a lot of omnidirectional aim left and right, and when it comes to these positional chess games for Endgame, I'm curious to see how NARAKA is going to evolve even further, especially how players are going to really receive it on this high-end competitive side. Do they like it? They dislike it? For now, I would say because of how jarring it is that without the melee aim assist, it's probably going to get a big damage buff as we see this progress, just like a lot of weapons when they first release. Now, it does kind of fit this weird role in trios where it has nice range, kind of like Fan, kind of like Longsword, and traditionally that's always gone to either position 3, you're zipping a Kurumi, or Takeda because he's able to get value off his shoves. How will it be used moving forward? That's one of the exciting things I still have lots of hope for, to see how my beloved game is going to evolve. And like you were saying, HipRain, new comps, we got Alani on deck right now.
Whoa!
With Perdoria and Valda.
I didn't even know she was enabled this week. I thought it was, I genuinely thought it was week 3 she was coming in. Oh, sick. Get some football. We've got Messi in the field. I'm well excited by this one. Okay. It was with a Justina, right? No, it was a Valda. It was with a Valda.
A Valda and Perdoria.
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting comp. I haven't figured out how this is going to be played. This is a bit of a first time for me. I've had a go on her, but I've only played her in solo so far. So I haven't seen her in like a team situation yet. So I'm going to be excited to see what she can pull out. But for the most part, do you know what I said, Raven, at the beginning? Was like, I'm going to say something and be wrong. So far, I've been pretty wrong. There's not been that many monks. And then last round 3, these guys have got me. I'm locking in the monks across the board here.
I was saying there's a relationship between Transformers and the Cannonball composition that I did see Justina, Feria, Syra do very well versus this modern day Transformers. You're able to rush down the monk and blow him up. But this is one of the things on a non-Firefly Morus, you see a ton of monks really come up, and this is how traditional NARAKA has gone on for the past couple of years. You see the monks come out on these daytime days just because you don't have to worry about so many Vipers able to load up their rush down strategy onto you over and over. You have to be a lot more calculated, and there's kind of this mutually assured destruction at this early and middle game once ultimates come online. Now, that off spawn, you are a little bit vulnerable. And this first Rumble Yang, we do have 2 cannonballs in. DRG is going to go with their Siphon. JL is going to pop out their Siphon. And GG is going to go with their Siphon. Now, this isn't a matchup that I really wanted to see. Siphon versus Transformers, just because generally we haven't seen these 2 comps interact a ton, and there hasn't been a really good MVP round of 2 of the strongest teams really locking horns and showing us exactly what their strategy is. Now, in the previous years, the main strategy is that Temu would match Monk, Takeda would match Yushan, and then the healers would match. Everyone would match each other's ult. But this modern day NARAKA, a lot of the time it's either we're trying to trade ultimates, we're trying to go 2 for 1, 1 for 2. We're trying to get the ultimate economy lead, where we're ending up with 1 ult that we like to secure the deal. So how do these 2 teams match up? I'm really looking for a good example just for coaching myself and tournaments moving forward. I got to play a couple tournaments to feel out how these compositions actually play. And surprisingly, we are in a very, very heavy crowd control meta that it almost feels like Stunlock for MOBAs.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I really like a lot of these kind of like disruption comps where the damage is actually somewhat low, and it's based on your kind of weapon rarity and how much you're going to be able to do. But like the CC is so high on them. They're really, really fun to watch. I think, you know, Blind Date was kind of like a taster of what was to come, because we started to have more and more of these disruption comps showing up with the Justina variants, and now the Lani. I'm very, very excited to see how they perform on that. Bit of a curveball, and I'm willing to put money on a lot of these teams have been testing out Lani and maybe getting like their head around her, but like they're probably not completely prepared for it. So this could be either the most brilliant pick where no one knows how to play into Lani, or a complete failure because they don't know how to play Lani. Like that's the 2 outcomes we're gonna have from this game. As right now, Bowder and OUG taking a fight. The Bell's already been bought by ZZT. Gonna get himself some backup, and the rest of the team make his way in. But OUG, fresh off on an amazing game number 2, a 26 kill game under their belt. Trying to keep that pressure going. Zinyu with the staff, trying to put a little bit of extra work out. He is running a little bit low on HP. Hasn't got the health pots to be able to heal up. And now Bowder able to finish up OUG. ZZT really nicely played actually here on the Monk. Being able to secure the kill for his team. SS, no weapon, nowhere to go. ZZT secures a 2nd kill for himself, as now it looks like Baby U on their lonesome isn't done yet. Able to get 1 kill. Chasing forwards. Now got the ultimate tidied up for themselves. The dashes are available here for Baby U, but they're just pinned in place. They can't move. They need to be able to get the dashes off. Finally able to get 1 as they chase forward. Monk transforms being used, and this is now the chance for Baby U to make a run for it. Just trying to evade the grabs, trying to play the dash game and see if they can find the kills, but Baby U caught up into the hit grab. Is the slam. Bowder secure the kills.
Nice job from ZZT. He gets a huge parry there, gets his ult online. You was in a really good position to 2v1 that situation, and Bowder, they don't give him that chance. They pop that Monk ult, and ZZT with that clutch grab is gonna close it out on them. Now ASC, they've been doing well all day, and they're busting out something new right now. Maybe because they have such a huge lead, they're just like, all right, let's kind of stress test this composition to see of whether or not it could work for our bi-weekly finals. Now Lani ends up being very, very durable. She's kind of like a pseudo transformer if you play that V1. V2 is used in solos right now because of the touch of death probability. Now in trios, the V2 really doesn't do a ton of damage. The stagger and peel can really come out for your teammates, so the TOD really isn't there. I've seen V1 have a little bit of success on my time in EU, but how they will use it, we'll have to see. Now Valda is also extremely durable, and so is Feria, so there really isn't a good target on this team. So I imagine they're going to play some type of Outlast game, and definitely give this Monk a run from their money. The 1-2 punch of Syra and Feria is devastating for it. Now, they don't have the horsepower of Justina, so I'm curious to see whether or not this comp is a gimmick and what weird things they can show us as this round progresses.
Well, looks like SR now chasing forwards, looking for the Meteor Slam here. Not going to be able to make that connection, but the laser beam's coming in from Rico. On to the members of DRG. Junks trying to make a break away from it. The Sandstorm has bought a bit of space. Kakaishi now laser beaming down as well. Does dodge away on the Furen shove as Donkyu is going very low. Kakaishi is going to keep him healed up and make sure that he doesn't go too low. Zhao, Sandstorm's timed out. Hasn't got any meteors or ultimate left, so... Oh, he does have the ultimate timing on for a little bit more, but that's about to time out. But SR, quite happy to keep the pressure going onto DRG here, chasing forwards. I mean, Junks with the purple armor, it's definitely giving them a lot of confidence. No ult zone pops, but honestly, that's fine here for SR. Oh, Zhao, the Meteor Slam into Donkyu mid-air. Secures the kill there for the side of SR. They've now got the man advantage, but Kakaishi doing a lot of work there with the halberds, just knocking back to multiple members, but the jamming comes in, they're able to secure the kill. And now only one player left, and that is WX98 going low. Again, a bit like a Bane's Breath. When the no-ult zone goes off, that does signal to other teams that a fight's going on. So they want to move on before a third party comes in.
Looking at the scores right now, OA with 3, Bauda with 3. And Shinyu and Bauda locking horns right now. The Transformer Ditto ZZT is going to get the ult off, going to get the scoop, looking for the jump on Shinyu, just like, get away from me. He gets on top of the hill, avoiding the box right now, going to be looking for those grabs, but XEM is going to keep up the pressure. He moves away again. ZZT is able to climb up, but XEM with that pole sword chopping away at his legs. Shinyu desperately trying to go away, forced to detransform. Bell's going to come out. Sem doesn't time it correctly, but he is going to pop his ultimate. OUG is going to SS is trying to get in the way of XEM, but they're going to turn on him. Big Fry going to be coming out. SS is going for a ride right now on that zipping, getting juggled left and right. He's able to pop his zipping ultimate though. And now Bauda had the momentum before, and XEM, because of the way that Kylan ult works, is in a little bit of a health deficit. Baby U coming in, getting some value on his ultimate as well, but Shinyu down to his last little bit. Needs to be saved right now. Bauda with all the momentum back to full health, but nice peel coming out from OUG. SS sacrificing his body so his two teammates can get the heal. Now with the scale rush getting out of there, SS buying some time for his team. 2v1 situation, but they can't catch OUG's SS. He's moving and cruising with that fan scale rush. XEM with the pole sword gets stuck and he can't close the distance. OUG's SS has successfully kited the other two, and Bauda's Monk is gonna fall, and now the cavalry is here. OUG Shinyu and Baby U showing up to save their IGL, save their support player, but SS is gonna get deep fried now, down to a 2v2. Bauda versus OUG to close out their off-spawn fight. XEM's gonna invest his gold F, shoving him down, and now Shinyu has built up enough ult to get his Monk ult online. He's gonna use it to body block SS, hopefully get him up right now. Nice job from Jing on the side with the musket shots, denying the res of Shinyu. Now on the top road, Sem looking to drop down. They have to be careful right now. Jumping in, ZZT is going to salty res. He's going to bring up the pressure. And now zipping, SS is going to pop that V1. We're going into a second rotation of ultimates, Hip Rain.
Yeah, they're going to carry on going onto this fight as SS continuing to try and put some damage down, but his armor's been stripped away. Has got his F coming up fairly soon, but no ultimate available to him. OUG in some serious danger as Baby U finds himself pinned in place. He's trying to make the escape, but the Kylin sticking force is too much. They do come in and actually save Baby U here. Nice little healing has come in, kept him going. He has his own ultimate up. A couple of charges available left onto Zem as Baby U got his charges lined up. Can he find that damage? Is able to get one interrupt, one dash through. Can he find another? Yes, he can. OUG have actually been able to find the turnaround here in this fight. Jing going incredibly low, able to secure the kill onto him as now OUG continue to fire away. They are just going to make a breakaway for a second and try and isolate the members of Bauda away. Bell used by ZZT, but I don't think he is going to be able to survive for much longer. Down he goes. Zem will be next up on the board, and it has been a bloodthirsty game here from our teams. Really, really explosive start to Holoroth.
Now OUG Bowda, this is the fight of the day so far. They are locking horns right now. They are all in. They want to make sure they close this out. ZZT is gonna fall. What a great fight off spawn. Both of these transformers just not willing to give an inch. Now OUG has to be careful right now. ASC is rolling through, trying to make their way to this realm of Yang. Now the tough part of all-inning each other, they do get 5 kills, but they're not going to be able to go into this first realm of Yang and get that nice scale up. Unfortunately for ASC, they're running to the super juiced up team of OA triple purple armor, but we are going to get to see this Lonnie in trios. Hip Rain Miss is going to take to the sky. Who is going to be the target? Going for the grapple. Diving in right now, looking for the flank. He's going to slam into the ground, grapple back up, set up the scale rush, trying to, it looks like, go on to Tud right now. Nice parry's going to be coming up, setting up for the stone form, fading through. Missed on the Lonnie. Is going to be popping up the volleyball, getting the knocked up, getting up the stagger, and now the Valda ult is going to come out as well with the stagger. Wait a minute, my man can't move, my man can't breathe. He's just getting juggled right now from Valda ult into Lonnie ult over and over. He does manage to pick up his Kylan ult. He's safe for a little bit and now missed in a tough position. Nice peel coming out for the Valda, able to hit him with one of these spears, slow down that pressure, but ASC now in trouble. Transformer is out, Monk is out. They are able to dodge left and right. I spoke a little bit too soon. Miss is gonna get scooped up. Triple charge is gonna come in. Nice shot from Miss. Does get the F, gets out of there. Dodging left and right, surrounded, fighting his way out of here. Looks for the parry, but the overworld's gonna come through. Nice flank coming out with the blistering, able to peel him out of that situation. Meng rolls up to his face, hits him with the parry. ASC is doing so well versus this stacked up team. The teamwork, the peel, the backup is coming out, and they're gonna make this Lonnie composition work, Hip Rain.
I love it, Lonnie. ASC, this comp is nice. There's so much crowd control with the spears, with the football. There was just so much in their favor. They played that very, very well. Really, really nicely navigated from them. And it looked like it was getting a little dire there, but they still were able to find that turnaround. Missed a huge parry at the beginning of the fight as well. Just going to be swapping some gear around now and looking to go and find that Vermilion Birds might fight. ASE have been having such a good day today, but they haven't been able to put that final mark on a game. Let's see if this is the game where they're able to do that. Bowda, very low geared right now, are somehow going to get a Spirit Oil for free. No one's going to try and contest them on that one, which is nice for them because grey armor, grey weapons onto Bowda there. They get a Draco Storm off the back of that one. Nice little steal there from Bowda. Nobody contests them. Now we've got BBE, OA, and FPX running around the map with that Remo Yang debuff on them, looking to get themselves all cleansed up.
Yeah, SS1 making their way, trying to loot up these nice little stashes right now, super stacked up, and ASE is going to pop out. Nice job from ASE, one of the two of the buff teams going at it. Zyalt now, Lonnie going to set up the opener right now, staying on top of them, getting the armor stripped off, getting peeled off. Miss though with velocity, ton of pressure from this Jade, is going to get the half charge, forcing out the combo break, and now Miss keeping up the pressure. His team is in there. Valda ult's going to be invested. Again, ASC not really shying away from the aggression. It doesn't matter what composition on. They're going pedal to the metal, flooring it, looking to get these kills right now. Valda Spears are going to be coming out. Miss looking for the stagger as well. They want to lock down one target, 100-0 them, but JL is going to join the party. It's a full-on brawl. 3 teams just duking it out. JL's Zai is going to turn it around and absolutely melt Lonnie.
Absolutely, the fight's still continuing though. A whole bunch of people in the area, massive teams. 08 just going to go try and get themselves some healing off, get some armor back. We're seeing Mex timing out, and now in jump other teams. Water losing a lot of HP. He's immediately taken out. Does have the Bird's Might though, so he's going to be sitting pretty as OA looking to try and get these cleanses off. Tutik is just being melted though. I don't think he's going to get the healing out in time. Has to throw the ultimate just to get some survivability. Lots of dash targets. OA's Tutik able to get himself the healing in from those dashes, but hasn't picked up a Soul Bloom yet. Just getting as much work done as possible. Tutik make an escape for it. And ultimately, OA only cleanse, actually they only cleanse one player for themselves, and that is Tutik, but everybody else still got the debuff on. That is going to really sting for OA. Your Zip, your Monk, both without any ability to, well, stay in this game for much longer, as BBE sliding in a little bit late to the fight, also with those debuffs on, and now pushing up onto the OA members. OA have used a lot of their ultimates here, where Claw has still got his. There's going to be PP's ultimate. Claw's going to answer in kind, though. 2 monks to transform, looking for the knockbacks onto each other. Can they find the grab? There's one onto NNE from PP. He's going to separate him from the rest of the team, but BBE hot on the heels. PP losing way too much health. He's such a big target, and everybody is just shooting at the monk right now. PP's going to immediately get jumped onto. Roy He's trying to put the damage down as PP taken down. Claw finds the grab and the slam onto Jumps, but now Claw has to de-transform himself. His armor's too low as he's taken down. SR with a third party, with a fourth party. There's just too many teams in the fight. It is an absolute mosh pit of a fight between our teams here. SR trying to find the extra bits of damage as Roy Hee taken down. BBE losing 2 players as now only one. Their Kurumi is standing. No, I say that. Kurumi goes down and BBE are eliminated. That was such a bloodbath, Raven.
Yeah, all the Yang depletion teams just end up piling in. Just 1 party, 2 party, third party, 4th party, 5th party. We just have a festival going off in the middle of Morus, just south of Celestra. Now, JLOUG end up being the victors out of this situation. Now, looking at the overall leaderboard, there's still a little bit of cans, a little bit of poke. Every team trying to build up their ultimate for this second round with Yang. But SR up to 10 kills. SS1 up 5. FPX at 4, JL at 7, OUG at 5, and OA at 5. All these teams coming out on top. I spoke a little bit too soon. OA is going to lose their zipping to OUG. And now, second realm of Yang. I was hoping to see a couple of Transformer matchups just to have some nice examples of what the pros are thinking moving forward, how to play this. Now, looking at the Jades, interesting that Matari is going to be running some attack. Now, there isn't a lot of Jades. Unlike a normal rank in Immortal War, a lot of the loot is, I'd say it's like half as good as ranked, especially when it comes to these Jades. So let's see what matchup we are going to get. We are going to get Bauda versus SR. SR on the Xiphon, and I believe Bauda, can't really see. It is the Monk. This is the matchup I did want to see right now. What's going to be the opener? SR's Rico. They're not going to take to the skies right now. Going to make their way slowly in on the Syra, looking for the flank. It looks like Bauda's going to open up with that Monk ult. Rico's going to find the zipping. Going to get the cross with a nice focus attack. Nice little bit of momentum, stripping the zipping of armor. She's able to retreat back to the safety of her Monk. ZZT has been absolutely phenomenal with the grabs today. Jumping in right now, looking for the grab. Not able to get it. He's trying to combo with his Kylan to lift him off the ground, but SR is doing a really, really good job of kiting. Now, Matari with a mistake right now. The double round is going to come out. Kablawi. Oh my goodness. Kylan is going to execute him out of midair. They're doing so good, but it's not going to matter. Zai is going to fall, but Matari, wait a second. The Syra ult is out with Zai. Can Zhao bring this back? Nice liftoff into the ground. ZZT going to come over, try to help his teammate right now, but XEM is going to make his way out of here. Can they lock on to this zipping right now? XEM doesn't want to go out and heal. He's going to continue to help Jing, but Rico is going to find the kill. 2v2 situation now. XEM down to 1 HP though. Zhao on the Zai, reversing this, and now ZZT in an awful situation. They were winning this up 3v2, 2v1 situation, and the parry's gonna come out, and on the back of Zhao's delayed Zai ult, they're gonna take them down.
Meanwhile, ASC down 2 players. OUG got the man advantage, so I think Han is going down in the middle of this. But man, we've had so many amazing, absolutely amazing fights today. It's been really, really interesting to see how these players are able to handle. That Realm of Yang had no business going in SR's favor, but they found the turnaround. They shut the Monk comp down. I thought they were too slow on their ultimates, but no, they timed it perfectly. And now that does mean that they have that advantage. They got themselves cleansed up and really, really clean. We're actually going to see a replay from SS1's perspective. So this was their Realm of Yang taking on, was it JL? Yeah, JL they're taking on over here. Again, what we see is a lot of these Syras waiting for the perfect opportunity to use that Syra ultimate, waiting until things get a little bit dicey. Water taking himself laser beams and then forced to kind of throw down his own ultimate and catch on. But at this point, Cuckoo already used a fair chunk of his ultimate ARPers. They're just able to easily and quite cleanly tidy up the members of JL off the back of that. Really, really clean gameplay coming in from SS1 here. They didn't have to worry about losing a member. They had complete control. The Dazzles were coming in onto Cuckoo, just keeping them CC'd into Chain Scythe. And then played with their food a little bit because they had the 3-man to work with. So played with their food, made sure that they can get that kill as late into the run with Yang as possible and keep their Draco Storm as late into the game as possible, which is very typical tactics. If you get an early kill onto some of the enemy team, make sure that you control how long you keep your buff for. SR right now, though, off the back of a very, very clean Romy Yang, are just doing themselves a little bit of missions, put some gold together, put some Dark Tide coins together so they can get some better gear, get themselves completely situated and set up for that final circle. As our monk comps in these lobbies are somewhat starting to struggle now, so gonna be interesting to see how they are able to bounce back. As right now, it's just a little bit of looting, a little bit of making sure that they can see where the other teams are and look for those fights. As it looks like JL have revived. Bowder going to go for their own revives here and look to run them down. JL will spot the revives coming in. And I think we're immediately going to open up with our two Roma Yang teams going toe-to-toe. The big question is, are we going to see anybody go for a fight versus them? Though Bowder, actually putting this relatively chill here. JL do spot out SR. The fight is going to break out, so this is good for Bowder. They could have that third party if they time this fight well. But the zone is hot on their heels. So they are going to have to get moving fairly soon.
Yeah, Yang depletion, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. JL has to pick a fight right now. Now, ideally, you want to check people's health by that target lock. And it's surprising to me, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're starting to hit the threshold. Around that 2 minute mark, it gets a little bit uncomfortable to find that kill. Now, good thing for JL. It looks like they really want to find a third-party situation. They don't want to do all the heavy lifting. They see OUG engaging onto Bowder right now. And now Cuckoo, they realize 2 minutes left. It doesn't matter anymore. We kind of have to find a fight right now. Irradition is going to be flying out. RMB just doing tons of damage. And XEM on the Kylan just forced to immediately retreat, forcing out the zipping hold, and one found is going to get grabbed right now. ZZT is on fire today with the grabs, and the follow-up, the slam comes down, and the double charge from Kylan decapitates one low. And now Cuckoo is in a bad position inside zone. ZZT sitting on the outside, but the beams are coming in. He's gonna have to de-transform. He has to be careful right now. Can his teammates keep him alive? ZZT try to make his way into the zone, but the second's gonna come out. JL's Cuckoo is gonna lock him down and shut him down on the outside, and now JL is diving in. Cuckoo is diving in. But Baby U does have that Kylan ulti right. It's so oppressive. That dash ends up bringing so much stagger, just like a Takeda ult. The double charger coming in, setting his teammates up for the focus attack, and Cuckoo is gonna fall. OUG does a wonderful job of picking off the Yang depletion teams on the outside.
Yeah, really nice there coming in. OUG continue to play tidy up. Jing making a run for it, but it is going to be a hard ass to escape away from the three members. Jing now caught onto. They've got themselves the lockdown, and that should be enough to finish them up. OUG having an absolutely cracking day. Up to 11 kills off the back of that one there. These guys starting to get pretty well situated. SR are on 13. SR now controlling this Spirit Well. They do have the Aurora Burst onto someone, or someone has an Aurora Burst. I saw one going up in the middle of that. Bane's Breath off in the distance, so it's not quite as disruptive as OA. Now trying to gain control of the Spirit Well. Everybody else has been zoned away, but in come FBX to try and play Dissuasion and muscle their way in. Kiki actually just immediately throws down the Transform and is now going to control the zone. Is anyone going to play Interrupt, or are they just going to give this one over to FBX? This is a Monk team who's relatively under-geared, so if someone can stop them, that's going to really slow down their power this game. SS1, though, being chased down by GG. GG with a laser beam is going to be able to finish up one. Easy little pickup onto them. FBX were able to secure the Draco Storm as SS1 down a player being chased down, but FBX now chasing their way forwards. ZGE's got his dashes lined up, and there is just a cluster of players down here. They know that they can take this fight. They've got their ults refreshed after that Spirit Well. This is a good time here for FPX if they want to try and get some extra kills. Zone's closing in again, so people are going to have to be forced to move into the Draco stormed up FPX.
Yeah, on the outside right now, 19 people left alive. It's kind of like the Perdoria game where everyone was durable compositions, but everyone was just absolutely flooring at each other. No one wants to give up any room. No one wants to drop their ego. They're willing to take the fight and not necessarily disengage. We saw that awesome fight off spawn with OUG and Balda, I believe. Now going to this S game, SR getting scaled up right now. Can Zai win the end game with this many Transformers, with this many no siphons, but a lot of Transformers? What is the relationship between Zai and Transformers? Now Kiki on the Monk is going to be dashing in right now on the outside. They do have Draco Storm 1 minute and 10 seconds, and now the 80% Moonbane is going to come out, forcing everyone to the edge. Does FPX want to keep up the aggression on the inside right now? We're seeing a lot of people dancing around this Moonbane. SR putting a ton of pressure on the OUG, but OUG's using this Moonbane to reposition. We haven't seen a ton of GG today yet. They are looking slightly scaled up, salvaging the game. Gold weapons on their characters. 330 still has that blue armor though. Now going in this end game, all of these teams are very, very stacked, so I imagine things are going to slow down a little bit. They're not going to be able to force out each other's ults, and I'm curious to see, because GG is one of the few siphons out right now. How does GG navigate this? Now, they've normally been the chess masters of positioning going into these end games, but it looks like just the amount of horsepower that's backing this Transformer team is slowing them down. They're not getting the looks that they want, that they normally they're able to produce in these end games. And looking at this end game, 5 minutes left. Everyone is super juiced up, and we're gonna get this Spirit Well to kick off this endgame, Hiprain.
Junk's just channeling that Aurora Burst, but is struggling to actually get himself a complete grip hold on it. OUG are desperately trying to push forward. Zinyu going in for the transform as well, gonna gain control of the area, and as soon as that transform comes out, it just feels like everyone gives up on the Spirit Well. So should just be OUGs unless we see an opportunistic third party from one of the teams jump in. There's going to be the D-transform, and OA immediately jump in as soon as Zinyu has D-transformed, and now they are going to throw their ultimate out. OUG down a Monk ultimate with 4 minutes left on the game. That could potentially be costly. FPX could look to do the same thing. Seeing that Monk, Zone ticking up a little bit more. In jumps OUG trying to fight for it. SR also making their way forwards. Cannon fire coming in. They do find a grab though on to OUG's SS. Double clap comes out from PP. We're going to see a transform from Kiki as well. And now OA have to escape as they do not have their transforms. FPX played this so well, letting everybody else burn their ultimates. They jump in and then ult last. We'll get that refresh if they're able to secure it. It's sit quite pretty, but SR not willing to give it up without a fight. Everyone knows that this is probably the last Monk transform of the Soulwell. So as Kiki then disengages from, everybody else jumps in. It is just, again, a mosh pit is the best word to describe a lot of the action here. Aurora Burst is coming out, and that's going to do a fair amount of damage to anyone who steps in range of that one. GG now forcing their way forward. They've got the Syra ultimate to work with. The Sandstorm's been thrown down. And with all the Monks in the lobby, it's the Sand Siphon team who jump in last minute, and they're able to secure themselves control of the area. But that Sandstorm's timing out soon. 3-3-0. Forced to use the Syra ultimate to contain and control a little bit more. GG starting to lose a little bit of health here, but they're not done. There's going to be the Furen shoves coming out from their Takeda, from CJS, to try and control a little bit more space. 3-3-0 have to get close into the zone. It looks like Zhao actually going low, but LXM loses his life. GG down a player. Gonna have to potentially just look to give up this Soulwell, and they threw everything. Everyone is throwing everything into this one. It's a White Tigers in a very, very close lobby with a lot of people left, so it makes sense why people want this Tigers. Zinyu gets the transform off, gets ZGE in the grab. Zip heals come in though to make sure that ZGE is not in danger. If they get the re-grab though, he's in some serious hurt. is able to escape for now, but SR are going to lose Rico, their last man standing. Zinyu losing a lot of HP, has got zip healing coming in for him, but PP's caught out by the grab. Zinyu pops him into the zone, the bell's popped, and now they're just going to continue to apply pressure to him. That's going to be GG, who slide in last minute and secure themselves the White Tiger's prowess, as the D transforms have started to break out, but it is only 3-3-0, the last man standing for GG. Does have that ultimate. If he can break away from the line of sight, maybe a miracle play can happen for him. Kiki going in for that transform himself, looking for the grabs on to Tutik. Tutik's able to break away from that line of sight. It's 3-3-0, hiding on the edge of the zone. Juan also playing the escape game here, forced away into those bushes as Kiki's looking for the grabs. 3-3-0, just keeping his eyes on that Monk, knows that he now has got the line up onto him and is looking for the grabs, but the Monk's going to de-transform as Kiki going to be forced to send packing. 3-3-0, sending a few people, sending backwards. Now he's just trying to make the escape away from it. Has got the stun onto Kiki, and that'll buy him a place to disengage. Meng will lose his life to Baby U in the middle of all of this as well. 1 minute 20 left on this zone, and it is all to play for. GG, no armor left on 3-3-0. He is waiting till the last possible moment to use his ultimate. He really wants to save it to that end game to try and tidy up as many kills as possible and maybe make the miracle play here for GG. Has been able to escape for the moment from the Aya, but Kiki goes down, ZGE goes down as well, or goes incredibly low at least, as it looks like OUG should be able to finish that kill up, although ZG's able to dash away, get himself out for now. The double grab, slam into the zone, Tutik goes down, Zinyu's able to find that one. Can he find another? He's getting himself quite low in the middle of all this. This 3-3-0's been able to find a full reset off. Is going to break away from this one as Zem's able to take out FPX's ZGE. 70 seconds left on this White Tigers. This is actually ideal here for 3-3-0. He just needs to survive for another 30 seconds or so and then pop that ultimate. Armor has been stripped away from him. He was able to find a reset. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it now, so he's going to have to take up to the skies and start a laser beam down. That's going to be one pop from the White Tigers. He's knocked into the zone. Can he find the dazzles? He gets the position into that zone now as the members of OUG taking a lot of damage from him. 3-3-0 is just trying to put some kills on the board. I don't know if he can do it. Fowler being able to find the kill. He's got the White Tigers. 3-3-0 from GG. Finds the turnaround. What a survival from him.
A White Tiger buff. We're seeing a mini snap right now, taking everyone down for that little bit. But GG sets up perfectly to take this. It's not going to matter, though. OUG was an absolute force to be reckoned with this lobby. I'm curious to see what they ended up with at the end there. The Takeda ends up doing all right in that situations. A lot of the times the Monks were transforming left and right, de-transforming, using the Kylan to stagger their ultimates over and over. But still, just excellent play coming out from everyone. Considering how durable everyone was and how stacked everyone was, no one really wanted to give an inch, and they were willing to die on the hill they were fighting on. If you just pressured them too much, there was no hesitation to all in and fight you back. But that endgame, a classic Morus endgame. Seeing the Monks this far into the season with that, the GG still managing to clutch it out. I still feel like they probably got a ton of points, but this is one of the things that I know NARAKA is moving towards as the lobbies have gotten smaller, as the players have gotten way better. It's now a fighting league. In order to win, in order to get these MVPs, your team has to be so good at fighting at multiple parts during the day. Not just early game, not just mid game, now late game. You got to be able to close it out. You got to be able to play for each other. And we saw such excellent play coming out from OUG to secure this win.
Yeah, I mean, OUG did the groundwork for that win there, where GG, fantastic job from 3-3-0, staying alive, getting that last placement, which means you do get the kill multipliers. So it's not all bad for them, even though they don't overall win with the MVP win. But OUG, I mean, it shows you that these teams are kind of getting paid off for, you know, for their groundwork. ASC were invisible that game. They've had two really, really good games, but they got taken out pretty early. I think it was in between the two, oh God, I've had a brain fart. Two Realm of Yangs, there we go. They were able to get themselves the, they were taken out, I believe it might have even been OUG or JL who took them out. So they got taken out very early in this game, and a steep price to pay there, unfortunately for them. But, you know, like you said earlier in the day, these guys are pretty much guaranteed to make it to bi-weekly finals. They've done so much work already. A 3.5 game is just a blip on the radar. They've had such an amazing day, but there we are. OUG, 19 kills, a 21.5 game score for the end of that one. SR walk away with 16 points. SS1 with 12. GG with 11.2. So able to really jump themselves up the standing a little bit off the back of that one. DRG, the only team walking out with 0 points. And unfortunately for BBE, we do see them towards the bottom of that table once again. A 1.5 game for them. They have a lot of work to do, BBE. Unfortunately, we're at the point in the league now where I stop forgiving the teams for like new rosters and poor performances, because they're like, oh, we're warming up, shaking that rust off, new players. Nah, now's the time where I want to see the improvement. So BBE, they got a lot of improvement to do to catch up to the rest of the lobby, because honestly, the vast majority of our teams are kind of putting out some fire right now. These guys are really, really huge. Look at the healing coming in from SS. 55,000 healing from him. Baby U on the Kylin, walking away with 35,000 damage and 25,000 damage onto Zinyu. But Baby U with those 10 kills, I'm pretty sure Baby U is going to be getting MVP for game number 2. Really, really huge game coming in from him.
Yeah, the amount of healing coming out from SS as the IGL of the team, he's keeping his team alive, and it was really on the back of his kiting off spawn that they were able to win the fight with Battle. Now looking at the overall standings, WZ having a tough time at 8.5, DRG at 16, Bauda at 21. Now into the middle, 521 isn't playing today. There's I would say like around 30 to 40 points is good for a singular day. Around 80 is going to secure that qualification. JL at 49.4 right now. OUG at 53. FPX at 20.5. They need to keep this going to secure their top 12 position. Now Wolves, massive first day. Same thing with TE, 63 and 71 respectively. GG, a little bit of a slow start on their first day, but today they're firing on all cylinders, able to cinch up a ton of points this round. SR at 28 points for the day, but 85 total. SS1 97.3 and ASC at 115.7. Names we normally don't see at the top of the leaderboard. Normally we see JL, normally we see GG, normally we see YZG, formerly KLA, and a lot of times OUG and Bauda. But now off spawn, these highlights, these were some really good off spawn fights.
Yeah, they were an amazing fight. OUG, it started bad for them as well. This game did not go well at the beginning. Getting completely caught out inside Secret Tunnel by Bauda. Able to find himself the victory on that skirmish at the beginning, but it just wasn't enough. And this here kind of tells the story of the whole game, right? Like, look how many players are on the screen right now. There was so much of it in this game. This is kind of why I like Morus IL, because I just feel like the teams are so comfortable on this map, but they are just willing to just perma-scrap, and it makes for such explosive games. Really good to see. SR having a fantastic game as well. And also, just one thing I want to talk about is they're not playing today, but YZG being relatively low on the scoreboard is going to be a bit of a trouble for them. They've got some work to do. They won the first bi-weekly final of this year. They got to catch back up to the rest of the front runners. There's a lot of teams right now who are putting some serious numbers and are going to be starting the next bi-weekly next Sunday with some seriously high points. So a lot of work for these guys to be doing. But this ending from GG, 3-3-0, he played this so well. I mean, the White Tigers obviously was a major factor for him, getting that little bit of extra damage every time he took someone out. But even so, huge performance. But here is our MVP. No surprises, Baby U on the Kylin gets MVP for this game. I believe he had 10 kills. Massive performance coming out from him here. Yeah, 10 kills, 35,000 damage, and not particularly the most loaded Soul Jade setup. Like 5 blue Soul Jades and a Sap Soul Jade. That's probably one of the most undergeared like Soul Jade setups I've seen in a while, but Baby U still made it work. Huge performance from him. Almost 10k damage with his skills and ultimates.
Interesting choice from him. I haven't seen the health strategy on Kylin in the longest time. just because he wants a bigger health pool just so he can do more dashes as he's trading a lot of health for his V2. Now, zipping really compensates for this, and now the siphon as well compensates for this, just because when he dashes with the zipping ult in, he's getting even more plus healing than he would normally get. Now, a plus attack, and this, I mean, the sap is there. Yu's known for his really, really big parries, especially in 2v1 situations. He's such a force to reckon with. He makes multi-fights look so easy to play with. Now, something I wanted to see a little bit more of is that Transformers versus Siphon. Hopefully, as the day progresses, we're past that halfway point. Game 3 is in the bags. We're moving back to Holoroth. We go back and forth, Morus, Holoroth, and we end on that Perdoria. And we're seeing a lot of that traditional monks coming out, a lot of that vintage NARAKA that we're so used to. So many monks in that endgame looking for those double grabs. Now, even though it's V2 right now, still really, really cool to see from everyone. And that the new execution during Worlds, it was Valda Monk, that wombo. Now it's Kylan Monk. The slam comes out and you just see Kylan zip through the sky, ripping them apart with those last HP situations or going for that double grab. Now today, ZZGT on the Monk has been super impressive. It's incredibly hard to land grabs with how much mobility and how fluid everyone is today. Traditionally before the glyph change, trios players played with 2 dodges. Now everyone's playing close to 4 dodges, so the game is a lot faster. So it's very cool to see that new monk names are coming up, rising through the ranks, and it looks like ZZZT is looking like one of those premier monks of 2025.
It's really cool to see that how much the game has sped up in the last couple of weeks as well, because coming back, it felt like a lot of the teams were a little bit more rusty still. So I remember our first Perdoria game of trios was a very, very tempered game. Like they were playing incredibly chill, and then they just like slowly over the last couple of weeks, everyone's getting more and more aggressive, and we're kind of returning to the style that we used to see from these teams. Anyway, we have an interview lined up, so we're going to throw it over to that, and then we'll be back with the game in a second.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Baby Yu and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Baby Yu， 先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自欧剧的 Baby Yu。
欢迎 Baby Yu， 欢迎我们的小玉的宝来到我们的赛后采访。哇，这个赛季我感觉换了一个新的 ID， 整个人也是焕发新生的感觉啊。先来讲一讲 ，So we would like to know from the last week to now so far how you just adjust because you guys really have good status today。先问一下，从上周到这一周，队内到底经过了怎么样的一个调整啊？就上周呢，就是其实周决我觉得也是很不错的，但是这个双周就今天虽然是个常规赛，但状态太猛了，开门就拿下了2局。这个当中队内做了怎么样的磨合和调整？
每天就加班啊、训练啊，然后打到半夜。
为什么是加班训练啊？
就是打不好就要训练啊。
觉得之前不够好，不够满意，想更加进步，对不对 ？So for us, how we just adjust because at the rest day, with like training every day and like work overtime because we think we are not good enough, we are not satisfied with ourselves. That's why we train a lot in these days. 也看得出来，其实经过一个长时间、一个大量的训练，真的状态非常非常好。也再次恭喜你们，今天也是拿到2把天选，恭喜你拿到了个 MVP。好的，我觉得应该也是准备给我们的观众发出福利了。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question, which is how many players choose Killing Zhang in Game 3? 好，这道题目呢是在第3把当中有多少的选手也选出了这个张起灵。我这边就特别想问一下小玉宝啊 ，So I have a question for you because we can see like this week a lot of like players, more and more players choose Killing Zhang in the Trolls game. So I would like to know so how you're understanding with this hero in the Trolls game. 那我这边想问一下，就是因为这一周可以看到越来越多的选手现在选出了张起灵嘛？那自己对张起灵在3排当中的一个理解和他的强度觉得如何呢？
我感觉他现在强度就挺高的吧，就决赛圈战场特别厉害，然后收人能力也比较那个。
好 Okay, so for me, I think the Killing Zhang is really a strongest hero now in the Trolls game, and because in the final circle, the ultimate of this hero have the ability to stand in the final circle, the center of final circle, and also have very high damage. That's why I choose the Killing Zhang. 哇，那我觉得应该也已经准备就绪了。那接下来就让我们稍等一下，我先翻译一下，不然他们不知道啊。Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我们接下来准备英文倒计时 ，OK?
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请我们的小玉宝 Baby 玉来给我们公布一下正确答案。
答案是 D。
Oh yeah, the correct answer is D. And you know, you smile really happy today. 我就感觉你站在这里啊，我今天也是被治愈到了。就是小玉宝今天整个状态真的非常好，笑得也很开心啊。哦，这边要问一个非常刁钻的问题了。Okay, so we know last week for you, you had very high damage, like on the top 2, but you know the total damage for you is not really high enough below the 3rd person. And I would like to know how you just find the timing to join in the fighting and have very high the killing rate in the game. 我这边也想问一下，那自己的击败榜在第2名，但其实输出的总伤害就说明你的打击非常的精准，不需要用这么多的伤害灌上去才能得到一个这样的最后的一个人头。哦，这个 timing 是怎么抓的？真的太好奇了。
我觉得第一点先是运气好，然后就是运气好吧。真的就是运气。
我感觉你是不是用微笑杀死了你的对手啊？
对对对。
Okay, so I think I'm just really lucky enough in the Trolls game, and I just have a joke with him because wow, baby today is really smile, very happy, and I would like to know his smile really kill everyone. 真的太温暖了，今天再次恭喜你们今天拿下了2把大分啊！也再次恭喜你自己拿下了 MVP。我们也非常期待 OUG 的一个表现。哇，一个老牌的电竞战队回到了他原本我们认为的水准。期待你们这周接下来表现。Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we really want to say cheer and good luck to OUG and fighting OUG. And thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the MBPL. We're into the second half of the day at this point, and OUG have been on a tear. Absolutely dominating performance. 2 wins back-to-back, and pretty bad game 1, but they made up for that game 1 with those last 2 games. GG did clutch out a pretty cool win at the end there. Not enough to actually take the whole MVP, but they still had a really, really good hang on there from a 3-3-0. We're heading back to Holoroth as now we head to nighttime for our last 3 maps, so Fireflies will be aplenty, and this is the point where you really start to see like Decatur comps start to show up a lot more, especially on Holoroth. We know Decatur is a big Holoroth map. Decatur is a big Holoroth character, so I expect to see a lot more of these siphons and sand siphons coming out. Have been interesting to see how many of these monk comps we got, and as much as I am an avid monk hater, I have to admit the Kylan variants of the monk is a little bit more interesting than the Yuashen Kurumi variant, which is just really slow and boring and lots of healing and kind of just buying time for ults to cycle through. This one is just pop your ultimates, find a grab, Kylan finishes them up, onto the next. It's very snappy and it suits the current playstyle of the game, which is incredibly fast focus burst and rinse and repeat.
And maybe you brought up a good point. That Kylan is probably one of the strongest trios characters right now. I feel like when Syra's paired up with another character, she's very strong. So like Takeda Syra's very strong, Zai Syra's very strong, but just Kylan on his own is a force to be reckoned right now. And he brought up endgame situations. He has so much flexibility, just like Hadi did when it comes to securing that win. He can either dash through and stun you for his whole team, or he can single charge dash you and knock you flying into zone, forcing you into a tough spot, basically getting you lobbied essentially. So a lot of interesting plays that you can do, and OUG is very smart at putting you in a position where he has absolute reigns to secure the rounds. We've seen him move from team to team for the past 3 years, and whatever team he's on, OUG's team actually dominates. He started off in KLA. First Worlds that I got to beat him. I've always been a big fan of his Wu Chen, and one of the things that surprised me is he said he wasn't very good and that no one really knows his name, and he was surprised that I wanted his signature. Now, 3 years later, he's actually one of the GOATs of the league right now. On every single team he's been on, he's always been position 1. He's always shown this dominance. Now, has he had teammates to really facilitate to win? Now, the year that HLG and TEU did win, you almost clutched it up. They were 7 points behind the 0.5 tie, and you almost won a 3v1 in order to clutch it up. If he was able to secure it, he brought it down to a 1v1 and just got parried for his last hit. But if he wins that, I think we see a different timeline for him. Now, I'm still very happy with his results and how he is as a player, and you see it today, just how strong he is as a player.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's so many, I think there's so many good players in the league where, a lot of it can just boil down to their roster. And it's not like their roster, are bad players. It's not like it's a good player held back by 2 bad players. I just think a lot of it comes down to synergies and kind of roles that certain teams are players are forced onto, which can kind of lead to, maybe a little bit of a misconception of how capable they actually are. I mean, Ruihihi repeatedly has proved themselves as an amazing player. They're having an absolutely dreadful season. BBE just look poo at the moment, to be honest with you. But that doesn't mean Ruihihi is a bad player. We know, and we've seen Ruihihi perform at Worlds multiple years in a row. This guy is stacked. He's such a good player. It just comes down to, sometimes them just maybe being on the wrong roster or playing the wrong position within a team. So it's always interesting to kind of see the growth and the changes on certain players and how they grow over time. Sometimes you get a player like VVV who just regardless looks insane, but VVV is genuinely one of the greatest. They're such a good player.
Now, we are past that halfway point. We're on that game 4. We're back to Holoroth, but this time I believe we are on the nighttime Holoroth. Now, we did see Vipers come out before on a daytime, so on a nighttime, will the Vipers come out again? Now, YZG played a perfect game during these bi-weekly finals. We're definitely seeing inspirations because of that performance. And just like every single year, everyone steals from TXG strategies, and he showed what was possible with Viper versus the current compositions. Now, in the global scale or global regions, Viper is not at as much used as like a rock, one of your solid picks that you know you're going to have a very strong game. Now, a lot of the CN teams who happen to live globally in EU and NA, they do like picking these Viper teams. They do perform very, very well since endgames don't happen as often on the global stage. So I'm curious to see, as these teams keep showing us stuff, as these strategies kind of make it around the world. This is the cutting edge, though. We did get to see the Lonnie, though. Now, are we going to see more Lonnie? She was part of that nice little Wombo 1-2 punch with Valda, Lonnie, and Feria, where they had a boatload of crowd control. They tunnel visioned the Kylan. He wasn't able to play the game. Now, Kylan does have like a little bit of Immortal Defiance built into his kit when he ults, but if you keep CCing him, that's a big difference between him and Yushan. It's incredibly easy to crowd control Kylan if you get a hit on him, just like Zai. Now, if they're holding gold, if they're jumping around and they're getting their abilities off, it's a lot harder to stagger them. But when you have the consistent hits from Lottie, when you have the threat of Spear coming out to sustain that crowd control, and then you have a Feria with the triple cannon shot knocking you to the ground, it becomes incredibly hard to defend against all this crowd control. So will we see Lonnie used just as effectively as how she's used in solos? I'm really curious to see if anyone picks up on this and tries it out, just because kind of like that third phase pick. Let's try things out and see how things go.
Well, here we go into the first round selection for game number 4. I'm expecting some Takedas and some Zais. I think that's going to be the real go-tos here. Obviously, in turn, that means a lot of Syra. Wow, though. That is everyone picked a different comp in the first rotation, so nothing gets increased in cost, which means this second round selection is free game. This has got to be a lot of Syras, right? This has to be a whole heap of Syras getting locked in here.
Would not surprise me if more people pick Cyrus, but it looks like the league, at least this mixture of teams, has not solidified. During the bi-weekly finals, it was a lot more clear between phases of what people were choosing. We do get a plethora of Xiphon and Siphon for that second round, but going into last round, we're probably going to see a little bit more. But one thing's for sure, we're not seeing that huge Viper lobby that we saw in the last Holoroth. Instead, we're going pure durability compositions.
Wow.
Now this is really cool for me, at least, because I do want to see more Transformer versus Siphon and Xiphon to get a better idea of what possible strategies you can play into these.
Interestingly enough as well, is I'm just having a look at the hero points, and to be on 8 and 9 points at game 4, there we go, ASC set a precedent to spend some points, but to be at this point in the day and have teams actually not starting to burn those points is quite interesting to me, because it's one of the things I complimented them about at the beginning of the day was a lot of teams were burning points in the first 2 weeks very aggressively. Around this point is where you start to see teams burn points. ASC just full send it and go down to 4 points off this game 4, but this game 4 is all to play for. ASC had a pretty disappointing game number 3. Let's see if they can bring it back and hang on to their spot at the top going into the bi-weeklies next Sunday.
Now, going into this Holoroth, let's see if there are any different ability usages right now. Looking at Bauda, Siphon, and Siphon. Nothing standing out in our standard Kylan, standing Syra, standard Psy. Nothing out of the ordinary. F2. Now, for Temmie, I mean, GG has kind of pioneered this. They did play V2 Temmie for a little bit for the extra stamina, but V1 ends up being the best. Now, I did see a little bit of homing Wisp having a ton of success in at least in the 1v1 world and solo dueling. But it still looks like in trios, all the Temmies are going to be running that F1. Monk is going to be on that V2 for the most part, but again, standard across the board. Now, one of the weird standards you could do in Kylan is running that F2 that isn't a combo break, but is a full stagger. VVV was one of the pioneers for it. No one really followed him. He made the most out of it. Now, VVV is also one of the goats to fighting multi-way and using his abilities accordingly. He's a lot of the times never played with actually a true combo break. So we'll have to see how these Transformers match up right now. And we're getting a little bit more of a hot drop. When we opened up on Holoroth, everyone took an ISO 1v1 with like maybe a timing attack on the outside, but now we're getting multiple teams stacking in on each other. It's going to be a bloodbath off spawn now. And hopefully we're going to see some Transformers versus X. Mirror matches are cool, but I definitely like seeing the nuance of why these compositions are played and what kind of beats what. Usually there's a really good relationship of a rock, paper, scissors, like mushroom, with a little bit of a mix-up on the end. But generally, each comp does find a counter to each other.
Yeah, they do. Here we go, though. Immediately into action. OUG sent Zhao down to the low ground. SR Zhao on his lonesome. The rest of his team trying to make their way over, but they haven't been able to grab anything as down he goes. Jingyu with the fist, able to punch him to death, as now SR down a member, have to deal with the members of OUG. Junks coming in for the dashes. Baby U losing a fair chunk of HP. Junks actually doing a lot of work. Managed to get those fireflies early, dunking Baby U and taking him out. SR able to bounce back, should be able to pick their teammate back up, but they're actually holding it just because they don't know exactly where the OUG members are. They are going to get some of the healing back onto Zhao, as it looks like Jingyu's coming in just to make sure that they can't go for the full revive. OUG definitely playing this a little bit more tame, knowing that those ultimates are up there, but Junks gets some healing in just to keep him alive. Rico gets parried. Here comes the scale rush from Xinyu. Catches him for another knockup. Doesn't quite finish up onto Rico. Rico losing a lot of HP, though, as down he goes. Junks is the last man standing, and OUG will be able to finish him up nice and easy off the back of this one. It's going to have to be a miracle play from Junks. He's able to get a big chunk out, evades the dazzle. Xinyu is going to be left on his lonesome while they go pick up their teammate. Down goes Junks. OUG able to get Baby U back up on his feet. Nice start there for OUG.
OUG's start, I was just looking at the Syra skin. There's a Syra and Zai skin that just look so similar right now that it's very, very hard to tell the difference when you run against them. Now, all of these guys, when you are in the server, everyone's skin is set to default, so only as viewers, us spectating, sees their actually skins, their actual personalities. But Zai and Syra, sometimes confusing in the callouts. We are going to get ASC versus BBE. Miss just diving on in. White armor wants this off-spawn fight. Immediately throws an R&B and pops the Cyber ult. BBE in response is going to pop ult as well. And Miss has to be careful right now. Oh no! Stuck in the demi wall. He gets absolutely deleted. Roy Hee is going to return the favor though. And we are... Wait, Roy Hee is going to keep it going. Never mind. Yeah. ASC just gets absolutely rolled. BBE confused. They are very, very stacked right now already with purple weapons. And they just turned that around with a little bit of an overextension coming out from the team. Now we are going to get DRG at Yushan Ruins by fighting Owa's Meng. Going to be trying to cutting this out on Matari. Doesn't want to give up this free kill. DRG needs to keep closing distance, but the Invis denies any of that grapple stagger. He is going to get away from now. PV already moving away. The portal here, one of the best parts of playing this position. You can go back and forth between all the portals, and Meng is going to make his way out of here. DRG has to keep up with them, but you see Kakaxi, double movement error, doesn't get the grapple, doesn't have grapple distance to die there, and Meng is going to make his way out of there.
Really nice little escape there from Meng, able to escape, but GG now cutting over to them. Got themselves the best greatsword, best greatsword skin in the game. Just a massive baseball bat. Love it. Actually does feel like we're somewhat cooling off. Why we cool off, Raven? Is this the skin you were talking about on Syra?
Yeah.
So, I didn't realize it's like a school uniform. I thought they were like an Oktoberfest outfit. That was genuinely what I thought. It was like, it looks like an Oktoberfest outfit to me, that skin.
I thought the same thing when I looked at it, and then it kind of goes hand in hand with one of the Zai outfits, and a lot of teams right now, because of Zyphon, they run both, and it's very, very hard to call out which is which, at least in normal games. Now, in the Pro League, I haven't seen it as much, but definitely just on the global scene, I've seen it all the time in trios, these two skins kind of matching.
Yeah, I mean, I think I remember that skin. It's so similar, but might have to break away from that right now because OUG and ASC are looking for a potential scrap. ASC, fresh off a loss, just trying to get themselves some gear put together. They've got great armor across the board and I think a few great weapons as well. They're not in a particularly great standing. They're just going to run away. OUG actually would rather do a bit of spending right now, get themselves situated and prepared for the Realm of Yangs that will be spawning up in about 3 minutes time. Actually 2 minutes time now almost. So they're going to be get themselves a little bit more comfortable there. ASE, I don't think they're going to be able to put the gear together in time. So they're just going to have to sit this one out and maybe look for a Spirit Well or something just to get some extra bits of goodies. But definitely lost a bit of steam after those first 2 games, ASC. It's been a pretty sad one for them. The first 2 games, it felt like they could have won it. And then a couple of mistakes in those final circles actually cost them from taking the MVP, where JL got game 1 and then OG taking the last 2 games under their belt. ASC would like to at least get 1 MVP today and continue that streak of just mad points they've got on the board already. They're, like you said, pretty much guaranteed to go to bi-weekly finals. It's mathematically possible for them not to, but it would be... Actually, I don't think it is anymore. But even so, the odds of it are incredibly low that they're not going to make it. So what they're really looking forward, I think it's 12.5% of your points get carried over to the bi-weekly finals. ASC are looking to put as many points as possible together so that they can then carry that 12 point whatever points over and then basically get as close to match point as quick as possible.
Yeah. There's been so many times during bi-weekly finals where a team is so close to that MVP threshold where they're 1 point off. So every point really does matter, especially allowing you to end a tournament earlier and even like be able to run the composition you're most comfortable with, just because the phasing does rotate from round to round, and there's a good chance that you may not get your strongest composition. Now, most of these players are very flexible and are able to play multiple compositions, but at this level where everyone's skill is so high, there are outliers of people who are standing out. I was talking about how Baby U, Honest Takeda, an absolute monster. An upcoming talent that I haven't seen before is ZZZT on the Monk. His grabs have been crispy today, so you want to put your players, your star players, in positions where they have characters that can really influence. Now, it's pretty rare that teams have Monster Viper games as much as the other ones, just because it does tailor off going into end games. But we did see YZG do super well, and today we've seen ASC do really, really well with the Viper composition and showing their aggression overall, how it carries over from comm to comm. It kind of reminds me of Alliance's season last week. Now, we are going to be getting this Realm of Yang coming up. DRG happened to moonbane this, and I've been seeing this more and more. Solos, trios, it doesn't matter. More teams securing the Realm of Yang to deny the shenanigans of teams coming in looking to get a cheeky kill or looking to pick off one of your players. There's nothing more tilting that you're waiting for the Realm of Yang and your healer gets picked off right as it spawns, as your first 2 players go in. Now DRG doing a good job. We're going to use that F to stop everyone. Unfortunately, I said a good job and I cursed them. They don't get in.
They use the Bane's Breath and they still don't get anything. That is so heartbreaking for DRG. Kakaishi being forced to use the ultimate ASE, going for the pickoffs on the edge. They're looking to probably just escape away now. get some distance between them and DRG, wait out those ultimates, and then go for the re-engage. But meanwhile, Bowder and OUG inside a fight. Baby U already losing all of his armor. ZZT just going to put some work out here. Has got the ultimate and that F ready to go. Doesn't quite land the F, just uses it as a repositioning tool. The invisibility comes out from Namatari. ZZT now going to look for another use of the ultimate. Got the F up and available. Can slam down. Baby U's going to be the target. Able to hit him. Lots of healing coming in, though, from that Syra. ZZT finds himself dazzled and just caught out. Has to break away. They're going a little bit low. There comes the chain scythe, though. Fury and Shove lands onto ZZT as they're going just so low off the back of this one, and down they go. OUG find that turnaround. Baby U does finally fall, but Bowder, they invested too much to kill Baby U, and it is going to come at one hell of a price. Xinyu, no ultimate available, does miss out on the dazzle, but OUG actually getting juggled around a little bit here. They're trying to finish up Jing. Jing's so low. Jing's able to disengage, re-jumps back in as Xinyu's able to finish them up. The man advantage in favor of OUG. Zem almost finds that dunk, almost finds that final kill, but Xinyu's going to buy space for their teammate to get at least one pot off, get some healing in. Zem going oh so low. SS trying to get the extra damage in. Down goes Zem. That is going to be the win for OUG.
Yeah, OUG does a very good job of closing that out. Zen does his best to try to stall it out, but on the outside now, WZ does get that white tiger buff, does get the spirit well. They are on the Viper composition. They need to find a kill right now, and this is the tough part of going for millions. When you run into a true buff, oh, it looks like they were able to get the rest. It's not all three of them, but FPX is going to be taking this fight right now. U1 looking with that Hong sword. Does he have Rampage? It's so rare that you see people run Hong sword without the Rampage, but PB and Meng jumping into the fray as well. Backing up his teammate, it looks like they are going to close the distance. He's trying to create some space for them, but he does get surrounded by OA. Matari F's going to be dashing through, and Meng is going to execute FPX. WZ's going to come in with the V3 of Viper, trying to close it out. Meng does a good job of kiting into the corner. He does get his invis off. He is going to be able to dash out of there, and now the Syra ultimate's coming in with that bedazzle, peeling off all of this pressure. Invis players surrounding WZ's Loye. Nice Wu Chen heal is going to be coming in. Zyalt is going to come out from touch, trying to double team with this Syra ult and this Zyalt at the same time. Jiyu is going to be going down to PP. Wu Chen Port is going to be coming out, and it looks like they do have to give up WZ. Both WZ members end up going left and right to try to create some space with each other, but it looks like GG now is showing up to the party and trying to steal some kills.
Well, there's going to be the Sandstorm thrown down. PP just getting laser beamed up by 330, and that is just an easy kill there for 330 on the Syra. Really nicely used. Now putting a bit more damage down. 2-tick next up on the mark. 330 is able to get that one. They just continue to chase forwards. GG still got that Vermilion Bird Smite for 81 seconds, so they're feeling comfortable to continue to fight. And this is just a blender of damage from 330, melting through armor and health alike. So much work coming in from them. GG able to jump up to 8 kills off the back of that one. CGS will go down for his Bird Smite is popped, but that does not matter here. Another player falls. GG, they're sitting happy though. They've got a lot out of that Bird Smite. 4 kills and OA only got 2.
Bowder Jing is gonna fall right now. Syra's XCM is gonna take this guy. I feel like every time we're on XCM, he has to retreat on the Syra in these mid fights. Now on the Ballista, looks like Cookie looking to run some sniper play on the outside, but we dive back into the action. OUG Shinya onto OA's Mind. OA's Mind did get away last time. Created a ton of openings for his team. Can he do the same? Kiki is on Shinju, down to a last hit point situation. They are going to lose you. They are going to lose everyone, but I believe they had Yang to Vermilions, so they should be fine to res and find a new position. Now OA is going to roll up to this stash, see what's what, if there's any loot left over. Now unfortunately in a Mortal War, it's usually not loot going to be left over when you go in, because everyone is so starved for loot. Now speaking of starvation, monks have been eating all day, and SR is on the run. after ASC. Not really one of the best targets considering how aggressive ASC is. They have to be careful. They could just get turned on randomly if they don't play correctly. But I spoke too soon. They don't have to be careful. Monk's gonna get a grab and they're gonna take down one member of ASC.
ASC then have to re-engage, so they've got to try and save the life of their teammate. Maybe they had the money for the revives. ASC missed, using those laser beams, just trying to be a complete menace. Rico playing the escape game. Miss just continuing to apply pressure down as Junks now chasing on to Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen desperately trying to stay alive. It is a 2 versus 2 right now, but in comes the third. Junks with those dashes lined up is just going to continue to chase onto ASC. It's not been the greatest second half of the day for these guys. They started strong, ended weak, unfortunately. OUG sliding in to try and play tidy up on to these SR members. A lot of ultimates used. Xinyu's going to throw down the ultimate as well. Laser beams coming through. As Zhao, he can bell some of it, but he can't bell it all. That's going to be a nice and easy tidy up. Rico gets caught by the dazzle. And OUG slide in for yet another tidy up on a fight. Very, very nice performance from them so far. ASE missed though. Can he do anything? The problem is Zhao Wen is about to time out on their Karen. So it's going to be a hard one. Now, cutting over. GG versus JL inside the realm of Yang. No one's jumped in the second one either, so that can't stay empty or a freebie for someone. In comes One Feng. Jumps into CGS's pocket. He has to transform, but they're going to just play evasion now. Wait this one out. CGS got the Fu wrench up. The sandstorm's thrown down. Gives a nice little area for them to hide in. One Feng trying to play around on the edge of that sandstorm. Not really getting the opening that he wants, as they're actually doing a lot of damage to the members of JL. Good grab comes in. They're going to get some slices down onto LXM. He is able to disengage with his life, though. CGS gets caught out. Now they need to find these dazzles on to the Monk. Try and find that re-grab. But the problem is JL's Cuckoo is losing so much HP. One Feng isn't doing enough work, unfortunately, on the Monk. And that's now timed out for 3-3-0 with the man advantage, with the ult advantage. Are looking to just tidy this one up. Dot the I's, cross the T's. And down goes JL. GG, making it look easy in this game. Really, really solid performance from them as One Feng falls.
You did a really good job of getting maximum value before they ultimate and backing each other up perfectly, covering each other's releases with some nice light attacks. And GG ends up stalling out their ults as well, getting maximum value. Just that extra 5 to 10 seconds where the enemy team doesn't have an ult really pays off. But GG has been asleep for a lot of the day. They did well, but we're not using. We don't see them usually perform this way. Usually they're always in the top 3 and having a dominant weekly qualifier. Now, if I have to choose whether or not I dominate the qualifier or I dominate the bi-weeklies, we definitely go with that. So GG last year was the most winning team in trios until Worlds, where Wolves really stole it away from them. Now, technically, Wolves kind of plays like GG anyway. This would have been one of the cooler things I've seen. It's just how far Syra can actually get in the air. And clearly, it's not far enough when Draco Storm rolls up. And OA is going to pick up a kill onto Bauda's Zem.
Nice little pick up there for OA. Playing very, very well. Is it OA or is it QA? It's OA, right? Yeah, because there's no Q there. I know my letters. I know it's... Yeah, it is, yeah. I was looking at our font and was making sure that our O's don't look like Q's. They don't. I'm an idiot. OA with that Draco Storm, able to secure themselves another kill. OA are a bit of an unsung team this week so far. In the bi-weekly finals, they came second. They had 20 points in the final game. They were quite a few points behind YZG overall, but they could have MVP'd potentially and stole away that win from YZG. But these guys are definitely a team to watch. Get your eyes on. I mean, YZG were a big team for me to watch. So I'm happy to see that they did have that really solid performance. But OA right now in 14th place, but this is their first game day. They play Friday next week as well. So I have every faith that they will qualify for the bi-weekly finals again. Been having a pretty solid day so far. I mean, 32 points already. You're sitting happy with that. If you can get like 45 plus points on a day, that's a pretty good setup to then go to bi-weekly finals, providing your day 2 isn't absolutely horrendous. As JL gets a nice parry onto Zem, takes him out. As WZ taking a fight here versus JL. They've got themselves the Tessa Urn onto Cuckoo, but I don't think that's even going to get popped because he is just deleted. WZ, able to get their second kill, third kill actually, of this game. And put them up to 12 points. They have a lot of work to do. This is still their first day, but they're going to have a lot of work to do if they want to make it to bi-weekly finals on Friday. It's going to be a hard ask for them. Transform comes out from One Feng inside the zone. He's just using it for a little bit of extra health and looking for those grabs. Gets hit by the Tessa Urn, and that's probably going to spell One Feng's demise. He can cancel it out, but he doesn't get the de-transform out in time. So that is one dead monk. WZ, 4 kills in. Not a bad go for this game.
Yeah, WZ absolutely melts that monk right now. And looking at the scoreboard, SR with 5, GG with 12, OUG with 9, FPX with 3, JL with 2. WZ is going to make their way out of here. SR is going to track them down, but OA does have 8. Bowder does have 6. WZ has 4. 22 people left. Not that many left, and it looks like the aggression just cranked to the moon. Even though we have a little bit more durability of compositions, basically Viper and Zai look like the days where people just aren't getting the S tier pick, aren't getting like Monk or Kylan, so they're just kind of, it's kind of wise that they're just going for those teams instead and using process of elimination to really pick out their cherry pick their targets, so they get the best outcome possible. Now, this is what I was saying before, HitBrain, that usually the premier monks are what we've seen over the years, like Eagle, 330. Now 330 has transitioned to more of a support role, I'd say, for most of the team comps I see him playing in. Now, gold weapon, gold armor, Zai is also a force to be reckoned with. So I feel like as the seasons progress, more and more this global or this teamwork that you were seeing in NBPL will hopefully reach the metas of the global stage to make it a point that the game definitely requires such high precision teamwork right now. We got Dreadful Whale on the Matari, away, fighting out GG right now. Both of them looking to take this Spirit Well. Who will take it though?
GG, like you said, with that Dreadful Whale, have so much zone control. They've also got the Staff Soul Jade. It's by a lot of space as well. But OA are able to bully their way in. They throw down PP's ultimate. And it looks like GG just decide it's not worth the heat. They've had a good enough start to this game. I say that, and they go for the re-engage. They were just timing it out. Tutik comes in with a slam from that Meteor. LXM trying to put a bit of damage out. Has still got the Furen shove to work with. Is now Tutik losing a lot of HP. The Dreadful Whale from CGS is huge to secure that kill. GG now got that Furen shoves available. Sandstorm breaks out. OUG doing their best to try and fight them off as the third party comes in to go for the shutdown. OUG, they've got their own ultimate to time out here. GG been very, very tempered on their ults, waiting until the right moment to throw it down. Waited out the previous ones, but this time around, they're going to throw out their Sandstorm. CGS gets parried, though, on top. Is able to pick his weapon back up. I don't know if he has his dagger anymore, though. Don't know if that was taken from him, so the Dreadful Whale may be somewhat dissuaded. Zinyu continue to fire out. GG make their way forwards and continue to control the area. CGS has been knocked back. He's got golden halberds, but yeah, he's down the daggers, so the Dreadful Whale is lost here as OA able to re-engage back in and try and get control of this. They've got their own Dreadful Whale to work with. It's going to be very hard to push up on to this one, but OUG not willing to give it up quite yet. FPX have also made their way over. This Soul Well has got the whole lobby collapsing in on it. The dome has collapsed, so everybody's going to lose that little safety net, and now the ranged attacks are going to start to rain in onto whoever holds the Spirit Well. There's two teams with the variant challenges on them as well right now, so two people got a lot of info. Well, two teams have got a lot of information on what's going on around them. It's Fuyan holding on right now for this Soul Well. Does look like there was a bit of a re-engage. We see Mist from ASC get taken out in the middle of all of that. It's GG re-engage back in onto the Soul World. They want to be the ones to grab it. The zone's collapsing in. SR trying their hardest, but GG now got themselves the ultimate from the Syra, about to time out as Junk's trying to get onto that Soul World. Looks like he's just going to control it for now. FPX slide in. And I think FPX is just going to steal this one away at the last moment.
Yeah, nice job from FPX to get this timing on. They have to be careful though, because going into zone, so many of these teams who are contesting are going to be definitely waiting right now. Now, good thing for them, they do have Draco Storm coming in, so it's not really the best fight to aggro the Draco Storm. Now, everyone looks like they're going to be trying to back out. Unfortunately, not able to get out, and a rare mistake from GG. They are going to lose a man right there, transitioning to endgame now. Man, just eating the fire breath over and over, getting juggled by Moonbane. Really awful feeling. CGS, he's going to try to deny any of these kills, making his way left and right, using the Dreadful Whale, but I believe he got tagged by range. Nope.
Yeah, he didn't.
He's out of combat. That's a nice min-max from GG, not giving any free kills out, and we got 17 people left. Going into this next end game, lots of trees to work with, so Viper's still going to have a ton of playability, even though WZ is having a bad day. It's kind of a poor position for Monk, just because there's so many things that can block your grab in this position. So, ideally, again, Siphon is going to be in a good position, but I spoke too soon. You just gets executed by Cuckoo, just like a full triple charge. He took it to the chest, plus a follow-up focus attack, and even the best players can die to the most basic of moves.
Looks like SR are going to be able to secure themselves this Spirit Well. I say that, in comes some contesting. Zhao gets smacked to the face. Bouillon gets grabbed out of the sky though. FPX doing their hardest to try and hold on. Are just going to re-engage. Remember, they still have that Draco Storm, so they're not feeling too pressured right now. Zhao about to lose his transform. I don't think he's going to get a slam out in time, as there he goes in for the D-transform. 60 seconds still left on FPX though with this Draco Storm. It'll be incredibly hard to push up onto them. There was a massive heap of damage immediately thrown out with the transform from JL's Wonfeng, looking for the grab. He's now going to go for the control of the Soul Well. And it looks like actually it's just going to be a back off from FPX. I mean, they've still got Draco Storm, but they blew a lot of ultimates. JL just throwing theirs down to get control. Now A going to take this as a chance to jump in. Spirit Well basically on the edge of the zone though, so there's not much space to stand on inside this circle. OA find themselves getting absolutely destroyed there by 2-6 with a Hong Sword. Got a lot of work. OA though, not willing to give it up quite yet. PP transforms, and now it's just going to be throwing out the dazzles and the extra bits of damage. JL holding on though as fast as they can for this. They're about to get the cash out. There it is. It's going to be a Mystic Might, so not the greatest buff of all the buffs to get. They are going to quickly de-earn themselves, but beyond that, Mystic Might's going to give you a bit of information to work with, and you get a bit of extra loot just going into this final circle.
At 3 minutes and 25 seconds, things are winding down right now. We got multiple Transformer teams, 2 of them, 2 Xiphon teams, and 1 Viper team. Now, with these trees, Viper's going to have a lot of playability here, a couple of plays, and unfortunately for Monk, not the best position for him. Now, if it's Wonfeng, I believe, a lot of players are going to be jumping up and down the trees, giving him this opportunity. Now, unlike the previous rounds, no ult zone, so he can go into the rotation of Transformers, what they're known for, being able to pop ult, grab a few, get those kills up, and let his teams save those soul blooms for him. But the trees are coming in to the picture, like I was saying before. Very easy for these high mobility players to kind of get away. Unfortunately for Meng, JL is able to surround and cook him before he's able to pop his F, before he's able to pop his ult to kind of create space for himself. And now a mistake right there is going to set up JL to go a little bit more aggro than he normally would go. He still has the Monk ult on deck. He's taking a ton of damage right now, trying to pick off anyone who is low. Now, it looks like they're going to just like put the weight on the back of this Monk for this endgame heal off instead of leading with the Monk ult in this position. Now, no one's really forced him to ult right here. He is going to match though, and V2 is going to drop down. Monk looking for the double grab. JL's Wonfeng looking left, looking right. They're not going to be boxing with each other. Instead, they're going for everyone else. This is a tough part of the retreat. All these squirrels jumping up and down from the skies. Can any of the Monk catch them? Whoop Gem Port is going to come out. Junks is going to find a kill right now. And the betrayal comes in. The Monk has a double grab, and he's interrupting SR Zhao's super frustration right now, coming out from him. But now, JL out of ultimates. Kylan is going to come online, and now Fong trying to keep the pressure, looking to hold anyone down for this Kylan. But these trees, Hipbrain, these trees just offering so much cover for everyone, and no one is going down yet. So JL has to pop that Kylan out, knocks OUG's Jinyu into the zone right now. Now with these double charts, cleaning up the ground, sending this Viper flying right now, and WZ is gonna lose their player as well. 8 people left alive, 5 people left alive. JL's Cuckoo is going to find a kill as well. Cyra's going to be popping his ult. Now it's just a game of stall, a game of grappling to the air to try to last to the very last second. But JL's One Fong is going to pop his ultimate, is going to go to the center and start throwing grabs to the sky. OA, WZ, and SR all trying to survive this last little bit, get a one more kill maybe, but this is a cleanup for JL, a layup. This tree in the way right now. It's not gonna matter right now. One Fong's gonna find that one kill, and SR's Rico, last one left standing, trying his best to delay. Does get grabbed and gets that little bit of kill. But wait, LNB, look for the soul bloom. He might be able to tie this right now. They need to finish him off. He does get one more kill. But
no, a soul bloom.
Oh no, and he is able to stall it out and find that tie, denying that extra little bit of points. But still, another dominant performance from JL.
Yeah, JL get their second victory for the day. One game number 1. Here we are for game number 2, looking real big. A lot of monks in that lobby. I was very surprised to see that on Holoroth, but they felt comfortable to lock it in. Morus Isle coming up next as well. More Firefly action as well, but damn, JL. I honestly, genuinely, for a moment, I thought WZ actually could have turned it. They had 7 kills. They had their whole team alive. They had all of that crowd control. And if they could just get it to the final circle, that crowd control absolutely decimates once you're in the zone. It would have been absolutely brutal. They would have been able to finish up all of those kills. But they lost their Tessa, and then very quickly after lost their Viper. And a Wu Shen on his own is not going to 1v5 a lobby. It's just not going to happen. He's going to get absolutely rolled, and he got taken out very quickly, and then suddenly it came down to the last 3 members of JL. Really nice job holding on, though, on that zip to tie up on the win. Get those kill multipliers. Sit quite happy off the back of that one. Yeah,
always
be feeling good with himself.
Always winnable. There's a lot of min-maxing. It's not about the rounds that you should win. It's about the rounds that you don't win, that you still find some value off of. That damage control ends up coming big. And the clutch up from the zipping to save off from the heal off reminds me of the old zipping days. Now, one thing that's a little bit interesting now that everyone's playing these end games right now, we've seen more ties in NBPL than we've ever seen before in the past. I can't remember a time where there have been so many ties. Now, I think this is due to the fact that it is a 12-team lobby now versus 14 versus 16. It's not as hectic anymore where you get super stacked teams. It's a lot more controlled, and we're seeing that control being executed perfectly by JL. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen, the split random gifts are dropping. Question for you guys in the chat: how many players chose Syra in game 4? Was it A5, B6, C7, or D6? If you're one of the lucky ones to get this correct in the chat, you will get a prize.
Make sure you check that whisper box. It's a lot. It was a lot of players playing the Syra. Surprise, surprise. That has kind of been the tail of MBPL this split. A lot of people are playing that Syra. They've put a lot of value on it, and I mean, why not? The character is crazy good at the moment and fits well into a lot of comps, which is the main thing. We see a lot of teams playing it, a lot of different comps like the Syra, the Sand Siphon, this Justina, the various Justina comps that we see all seem to play it as well. It's got a lot of impact. It does a lot. I'm enjoying watching Syra plays. I feel like, you know, they are very strong, they are very oppressive, but it is always really fun having a look at that one. But let's have a look at the overall scoreboard now. We've tallied the points up GG and JL, 0.5 points separating them, but JL are enough to close it out and take the W there. GG goes second. SR with 12 points at the end. OA with 12 points as well. OUG with 10 points. Nobody didn't score. SS1 only got a single point, but everybody got something from that game. And WZ, that's the best damn game they've had in a while. 8.5 points there for themselves. They should be very happy off that one.
Yeah, it's just so hard to get points within the league. And this is the first time, like you said, HipRain, everyone got a little bit. BBE trying to pick up the pace right now, you know. Not that bad. And for the first time, we see ASE a little bit cooled off for this lobby, not getting that traction going. Same thing, actually, now OUG with 10. It's a lot. And this is something that just overall, you're seeing such a more flattened point system just because placement multiplier and isn't as big of a thing anymore. Before, a lot of the top 5 teams would cruise, only play for endgame, not really risk a lot. But now, you have to have such a big advantage as far as loot, as far as kills to MVP around, that more teams definitely land off spawn more aggressively and play for Yang a lot more in order to secure these MVPs. Now, looking at the overall stats, Cuckoo, almost 30k in healing. One Fong, not getting that as much impact on the Monk as we've seen before, but their Kylan, 25k damage, 9 kills, doing a ton of work just after OUG's you said that Kylan is probably the strongest character in trios.
Just crazy to me. We've had a Lani game and haven't seen a Lani since, unfortunately, but here we are at the overall points. 17 points for WZ, sitting right at the bottom of that table. OA, they've got some work to do again, but all but BBE. This is the first game day they've had of this bi-weekly, so they still got Friday next week, so a lot of space for these teams to climb. FPX also, I'd be a bit scared if I was FPX right now, because out of all of the teams sitting in the middle of the table, these are teams who have only played one day. You're onto your second. You could become what I like to call the benchmark team, a team who on the Friday next week, they could potentially just be that benchmark to beat, and once you beat them, you take their spot in bi-weekly finals. ASC, as bad as the day has been for them, at least these last couple of games, they're still 120 points. Like, these guys, they'd love to be first by the end of today. They'd love to be first by the end of next Friday as well. But regardless, they're pretty much in bi-weekly finals. Like, I don't think anyone can knock them out of bi-weekly finals anymore. So they're sitting pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, ASC has been on fire, just so much aggression. Now, this is the first round that they kind of slowed down. SS1, I don't recall which team that SS1 has been playing. Haven't been as loud today as they've been previously. Their other day, 76 points is absolutely insane in one day. We definitely seen a lot of SR, a lot of GG as well as far as casting. Now, I'm going to be looking at the highlights for this Holoroth. BBE's Void, oh my goodness. ASC rolls up with the white armor, so much confidence, and BBE just smacks them away, just being like, nah. Just full Jades, blue armor, off spawn, ready to set up for Yang, and they just deny it completely. 330 on the Syro. He's been looking crispy all day. Now Cookie on the Ballista, raining down fire onto the lobby, catching so many people, catching Bauta's Jing. Big kaboom there on his way out there, not able to get away. And again, Shinyu on the Syra, closing this out. This zone fight, just drowning in the zone. Now, GG inside the Rumble Yang is going to get that juggle. Get the follow-up. Kylan's JL not able to get away, and GG is able to secure this out. Now, GG did have Dreadful Whale for that first Spirit Well, able to find a ton of kills with it, able to secure the position, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Instead, JL on the Transformers and their Kylan able to come through and take everyone down. Now, this was a huge clutch by the zipping of SR, managing to deny that first place and get that tie through.
Yeah, I mean, Honestly, the thing I can't get over is how disappointing that was for ASC because they spent so many hero points. They went down to 4 hero points for this game and then got rolled for it. But JL finding another amazing game. 25,000 damage coming in from XX1 UO. 9 kills under his belt. Again, not actually any whole health Soul Jades this time around. It just took a damage reduction Soul Jade and then Juggernaut. But a pretty relaxed setup of Soul Jades. And I know we're not in the old era where people would have like minimum 3 gold Soul Jades each. And, you know, it's rarer, but to have only 1 purple at this point is actually kind of crazy here. JL still making it work on this Kylan. Really, really big performance. 15,000 damage. They did over half their damage with their skills and ultimates. That's bonkers.
Yeah, Transformers have always rotated abilities back and forth in order to get value. That's a great point you brought up, that the Jades these days, we're not seeing as stacked teams where they just have every range Jade in the world, every gold Jade in the world. Like they have every Merciless, they have Rupture Gale on like 2 players, or they have Fire Arrows, like a full bow setup. And they have Group Heal, Advanced Heal. We see a lot more balanced end games where the team's abilities ends up being more important. Now, generally the top 2 teams will have their choice at one of the gold Jades at the store, but it's usually so expensive that only the 3 richest teams could afford it. And remember, there's only one of those Jades to go around, and it's a little bit random of which Jades are going to be available. So it's an interesting point you brought up, HipRain, that it is pretty rare now that we get teams that they're stacked on armor, they're stacked by having weapons, but they aren't stacked with a lot of overpowered Jades like they used to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's, you know, I remember back in the day where you'd see like Meteor, Rupture Gale Orb on like a monk, and then it'd have like whatever weapons, 2 gold Soul Jade. Like the setups were bonkers back in the day. And, you know, I know there's a lot of people liked the change because they felt that like it put a bit more skill into the game, but you instead of just like relying on Soul Jades, building up your Dark Tide coins. And we used to have like a period in the game where people would just go play lottery at the shop. They'd run over with like a bunch of Dark Tide coins and just start rolling until they hit Soul Jades that they could use. That era's kind of gone. In a way, I do kind of miss the absolutely nutty Soul Jade setups, but I will say it makes it a lot more exciting now when you see a Dreadful Whale, when you see an Aurora Burst, when you see those kind of like major game-changing Soul Jades, because that's like it's a rarity nowadays, where back in the day it was like every game like 3 players would have Aurora Burst, 3 players would have Dreadful Whale. I mean, not many people used to use that back then, but we did used to see the odd player who would pull it out. I can't remember who it was now. That's annoying. There used to be a player who used to always rock Soldier Golden Dagger every game. In fact, I think it was Wang Liang, right? Back in solos, who would like they'd go to Final Circle with a grey dagger if they couldn't find a blue one. Like they only play dagger. It might not be Wang Liang. I can't remember who it was now.
It's definitely Fong. He was known for doing the shenanigans of dropping all the weapons. Now Wang Liang is now Edward. He did have a very strong solos. He actually won the bi-weekly solos. But he didn't make Worlds for the first time in a long time, and he definitely showed up this season with a ton of motivation. But the dagger god you're talking about is definitely Fong. Now, not to be accused with one Fong on JL right now, 2 different players right now. In trios, has there ever really been a weapon one trick? I can't really recall. One thing that's very consistent, at least in trios, is they pretty much will always have a pulse or spear on deck. Now, depending on the Jades, people will rotate around, but you must almost always see a pole sword in trios, and usually the position 2s run it and look for flanks, big hits. Now, something that's new, definitely in 2024 and 2025, is a more defined role of a set flanker, kind of like the lurk role we see in other games, where someone is always going to be baiting the team to look for flanks. We're seeing that a lot more now in NARAKA. Now, they did add the 180 parry, so it did weaken that position a little bit more, but we're still seeing that teammates now will set up and bait for their other teammates. And there are a lot of weapons that are a little bit better than others when doing this. Like, not every weapon in NARAKA is kind of created equal. The weapons that are faster end up being a little bit better for these roles. Now that's why I'm really curious to see how Flying Knives really gets interpreted into this meta as we move forward, especially with the damage it's done. I do think they're probably going to overtune the damage with the next iteration of it, but I'm excited to see whether or not like Lonnie, Dagger, and how these teams kind of evolve. In the beginning of the season, there weren't that many Transformers, Hiprain. So now we're seeing like a pretty big bloom of it. So what are we going to see by the next bi-weekly finals? That's going to be the answer to it. We saw a little bit of Vipers, but will we see some even new things coming out? I mean, we haven't seen Yushan in forever. It's cool to see Justina now back in the meta. We saw that Valda Lonnie. I feel like that might have been a one-time thing. I don't know if we'll see more of that moving forward.
I would love to see more Valdilani, whatever. Valdilani showing up. Valdilani, there we go, showing up. But I mean, there's one pick which we did see last week actually. Didn't have great success. Kind of been nerfed heavily, but is an old school counter to the monk. And that's Yoto kicking about. I would be very interested to see if the players think about bringing Yoto out as a bit like, it's obviously not going to be a top tier pick, but it is a cost saver pick. I believe the Yoto comp was, I can't remember what it wasn't like old school traditional Yoto, but I believe there was like a Viper Yoto, maybe Justina, not Justina. It could have been Justina or Farah. I can't remember what that comp was now, but
the old school
one team
was
has
a Viper Yoto Temi.
Yeah, that's old school. But we did see recently some Yoto. It didn't have great success again though. But I feel like it's one of those picks that's in the back of a lot of these players, because we had a season where Yoto was like the only pick you could really pick in any game mode, whether that be solos or trios. So I'll be interested to see. And Yoto has her strengths, because eventually, when you get into that final circle, Yoto is insane, because it doesn't matter where the final circle is. If you're in a building, if you're out in the open, if you're stacked up, Yoto can take up really high to the sky and will just be able to slash down. She's quite good into the monk. Obviously, they did nerf her years ago with her monk counter, because her primary reason for being a counter to monk was his inability to grab her. They did remove that and made it so it's after the first slash she can be grabbed. So, and a lot of players are also very good at dodging the Yoto slashes now. They've kind of just learned the timings and like how to evade being caught. But it is always one of those picks that I long to see. Everyone knows I'm a big Valda fan, but I'm also a big Yoto fan. Like, Yoto was my first character, so got a lot of love for her.
Yoto was definitely one of my first characters, at least in the first season. For solos, I was at one of the first F3 Yotos, just camping it up. It was just so durable back then. The duration was longer. You didn't get much value off your ult, because now the modern day Yoto is omnidirectional, and we saw a little bit of it coming back, like you were saying, with Cannonball. A lot of what we've been seeing today is Cannonball variations. Anyone, 2 characters plus Varia, essentially. Everyone's looking for the answer to this Kylan monk, and the Justina. I feel like Justina Syra Varia is very, very strong as well. Has so much burst potential, but we mainly saw it later in the day. Now we're moving on to what I like to call that championship round. For the teams that this is their second day, they need to show up and get around that 70 to 80 point threshold to guarantee their qual into the bi-weekly finals, or else day 3 comes along and they just got to watch and hope that their competitors do not end up passing them. But game 5, we're going to get this last game of Morus kicking off. It is going to be, I believe, a nighttime. We'll definitely be ending on a Perdoria nighttime. I still like seeing Morus games, a lot of nostalgia on it, but I definitely love the new map. So beautiful compared to the other two, but it's just the OG. It's where NARAKA all started, and it's definitely the comfort pick for a lot of these teams on this Morus. There's just so many positions on this Morus that everyone has ran over and over. It's very easy to navigate and kite through. And that's why we saw on that one round, SS clutching up with his kite to buy time for his two teammates in order to find the 2v1 kill, bringing it back. Now, moving forward, I wonder what we'll see today. You were predicting before, Hiprain, and you were wrong last time. What do you think the prediction is going to be for this lineup on this Morus? I'm gonna throw it out. I think the Vipers might be coming out again.
Yeah, I mean, Morus is a Viper map through and through. Like, lots of trees, especially if you get like a Sunwing's Rest final circle. There's so many trees where Viper can get really high up and then just drop down on everyone and find those big stuns. I'm wondering how many more monks these players have got in them, because we've had a lot of monk picks today, so it's going to start to get costly. The big underlining fact to that, though, is not many people have actually spent all that many points yet. I think ASC are the only team who have, like, actually blown quite a lot of points, so we could see some of these teams actually hold on to these picks so they can get monk to Perdoria. I feel like this is probably the one where I say this and I'm going to be wrong again, Raven. Like, this happens every time, but I genuinely think that we won't see that many monks on this lobby, even though typically Morus Isle is a monk map. I think a lot of teams are going to save their monk picks for their final game and then go all in on a monk on Perdoria, because we've seen teams absolutely loving monk on Perdoria, but the vice versa, or the kind of counterpoint to that is there's a lot of fireflies on Perdoria, more than there are on any other maps. And while fireflies are great for monk because it gets him his transform as quick as possible, typically skirmish teams are the ones that really love the fireflies. Your Zais, your Takedas, even your blind dates, because Tessa builds up ult charges so quickly because she gets 2 ult charges effectively. But like, we do see a lot of teams actually favor those kind of style of teams. So I'm actually struggling to properly predict what we're going to be seeing in this game. The one thing we can be damn certain of is Syra's going to show up in number, but like beyond that, I'm a little bit interested in what they're going to be taking into Holoroth, because I've never seen a game 5 where most of the lobbies still have most of their points left over.
Yeah, I mean, if you're lucky enough and the phasing just lines up for you, where you get to pick the comp that you really want for each map, there's no really reason to invest points. But let's say, I feel like a lot of the teams, they wait till the very end to really invest. And I think it is, you have a good point that it might make sense to, instead of waiting to the end to guarantee a comp, instead just make sure your compositions are a little bit more flexible. You have more chances to win those situations. Instead, try to get ahead a little bit earlier instead of putting more pressure in the end. We are going to get the highlights here of OA on their Xiphon composition versus Transformers right now. Orb's coming out looking for the stagger. Monk is going to get really low. He does get a shove off onto the Monk. Back-to-back shoves. The CC on Syra on the Transformers just so much right now. Kylan is going to be ulting right now to try to peel against OA. Triple charge is going to be coming out, but he does get hit, forcing out the gold F at the end. And you're just seeing the power of Syra. That's the first instance that I've seen really a Xiphon be able to be a Transformers. Normally, if Monk threatens to grab the Syra, it's very hard for her to get crowd control onto Monk. She has to really concentrate on dodges, minimizing her damage potential. But interestingly enough, we see a decent Monk fry there, but it was closer to the end. I believe their prio target was on someone else. The Monk just wasn't able to create that pressure. Now, it's very hard to grab people though when Matari invises everyone and you're a Monk. Everyone's flying around. Super, super tough to find that grab. Even inside the realm of Yang, a lot more teams in 2024 definitely worked on their pillar play in trios and solos. Kelly really changed the game on what was possible on the pillar. So before, the meta was flying to the sky, dropping down with a well lined up blind spot focus attack. Now it's really this pillar play where you're dashing back and forth and you're denying a lot of line of sight to your opponents, and you're getting in those sneaky flanks off those scale rushes in the mid fight. Dedicated flanking has become a thing in trios, and I really want to see how, with all the new movement tech and ideas, how teams are going to really cook monks with this pretty heavy transformer meta. Now, we opened the season without a lot of transformers. Now we have a lot more transformers. I want to see more technique of how teams are going to counter them moving forward.
Well, here we are getting ready to go into that hero select. ASC moving up to second round selection. They were in last round selection when they burnt all their points. So for the final game, they are going to be on that first round. So they do have a little bit of flexibility off the back of that, meaning they'll probably get whatever they want for that last game. But it'll be interesting to see what they do with their points off the back of this one. And yeah, like I said, I think the one thing we can guarantee is Syra is going to show up en masse into this game 5 and probably into the game 6. Character is in every comp at the moment. See what they're going to be looking for. Bowder ZZT on our screen, or ZZZT. I can't get all the Z's in, but this guy looked very, very good today. Really, really good today. I'm excited to see more from this guy. They have only got 5 points though, so they'll be going back down to third selection in the last game. So they have to be somewhat careful with their points here, going to 0 as they lock in the Xiphon. And it is just Xiphon across the board, apart from OUG who go for the Sand Siphon, putting them onto 0 points. This is going to be an expensive round, I think, for some of these teams. SR not burning a single point, actually, and happy to lock in that Monk comp. Monk comp as well for ASE. We haven't seen them perform that well. As soon as they got off their, like, Justina picks with the Viper, they've definitely started to struggle a little bit more here. So keeping our eyes on this Sand Siphon getting locked in for SS1. Sand Siphon for JL as well. That's going to put Takeda up a notch, and Syra up another notch on the hero point increase. GG happy to lock in the Monk off the back of that one. Only one blind date so far. I was about to say no blind dates. DRG locking that one in. Let's see what WZ and OA have up their sleeve. WZ, fresh off a very good game. They should be very happy with themselves for that game 4. They need to keep it going though. 2 more games to go. Get some extra points on the board. Make sure that Friday is as good as possible. Wow, OA and WZ just went all out on the point expenditure there, locking in some Sand Siphon to round it out. So a lot of Sand Siphon here, and not as much Monk.
Sand Siphon, always going to be a staple. The dominance of it for the past 2 years now. I'm surprised how much Xiphon came out, and I feel like because of the phasing, teams are really setting up the lobby down the line. I feel like when teams see that Zais have been banned and have a points on, I still feel like Transformers definitely has the edge on Zai. Maybe we'll see something that proves the contrary moving forward. But I did expect Vipers to be out in this lobby. It's hard to pick Viper when you see Matari and Zai ahead of you are going to be banned out. Now, the lobby definitely goes to a very durable lobby again. A lot of scaling teams now. The budget composition of Xiphon is out there. They're going to be looking for those nice timings. They get a little bit of more of a power spike in that mid game before Takeda gets online, before Monk and Kylan get online. Now, Kylan does a really good job, though, of denying Zai's pressure. So it's really on the back of Matari and Syra to really get momentum going in a fair 3v3. But I'm very, very curious now that we have GG on Transformers. They were the creators of the Valda Monk Wombo going into Worlds, and 330 on his comfort pick, on what he's known for. This Monk, what can you show me? We got 3 monks in the lobby, so there's going to be a good chance we're going to see it in Yang. And we're finally into game 5. Looking at the spread right now, multiple 3-team locations around the Fireflies. We have a really, really decent spread and a couple of isolated landing spots from a couple of teams. Now to the north, Sunwing has going to have SR. OUG and SS1 going to duke it out on the Firefly spot just south of Celestia. At Sunwing, looking closer, SR, JL, ASU, but SR on the Fireflies as well. ASU on the outside Fireflies. Everyone running really a Firefly strategy near each other. Going to be a very explosive round off spawn.
Yeah, going to be a very, very explosive round. I mean, last time I went to Morus Isle, it was a bloodbath. The teams were constantly scrapping it out. I expect that to be more so now that we've got Fireflies and people are going to have their ultimates charged up nice and quick. Bowder already with the fists looking to run in. They probably want to grab some weapons ASAP. There it is. Got a gun. Got the hung sword onto ZZT. He's got purple armor already. Does not really want to be giving that one up. Just definitely looking for the fight. Here comes the F. I don't know if that actually made a connection, though, on to ZGE. He's just trying to make a breakaway for it. Bowder charging up the Scale Rush. Kiki trying to make a break for it. DRG able to take down Jing in the middle of all of the action, but looks like FPX have been put onto the back foot, being hunted down. ZZT will fall as DRG are able to secure themselves another kill. And that purple armor for Kakaishi, that is going to be very nice for him. He's just going to quickly heal that one back up. Bowder picking Jing up. They're able to do the old wrap around and make sure that they don't all go down.
Yeah, Bowder ends up claiming this cave right now. It is Morus a nighttime. OUG north of Celestia versus S1. They're going to pop that no ult zone. Rolling around. They don't want to hard engage right now. Looks like they're going to be backing off with Shinyu. They didn't get the loot that they wanted to do. SS1 willing to split off and peel off. Waiting to see what the Firefly team to the north is going to be doing. So
yeah, well, looks like SR hunting onto JL here. JL being forced backwards as SR actually purple armor again. There's a lot of really stacked armor on some of these players. Just gonna pop the no ult zone. They don't want any of this heat. This is one of the bonuses of when you're on a Firefly map. If you don't feel comfortable, if you don't get the Fireflies, you can jump to a no ult zone. Look to fight it up as Junks loses a big chunk of armor, immediately gets jumped onto. The zip healing comes in. That purple armor could be up for grabs here for JL. SR Junks knocked out of the no ult zone. Doesn't really want to press that R button, knowing that JL can just peel backwards, but there it is. Zhao goes in for his transform as SR trying to force them back. JL have used their Syra ultimate as well, so just beaming down onto Zhao. You can get that, the right click and get the stun orb onto the head of the monk and stun him up. JL being down a player, definitely going to be costing them some problems. Cuckoo just firing up from the sides. Cuckoo trying to get not grabbed up, but Zhao's able to get it. Can slam him in and just cancel the ultimate there. Really nicely used. Comes down with the slap. The stomp doesn't quite hit it. He's just going to continue to put the pressure on. SR trying to find the revives onto Junks, able to get it. JL, can they make this work for themselves? They're down a player already. One thing will time out, and SR find the turnaround. XX1 loses all of his armor, does get a bit of a save from his teammate, but in comes the follow-up damage. And this should just be the end, although Junks is doing some work here with the dashes. May be able to get it. Jumps into the no ult zone and gets his ult cancelled, unfortunately. JL making a run for it, gets the knockback onto a couple of members. It's just Cuckoo, though, on his lonesome. Rico coming in for the turnaround for the sidey up, and that is SR able to win the fight.
That no ult zone almost came in clutch. Monk accidentally de-transforming as he goes in for a slam, but it ends up not influencing the fight in the end. FPX on the Zai. Siphon, but being chased down by DRG. Kakashi still has his Viper ultimate. FPX doesn't want to take this fight, knowing the Viper ult is still online, but only one grapple left on Kakashi. Trying to close the distance, trying to get in the middle right now, but FPX is doing a good job of splitting it up. Zai ult's going to be invested going in. F2 going to flying in. Good dodge from Kiki on the Zai, denying a ton of this pressure, but he's going to get lifted off the ground. Matari's going to come in with the PL. Wuchen is going to be healing up. Kakashi, no ult's going to be coming out. He has to be careful right now. He won't have enough health to ult and influence this fight, but the V3 is really, really late. It's not going to matter. FPX is going to take him down before he can heal. A little bit of a misstep, but Baudo now is coming in with a third party. FPX reeling from this situation. A little bit left on their Zai ultimate, but Now it is XEF's turn on the Syra. Gonna get the stagger right now, but FPX gonna respond, stunning back. FPX desperately trying to hold down one of them, but XEM on the other side, getting the juggle onto the Matari, stunning him over and over and over, lifting him off the ground. The Matari cannot play the game. FPX's die, they call the fallback. They're going to be sacrificing one of them. It looks for the flank, though. They don't want to leave just yet. Kiki's going to try to fight his way out of here. Now XEM going to go with the flank right now, looking to cover his teammate. Come from the side. He is going to get the RMB, close it out. Now 3v2 situation. FPX versus Bauda. Now XEM getting really, really low, but he manages to get an RMB off. Finally, with his two teammates flanking, and what a clean play from Bauda, taking down FPX, back and forth, third party, and cleaning it up.
Really nice tidy up off the back of that one. We expected this to be a bit of a bloodbath. It's actually tamer than I expected coming into this. Couple of kills across the board. BBE currently leading the charge actually with 4 kills under the belt. I say that ASC actually have 5. So ASC back in the driving seat a little bit after 2 off games from them. And they needed it because they spent a lot of points for a tragically disappointing game number 4 from them. Game 5 starting a little bit more comfortably, as now ASC and BBE find each other. The zone actually collapsing in and forcing BBE into it. It's a low damage zone though. First zone only going to tick for a little bit, so doesn't really matter. ASC going to also have to jump out briefly, take 1 tick, and it barely tickles them at this point. They're just going to reposition here in Shadow Jade. Do have a ballista to work with. BBE need to be careful about that, because if they get smashed by a ballista, when you've got grey armor onto 2 of your members, a ballista is going to melt you. It'll be a very easy finish up onto a kill if that happens. But for now, just chilling it out. We've got the Realm of Yangs spawning up very, very soon. So expect to see some of these teams jumping in. And I'm surprised by how geared some of these teams have already got. I mean, you're looking at WZ, 2 members with purple armor, but purple fans onto Zhao Yu. WZ, this is the time for them to jump into a Realm of Yang. I don't think they've taken a single one today, so I'd like to see them do it. They're geared up. They've got a good team for it. Try and deny one of those monk comps from scaling as well if you can beat them inside the Realm of Yang. Slows them down dramatically. Potentially even risks them getting knocked out of the whole game. Meaning that one of our 3 monk teams isn't going to be as effective as we move later on in.
Definitely feel like if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you have nothing left to lose here. You should be going Yang. You should be risking it for it all. And this is where the points that Hipporain has brought up is very important. Now is the time where you should be investing into a Yang composition, just because if you don't get a good snowball game going on, you're most likely not going to be able to qualify for bi-weekly finals. And I feel like within the league, Yang is definitely one of the things you have to get used to, if not always winning a spirit well in mid game. But that also means that your end game has to be so dialed in. With so many premier teams playing these end games, running that strategy ends up being, I think, a little bit too conservative. You can get a lot more. Oh my goodness, everyone got stunned by the Tessa F2 plus the Temi F1. I'm sure someone got hit in a focus attack there and hit like 6 people. But we are going to get into Realm of Yang. ASE versus SR. Han a little bit behind Zhao on the Monk ult, but Zhao not close enough to get any punish out of it. Off Han's late ult. He does get on his hip, but SR Junks is going to get scooped up by Han, making his way to the pillar. And Zhao, wait a minute, I thought it was a missed jump. It was not. My man turned around and punched Han right in the face. Now Han in a really tough position. He's getting chopped at the legs by the pole sword, and he has to de-transform. Bell's going to be coming out. Junks trying to keep on the pressure onto the Monk right now. It's not going to matter though. Kylan ult is going to come out. Will we get the V1 ult as well? Nice job from SR keeping the pressure onto the Kylan ult. But miss now. It's his turn. He is going to pop the Kylan ult, slashing back and forth, and Junks cannot move. Just using all of his slash off rip, not even setting it at all. but creating a ton of space for his teammates. Junk still going for only double charge, trying to set up his teammates full kills, but now Zhao is down to 1 HP. Wait a second, ASC is turning this around on the back of miss instant slashes right now. That peel was absolutely godly, and SR is gonna fall even though they had tons of momentum from the beginning.
ASC showing us why they're standing at the top of the leaderboard. First team to win inside their realm of Yang. Gonna wait as long as possible before picking up that Vermilion Bird's Might. Meanwhile, GGWZ still carrying on with their fight inside the in their realm of Yang. So you can see that Cookie just got a kill with the pole sword. So we'll probably get an update fairly soon on who's won their particular realm of Yang. ASC can do a little bit of shopping. Xiao Wen has a fair amount of money to spend, to be fair. Golden dual halberds on to Han here. So it's going to make his transform even more potent when he's able to find that damage. Is WZ rocking up. They have the Vermilion Bird's Might. They're also going to do a little bit of refreshing of the inventory from the shops. Probably looking for the fight. So WZ coming in hot here. Starting off the last of the day pretty rough, but were able to bounce back with a couple of kills under their belt. Can't see them on the scoreboard, so they're still relatively low overall on that bottom end of the table. But getting yourself 6 kills in this game, getting yourself, I think it was 5 or 6 in the last game. Now they've got the Realm of Yang and the Vermilion Bird's Might, means they can fight again, get that free reset off. Kind of just 3 points almost off the back of that one. So we have to keep our eyes trained on them. Bowder, the other team to win inside the Realm of Yang, running around with their own Vermilion Bird's Might. They've got ASC in their sights, so expect to see them going for a fight. There was a stash opened over there, but again, like you said earlier, probably not much left in that stash at this point. Bowder and ASC going toe-to-toe. Zem still has their ultimate. Han's going to go for the transform, and Bowder may look to just disengage at this point. Grab comes then onto Jing, though. He's going to get flamed and cooked. Here comes the punch. Jing goes down. ASC able to find themselves one, but it does look like it may come at a cost because Xiao Wen's going low. Does look like SR making their way over, trying to see if they can get a cleanse off. Dash comes in. ZZT gets caught by the re-grab. Missed. Going to get a whole heap of extra damage in as down he goes. Another Bird's Might has been burnt, but does look like Han will be losing his transform fairly soon, so he's going to de-transform. WZ sliding in. Again, a mosh pit as the sandstorm breaks out. Cookie has his ultimate to use. SR trying to see if they can get the kills. They've got those debuffs on them, and with Zhao going low, this could just be the end for him. He's going to have to transform to heal back up, looking for the grab. Rico has been pulled out, has been able to cleanse himself at least, but another grab comes in onto WZ. The pressure's coming up, though. I don't know if Zhao's going to be able to get the punch off. He is able to do so. CGS comes in with the follow-up. Zhao continues to fire out, but he is going down. SR are eliminated from the lobby. The repeating crossbow, an age-old counter to Monk, to continue to apply pressure as GG now put some damage down. They've got one player to cleanse from that Realm of Yang debuff. They are looking for that opportunity. 330 hasn't even need to pop ult yet. GG just been able to scoop a couple of cleanses for themselves, keep himself relevant in this game. Xiao Yu gets the over-the-shoulder down, so he's able to break away. Baby Yu is going to get revived in the middle of all of the action as Xiao Yu goes down, and that's another WZ Bird's Might popped. I think that's probably all of them at this point from WZ. Nice little play, though. Lots of action. ASC 10 kills in to this game. I don't know what WZ are on. I haven't seen their score right now, but JL eliminated from the lobby. One of our front runners losing out there. Really, really big for them. GG able to cleanse their whole team out, so they're just going to dip.
Yeah. Excellent job from GG coming in, looking to pick up the skills, and none of these teams overcommit, sealing the deal. If any of them overcommitted there, for sure, the fight keeps going and everyone starts picking off. Now, we are going to go to replay of JL versus WZ inside the Realm of Yang. Nice. F1 slam going to come out from Takeda. Temi also going to come in with the peel. Syra ult of Cuckoo is going to come out looking for the low HP Temi. He's going to settle for the Takeda for now. Syra on the outside trying to peel onto his team instead of... But Cuckoo with the bedazzle able to get a lift off, and now Takeda in a very, very tough position. Max range, getting the bedazzle of Temi. Believes that they're going to switch to Takeda to start ranging instead. Ends up taking a ton of damage, and now wonderful peel coming out from JL to keep Cuckoo alive. Scale rushing over and over, looking for the flank. Drop down R&B. Does he get it? He does. Big damage coming out. Now Temmie versus... Wait, 2v1 situation. Don't tell me Cuckoo wins this. Max range, goes for the R&B, looks for the wake-up coverage. Is not going to get it, but WZ ends up taking it. I feel like that replay was a little bit deceptive. Why were we watching Cookie? We're going to lose.
Well, fight's breaking out on a Spirit Well here. Well, Soul Well, always getting modeled up, but Water finding himself incredibly low. 2-tick able to secure the kill. SS1 go out, and it's been a very quiet day from SS1. They started in 2nd place today, but they are in a bit of struggleville right now. OA inside this no ult zone, just zoning FPX off. Don't think FPX are particularly interested in contesting anymore, though Roy Hehe from BBE is on the mini-map, so he may show up, but we're going to move away from that. We're going to focus on GG versus ASC. WZ versus Bowder is the other Realm of Yang. Maybe we'll get a little look in on that one a little later, but Han going to immediately look for that transform. Perfectly synced up with 3-3-0 this time. Not got that tempo deficit. Has got his pack turn though, so not going to be able to find a grab immediately. We are looking for GG 3-3-0 though. He's got mist in his fists already. Gets a punch off, gets stabbed in the back of the head. He is taking a lot of chip damage. 3-3-0 is going incredibly low here. May have to cancel the transform fairly early as he is being run down. Han is just continuing to pressure onto him, getting another big chunk out. And 3-3-0, he's going to come out of this transform with his armor, but it's going to come at a pretty heavy cost to his health bar. Gets slammed back once again, knocked onto the low ground off the pillar. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight is continuing to break out. Mist has got those dashes lined up and is looking to line them on to the members of GG if he can find it. CGS also looking to do the same on his Kylin, trying to get some additional damage onto those ASE members. Not really finding much use out of it quite yet. The CGS lost his armor, going quite low, but opens up on the Mist. Mist loses a fair amount of HP. Han also armorless at this point. The CGS may try and find an opportunity to get a quick pot off. It's going to be able to do so. Gets away with a murder off the back of that one. 3-3-0 though, getting turned onto. Bell comes out. There was a parry off the distance. It's LXM who's immediately getting opened up onto. Han with the dual halberds is going to just put so much damage down. It is an advantage though to the members of ASE as they turn this one back around. It's a 2-for-2 so far. Or 2 members standing on each side. Han with the dual halberds doing so much work. The bell comes out at a good time and looking for the parry. Zhao Wen going low. If they can open the halberd, CGS is going to get himself in a whole heap of danger. 3-3-0, incredibly low in the middle of all this fight, and somehow gets enough for another transform broken out. Han's going to buy some time. I actually think this transform is huge. It's going to slow down this. They may just tie. 3-3-0 though, getting chipped away at slowly but surely. He has to buy 10 seconds. ASC are opening up onto him. They're refusing to transform themselves. 8 seconds left on the timer. 3-3-0 is burning out, but they found the damage on. He gets some healing in. They all time out, and everybody's going to have the debuff on. That was so clutch from GG.
Yeah, nice job for 3-3-0. We're not going out like that. We can't win, we're taking you with us. Gonna put us in a very, very dicey Yang depletion situation. Instead of 2 teams being out there, now we got 3, ASC and GG and Bowda. 3 of the strongest teams, all with Yang depletion. Bowda at 37 points for the day. It is their first day playing, and like I was saying, a solid finalist team is going to be hitting that 40 point. Now we're going to go back to the Realm of Yang, watch another WZ. Now this is versus Bowda. Xiao Yu going to take to the skies, dodging, weaving. See ya. Not getting hit by the Silo. Is going to get a nice flank off with his teammates. Temiel's going to be coming down. They are trying to corner XCM right here, but the Invis denying Xiao Yu's melee aim assist to track him. He's going to miss all of his focus attacks, but still, they do trade effectively here. They're not taking a ton of damage. Takeda ult is going to come out. He does find a parry onto, I believe that was the Matari right there, but ZZT on the Zai going to come in with that flank, but Xiao Yu, his last second shove is going to strip ZZT of his armor. And now Luye on the Temmie down to 1 HP, but ZZT is going to fall first. Now Jing in a tough situation. He is also low as well. Cookie and Zhao Yu end up connecting right now. And on the outside, they get isolated. Bowda is going to fall inside the Realm of Yang. They do have 3 minutes left. They still can cure this Yang depletion, but it's going to be tough waiting out this Draco Storm. Now, this is a cool thing about a change that I really like that they implemented, is they increase the timer of Yang depletion for the second Yang. So if you basically want to hide, play Soul Form, and wait for the Draco Storm buffs to fade out, you can. But you got to be able to finish a fight and get a Soul Bloom within the 2 minutes that's left for you. It is a big risk, but fighting a very, very strong scaled up team with Draco Storm, it's going to be even riskier fighting that. So very, very cool stuff. Seeing how those teams are going, and with enough money, you can do this as well. Rarely have they shown this on camera, but ASC Miss and Han both go down and they repurchase the Burst Charm, curing the Yang depletion. So now they only need to get 1 Soul Bloom instead of 3.
Yeah, it's really, really nice to see from them, actually. Playing it very well, but now they can just run back to their Karens, grab their gear, as you can see here. Bowder, though, saw something was going on, and they're now looking to pounce on. ZZT jumps in onto Han. Han takes a whole heap of damage, gets knocked back, and Bowder are just going to knock ASC's members out. They just revived, and they are already struggling. Zhao Wen bleeding out, and Bowder just cashing on a few free kills. This is the risk of doing this particular play, is if another team sees it and smells it going on, they are going to jump you for it. We do see Zhao Wen as the only player standing now for his team, and it actually looks like GG are coming in to kind of punish Bowder. So Bowder, they may have got a good play, but it may come at a cost for themselves off the back of this one. GG, desperate to get these kills on the board, knowing that they've got that debuff on. It's going to be all or nothing here. Make sure they get their gear, get that scaling. 330, only rocking a blue weapon, so his transform damage isn't going to be too much here. They continue to chase in. They've pinned one player in place, and that is Bowder's Zen going down. Going to get a Soul Bloom and cleanse one of their players. Let's see who they've cleansed. Okay, they cleansed 2 players, actually. Jin goes down. Everyone's cleansed. Bowder, GG, able to get away with it. The Poison Splash coming out with a bit of spite. GG do need to do some healing, but they do get hit by a Tessa Charm onto one of their members. They are stuck inside their building. This is incredibly rough for them. They're trying to hold the doorway and make sure that no one gets in so they can just make a break for it. But the whole lobby is collapsing on this house. It is just, again, another bloodbath. So many players getting chunked out and taken out. 20 players left. 8 minutes left on the lobby. GG still have a player to cleanse as well. I thought they were able to get everyone out, but unfortunately for them, 330 not being cleansed. He is going to need to get some healing done and find himself a Soul Bloom. WX98 is going to jump in front of him. Don't think GG's 330 is going to be able to get a Soul Bloom in time. There is also a Spirit Well spawning up fairly soon with a Draco Storm in, so you know teams are going to be wanting to fight for that. 330 taking a little bit of damage, but 30 seconds left on the clock for him. Hopefully, there's a Rebirth Charm so they can get 330 back up, but right now, I don't think he's going to be able to use it. We do see the BBE are, in the meanwhile, going to get their hands onto a Rebirth Charm. Well, sorry, they're going to use a Rebirth Charm. Bring a player back. It's 330. It's just going to find a nice little corner where he can evaporate.
I don't understand why they didn't immediately go for a Rebirth Charm. It looks like they try to make their way to a vendor. They have a ton of money on them, but it looks like WZ. Oh, the Draco Storm was in the way. They were like, oh, let's just buy back 330. It might have been sold out as well, but definitely WZ with the Draco Storm was denying that ability to play for a rebirth. So they might be losing 330 here in a couple of seconds with 20 people left. Nighttime day. Very, very strange that we're not getting a ton of Vipers. We're actually getting a very conservative scale-up game. And WZ, with their Draco Storm, looking for a flank play right now, putting on the pressure onto DRG, but it looks like OUG is going to get dove on right here. Now, looking at DRG's cooldowns, oh, their Tessa all did come up online. They do have the Wuchen port, so they are just pressuring, threatening the all-in with the Viper stun on deck. Now, Kakashi is going to find a kill onto GG's LXM. CGS is going to fall right after. Great execution coming out from DRG, and the 80% Moonbane cutting off the rest of the lobby, so they're not really forced to engage right now. And it looks like WZ doesn't really get any value off this Draco Storm. They don't want to really risk it. They have to be careful right here. They do a little bit of armor swatch of Kuki and Loye to keep up one of their teammates. Great armor swap coming out, but unlike OUG, they're not just diving in with their Takeda looking for a spot in order to snowball some kills. To be fair, the rest of the lobby is not fighting right now. We are going into the last leg of the end game. 18 people left alive and looking very, very passive, something we haven't seen as much before. But the Spirit Well is going to be coming up. We'll have to see how people are going to contest for this end game, and will they just give it up as freely as we saw in the first end game, or is it going to go the distance where everyone denies it and no one gets it?
Well, looks like right now WZ are in the demanding position here in this Soul Well. I don't think anyone's actually going to contest it. I think they're going to just hand it over. White Tigers going over to this team. WZ putting some points on the board here. They just snapped and started playing incredibly well. Very, very poor start to the day, but they have come back real nice. Didn't get any kills with their Draco Storm, but that doesn't matter. They're just scaling for free at this point. Does look like OA, FPX, and a couple of other teams are debating contesting them on it, as Xiao Yu actually throws down the ultimate. ZZT finds himself caught in the zone. The Furen shove will evict Bowder from the lobby, as WZ able to pick that one up. They've got the White Tigers. I believe this now means everyone on their team has golden armor. Yes, it does. They are very set up. Xiao Yu, a little low on HP, but he has a zip. Oh, no, he doesn't have a zip. Okay, he probably needs to pop some pots and heal. But he is still sitting very pretty. Golden fans finished up onto him. 16 players left in the lobby. 3 minutes left on this game, and then we're on to game number 6, our final game of the day. WZ making a miracle comeback. Currently in 18th place in the standings, but 11 kills off this game. If they can get an MVP, they actually probably skyrocket, overtaking YZG in points off the back of that. But DRG also with 12 points are going to be looking to contest. Our two bottom teams are the best performers right now. ASC do have an ability to shut this down as well, though. They are very set up themselves. As DRG caught himself inside the wall, taking a lot of damage. Gonna have to look to try and break away from this one. DRG blink out to safety, using that Wu Shen port just to get them out and away from all of the action. 3 minutes left. WZ, though, not giving up the pursuit. They know that DRG are a big team and they want to be taking them out. Trying to catch them with the dazzle. Not going to actually connect onto anybody with that orb, though. As Xiao Yu, he's just getting melted by laser beams and crowd control. That is just the carry down. OUG out of nowhere. Starting to mop this one up a little bit. Xinyu, third kill for the team, but denying the front runners in the lobby from their big victory.
Now, Xinyu with the Cyber ult is going to be fading out. OUG, it's resetting inside the building, but the cannon shots are going to be coming out. You're not going to be able to just sit there for free. FPX on the outside with ASC, trying to be chill, trying to be low-key. OUG does fade a lot of this pressure right now because OA up top starts cannoning instead of their neighbors. But realizing on their flank, they have a dangerous OUG waiting behind. Now DRG up to 12 kills. WZ up to 11. We got 14 people left alive. 2 buildings left here. FPX Fuyon trying to stay alive. Oh, he gets sniped out of midair. Forced to pop his cyber ult. Doesn't have a teammate to his name. He's going to be trying to kite out. Try to make sure that no one else sees him. It looks like OUG is going to get Tesla ulted. Temi ult's going to come down, trying to survive here. They don't want to invest anything else, but oh, baby, he's close to his ultimate, setting up for this last little bit, forcing everyone to the other side. Cannon shots are going to be ringing out, but the light attacks denying a lot of this range pressure. OUG is posturing perfectly while everyone else is trying to secure somewhere on the land. Now OA does land, send a couple of focus attacks. The Takeda shots are coming out. They're just letting everyone know it's time, baby. Temi ult's going to be coming out. PB on the top ropes, looking for that possible double charge, but Xinyu is going to get hit chopped in half by the scale rush of Meng's whole sword. double Temiol's gonna be fading out, and still on the other side, WZ still just sitting in the house, holding their ground. They don't want to come out. Everyone's fighting on the outside, and OUG in shambles right now. They lose Shinyu. They lose that heal off potential. They don't have someone else who can win this endgame. It's gonna have to be on the back of Baby U. He's gonna have to try to get his ultimate back online, but is it enough time at the top? Roy He stalling out perfectly, but on the low ground, absolute death. OA super stacked, and PP on the Syra still has his ultimate up. Now it's gonna be a cleanup, it's looking like, for OA. Up to 10 kills. Can they get past 13? Can they steal this away from WZ? Miss though on the Kylan's gonna be dashing left and right, knocking everyone into zone and denying that last little bit. And now Temi ult is going to come out. PP on the top ropes, getting some beams off. He is going to find a couple more kills, and OA is going to clutch it up and steal the round away.
I believe Cookie got one last kill and put there was a 14 kills there for the side of WZ. Was it enough is the major question right now. Looks like it wasn't. OA take game number 5, the second place team on last week's bi-weekly finals, finally showing up today. They've had a very disappointing day, so it's really nice to see them come back. But WZ, I'm very happy for them off the back of this. They've had, like I said, an incredibly rough start to the day, sitting at the bottom of the table all day long, not putting anything together, and in the last 2 games, they have made a sprint in the points, and they still got Friday to play next week. So 1 more game plus, well, 7 more games total to play. WZ, if they carry on playing this well, could be able to qualify for that bi-weekly final on Sunday. Next week, it is going to be all to play for, though, going into gear number 6 as we head to Perdoria. Nighttime. Hero points starting to dry up. I am so excited to see what these guys are going to have cooked up for this final game. But WZ, what a light, just a massive shine of light from them. ASE all day have struggled to translate like the good kills into having all 3 members in that final circle. Hands ult was really nice, but the biggest problem they had was he was alone for the vast majority of that final circle, so he just had to cling to the top of a roof and do nothing. ASE are struggling to make a transition from like mid to late game right now, and that's what's costing them their MVPs. You know, these guys sitting at the top of the table coming into today's game, amazing scoring day 1, pretty decent scoring day 2, but like their day 2 hasn't been as productive just because they've really struggled to put those kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that their aggression definitely pay off on the end, but it's like you said, they're running out of steam when it comes to these end games. And for the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, that was like, this is a big round for them. They finally woke up, and it's not over. All these teams are professional teams, and all these guys are some of the best in the world. So it's tough when you have a very slow start to bring things back, but once you get that little bit of light, that little bit of momentum off spawn, it really starts to open up for these players. And we see WZ having a nice game there. We see the clutch up by the Syra in endgame, and the bottom of the leaderboard is starting to show some life. That now, that's why I always call it championship round, is like your 6th round's not going to matter if you're not even striking distance, but on the 5th round, if you get a decent amount of kills, you're going to set up for a nice clutch round. Which now, ladies and gentlemen,
that's a hard question.
Split random gifts are dropping. Which team got the first kill in game 5? Whoever's setting up these questions, that's right. Is it A, DRG, B, OUG, C, ASC, D, GG? Now, if you didn't know this is actually like a kind of a hidden Easter egg. Getting the first kill of the round, there is a first blood mechanic where you do get a little bit more money for the first kill of the round. So you are incentivized to immediately go and fight. Now in solos, it's a little bit more of a snowball effect, less than trios, just because there's so many more people inside trios, but it's definitely something to note. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely don't pay attention to whoever gets the first kill. It's just off spawn, you're usually very locked into the action and what you need to get done as a player. Even as a caster, the first kill in the kill feed, definitely one of the hardest questions I've seen. That, to be fair, it's kind of a reasonable hard question though.
Well, here we are. The overall points that were earned this game. OA 22 points at the end of that one, put 15 kills under their belt. WZ with a 16 pointer goes to 18.5. ASC get 13.5 points and then 13 points over to DRG. Again, everyone scored something. SS1 only a 1.5, but this was a relatively high scoring lobby. I mean, all the way down to 9th is actually 10th is 5 points. So not a bad lobby across the board. Everyone's going to be happy that they put something on the board off the back of that one. But I feel like DRG and WZ probably just wiped a lot of sweat from their brow, because these guys sitting at the bottom of the lobby, able to get those kills, able to make the bounce back. Really nice for them. But here you are, our MVP players, Tutik, Meng, and PP. 24,000 damage from PP, 24,000 damage from Tutik, and 11 from Meng coming in. 8 kills and 10 kills for PP and Tutik. 7 actually over to Meng as well. So these guys all putting the work in and making it work for this team. PP waiting as the final player for the... Oh, sorry, the whole team was together for this one. But they just... Really, really clean game from OA. One of our new rosters, or new organization with players that we know. But really nice to see from them. Here's our overall standings. WZ starting to catch up. This is how bad today has been for them. But the fact that, like, they're still in 17th place, but they're going to catch up with some of these top teams. Like, at the end of the next game, providing BBE don't pop off, WZ, and they play relatively decent, should overtake BBE. And then they're going to be fighting with, like, the likes of Bowder, WBG, all of those teams at the bottom end of the table to make it for that qualifying spot. As OA, big game for them as well, starting to jump up that leaderboard a little bit more, overtaking YZG, the bi-weekly finals winners from week 1. A lot of teams here in the middle. They're going to have a lot of work to do next Friday as we get into that last round before we head to the second bi-weekly finals, which is bonkers to say, but we're already closing on the second bi-weekly finals. ASE, though, 52-point day. Not quite as good as day 1 where they got 81 points, but 52 points is still a tremendous score for them for the day, and these guys are very much locked into that bi-weekly final. It's just about getting this last game to go well, get as many points on the board, and have a really, really good finals from there.
Yeah, it's still very surprising that ASC has been as dominant as they are. SR as well, back-to-back days, very, very consistent. And same thing with SS1, not as dominant as a performance, but still really, really surprising from the normal leaders we see in the league, the likes of GG and stuff. But we're going to look at some highlights of OA and PB who clutched up in this end game. Now, with the Cyro using his F to look for this flank, setting up the sandwich for the Cicado. The Cicado's doing a really, really good job of keeping them on one side. I think I remember this fight. This has to be you right now. Now, we end up going to Matari again. The follow-up of PB, following his Cicada, looking for that kill. The focus fire of OA, very, very clean with it. And this was the moment right there where OA, they were in the building the whole time. They were playing this very passive, and they realize it's go time. They end up controlling all of this lower ground, letting OUG know that they're not going to seal this one away, but they're going to come out with the aggression. Now, with the focus fire and controlling the low ground, step by step, they surgically start picking off everyone, with PB taking to the sky to secure this heal-off situation, keeping his health as high as possible. He finally ults in the end, and now it's just getting those last little bit of tags to steal these kills around, looking for those low HP players. Nice chip damage coming out, tagging up everyone around him, and ends up picking up a ton of kills without even having to pick up the soul blooms. Really, really good job from PB. Really, really good game sense and frame of mind to get those last hits at the last second, giving a little bit more of a min-max and a boost to his team, and he definitely deserves this MVP.
Yeah, he does indeed. It's Soul Slashes, his Golden Soul Jade. That's a better Soul Jade setup. We haven't seen many people with this many purple Soul Jades all day long, actually. 24,000 damage and 6 kills over to PP. 11k of a musket. I mean, I guess he had a slow shot on Sunwing Shot, but like, even so, I'm genuinely surprised. I haven't seen a musket do that much damage in a hot minute. Really, really nice stuff coming in from PP. And an OA victory that they've been waiting on all day. They've not had the greatest performance today, so it's nice for them to have had this bounce back coming into this game, get a big win under their belt, head into Perdoria. They now have that kind of wind in their sails, that confidence striding forwards towards game number 6, and It's gonna be a good game on Perdoria. Again, we've had some real bloodbaths today. It feels like a lot of the confidence has been restored for our teams. Our players definitely seem to be a lot more aggressive than we were seeing in the first bi-weekly. So it's nice to see that now we're at the point where people are a little bit more comfortable with their rosters and a bit more comfortable with the general play style of the meta. But people are willing just to go all out into every fight.
We're seeing a little bit of new tradition, I would say, for Morus, for Holoroth, and I really think it's because of the point system. And I feel like the bi-weeklies play a little bit different than the finals. There's a little bit of limit testing. We saw the one team run the Lani, but first, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we'll see some more Lani. We are going to take a short break, and we will be right back for the 6th round for NBPL Trios. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NBPL Treely's bi-weekly 2. It's gonna be our last game of the day, Hip Rain. What an exciting day it has been. New names at the top for the first time. I'm so used to seeing GG, KLA, but now YZG, Wolves, JL, all these teams at the top, but for the first time, we got new names there. And it's a good day that the new blood is finally showing up for their orgs and putting on a good show. A ton of new compositions today, tons of exciting stuff. And one thing that's very interesting from this year that we haven't had before is a B team coming into the league. We saw them in Koi Cup as OUGS, Team SR, and they've really been showing up. Normally known as like a very rank dominant team, but they show that even in rank dominance, if you can translate that to Pro League, you can still have a ton of success. So it's very, very exciting to see that new blood. It is possible to shake up the old guard, but still, I'm not gonna lie, Hip Rain, it's still the beginning of the season, so a lot can happen for the rest of this year. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played.
You're not wrong. It is the beginning of the year, but I feel like because of the way NARAKA seasons are, we're beyond the beginning of the season at this point. We're into that second, well, tailing. We're at the end of the beginning, I guess, if you really want to be nice. Because in second bi-weekly, there's only 4 bi-weeklies before we get to playoffs. And what I am happy about is the vast majority of our teams are starting to look quite comfortable, especially when you see teams experimenting. Like, I know Lani is obviously new and it didn't quite have the impact that we wanted. We saw it in a realm of Yang, some mixed success. It won it from Yang actually. But beyond that, like, we haven't seen much of any of the kind of newer stuff showing up. But it is exciting to see that the players are comfortable enough to experiment and try out new comps and figure out ways around the current meta, because that's the best way you can outperform the other teams, is figure out what beats what they're playing. Because you can kind of be a sheep as far as you like, but if you have an answer to the Monk, if you have an answer to the Cicada, if you have an answer to the Zai, you're going to be sitting real pretty. And this is why we're seeing, you know, ASC on the day one of this round of the bi-weeklies, they were really shining on the Syra, Justina, Viper comp. That was their best comp by far. It was how they've managed to put so many points on the board. And when we saw them perform on it earlier today, they had an amazing game. But then they shift gears, pick up these Monk comps, try and kind of match the rest of the lobby. And they definitely haven't been able to perform quite to that same level. So there is an element of you need to definitely be good at the meta comps, but having an answer to it also works very, very effectively.
Yeah, I agree with you that matching what everyone's playing is never a smart idea as a team. You always want to play to your strengths, and it looks like ASC's like main strength is definitely aggression, and that's where Viper is really rewarded. Now, it's still very early, and generally when you have a ton of success in the beginning, you always see people run out of steam just because it's unrealistic to be able to win every single round. Like, the most we really see is maybe 3 or 4 rounds, but to do well every single round, it just means that when you get there, when you get that nice momentum in that early and middle game, you need to make sure that you capitalize in endgame and find the little micro plays here and there to leverage how much more looted up you are, how much more jades you have, depending on your power spike, like leveraging your characters to the maximum, not really having to overcommit. But what we've seen so far is that you can't really just sit back and let things happen either, because so many teams have been developing set plays for these end games that it is very surprising. We saw some unique scenarios too, where you need to be prepared for all type of terrain situations, especially no ult zones. The no ult zone situation, OUG plays perfectly. They see the Viper team's ideas. They see that they're basically going to try to do a blanket silence, and instead they take the initiative and Temio and use that no ult zone. The same way that OA came out of their hiding spot and realized, wait a minute, OUG's setting up to steal this away. Let's take it to them right now, because if not, we just lose the game. A lot of these teams are recognizing these very specific timings, and it's very interesting now that the league has such high level coaching and so many more veteran players, and it just spreads around at the end of each year, that we're seeing a lot better play throughout the league instead of the same dominating 5 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting because, like, I feel like a lot of the league, we have like our big names, right? We have our big teams like JL, GG, YZG, OUG. Like, these are always been consistently big teams within the league. But it's last year and going into this year, it's felt like we're finally in a position where like the big names get challenged and get put in their place. Like, they still have amazing games because they're amazing teams, but I don't see, like, if you remember, like, I think it was like 2-3 years ago where like FBX rocked up onto the league and just decimated lobbies like every game. And it was almost like back in the day when if you watch F1, where Batman Schumacher raced and he just used to win all the time and it was really boring. Like, that's kind of what it was like with FPX. But now, you know, they're a team who are probably middling team, to be honest. And the teams that have overtaken them get beaten by teams at the bottom. And we just saw WZ have an amazing game. We've seen ASC, who've been kind of a no-name team for a little while, actually pop off in today's game. So it's been super interesting to watch the growth of the players and their understanding of the game. But here we are into Heroes Select for our last game of the day. Sand Siphon and Xiphons across the board, no surprises. I wonder if ASC can afford it though, because they played a lot of Syro today, if I remember right. So they might not actually be able to play any of these comps. See what they've got up their sleeves. Also looking best on the Justina comp. Deciding that they do have enough points, they lock in that Zyra. Syra, Sand Siphon, Xiphon, there we go. Locking that one in and putting Syra up on the hero increase as WZ able to lock a Monk in with a Zai.
Ooh. Oh, now we saw this in the beginning of the season, Monk, Zai, Kurumi, and I was wondering if we're gonna see more of it. It basically got phased out the second, like day 2 of MBPL trios, at least. So I didn't see it again. So I figured after I tried it out a little bit in rank, it didn't feel as strong. Just Kylan in the heads-up matchup isn't as good, but we did see some synergy last year with YZG or KLA running the Faria Zai Monk composition, and Zai, she did hit a little bit of nerfs between now and then, but because there are a couple zippings on the map, maybe in the heads-up matchup, Zai going on the zipping can bring a ton of value. Now, normally, Zai really can fry another zipping with the help of a Matari. When she is backed up by Kurumi and Monk, she definitely is very durable, but she's less bursty. The Matari ult reset that resets her meteor makes her very dynamic. It allows her to rush down and also allows her to get out of a lot of sticky situations as well. So we'll have to see whether or not WZ's Zai variation of Transformers can pull some value. Now it is on Perdoria, so we are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Vipers in the lobby. Going to be heavily Viper. One of the things I was wondering as well is how does Cannonball with its Justina, Faria, Syra deal with the Viper pressure? You don't really have a traditional anti-stun character. There's no Yushan, there's no Matari. You're kind of just straight Ooga Booga with this. Now you do pick off Transformers teams. I'm also very curious of whether or not DRG can beat Siphon. So I'm hoping, just for example's sake, I would like to see DRG versus some Siphon teams give us a good show. But unfortunately, when we got so many Vipers in the lobby, it's unlikely that you get into a free Yang. So we'll have to see if these teams can somehow circumnavigate the off spawn, choose a spot, and hopefully bully their way to a Realm of Yang, and we can see some good matchups to close out the day. Now, I don't believe we had...
Apology, Raven. I was muted. I was having a sip of water and I forgot to unmute. It's going to be a very exciting final game, though. I'm really excited by the comps we got locked in. These guys have just been bloodthirsty, and you can see it again. Quite a lot of like hot drops where we're going to have some teams fighting each other. It's BBE, DRG, and I think that's SS1 all dropping on top of each other. Yeah, it is. So this is going to be a bloodbath up here. 3 teams going toe-to-toe with each other. Everybody is dropping in close proximity to one another, so going to see quite a lot of action. GG finally returning to Old Faithful. That's where they drop every game. OUG got himself a nice solo drop for themselves as we load into game 6. ASE are on our sites right now, taking a fight versus FPX. Zhao Wen has been left on his lonesome. It's just going to break away. ZG misses the grapple. It's going to slow him down. Zhao Wen is still on that run, has been able to get some space, but he only is using fists right now. No armor. The rest of the team's coming in. Hand making his way forwards with a laser beam, and ZG goes down. Weapon secured. Mist finds Fuyan as well off the back of that one. In comes Kiki, but Mist is able to find the kill. 1v2. The rest of his team will back him up, and Kiki is on his lonesome. Down he goes. ASE starting strong with 3 kills.
ASE picking up where they left off all day. Dominant off spawn, but Bauda has something to say about this. XEM coming in hot with the Kylan. This is what I was saying before, that Zai kind of struggles versus this super buffed up Kylan. Bauda ZZT finding the kill right now. On to Zhao Wen. He cannot get away. Nice execution from Bauda. Nice timing attack. They don't get all 3, so nice way to damage control that situation. It looks like we got BBE versus DRG, except BBE does get cleaned up by SS1. Water, we haven't seen him as active as we normally see him. I think we just haven't had camera time of SS1. They've been doing solid throughout the day, at least, Kakashi is going to back off with that Justina. The Syra's going at it, flying in midair, matching each other's stun, but looks like Water is going to dash off, try to see if he can hit someone else besides the enemy Syra. But both of the Donkey just wants to keep the crowd control onto Water. Water moves back, starts just healing up his teammates right now, but DRG Don Q comes out, doesn't have much health, but the nice dash from Kakashi ends up peeling off Water. Now Water has to be careful. He is a liability for his team. The drop down is going to come out. He does trade out. Now 2v2 situation. Kakashi versus Xuan. Clank's going to be coming out. The fairy ult is going to come down, and now the momentum shifting over to DRG. Kakashi taking to the sky, trying to rain down cannon shots. Xuan iframing a couple shots, buying some time for his team to peel him, and now Genuine does have the flank of WX98, and from downtown, he is going to get the snipe, and we're down to a 1v1 situation. Are we going to get a salty run back? Kakashi peppering in some shots, trying to get this last hit right now. Will Genuine be able to close this out? He does pop the Zion right now, dashing through, is going to get the burn. Combo break going to come out for Kakashi. He is trying to make his way to the corner, sends the double charge. Wait a second. Oh, very 2v1 situation. Kakashi putting on the moves, but the Zio is just so oppressive, and they whip him down. Valiant effort coming out from DRG's Kakashi.
That was a very valiant effort. He had that purple hunt on. He did not want to give it up. Unfortunately, 1 versus 2. He played that as good as he could have, but it wasn't quite enough. 2-tick now. Heading over to him. Just grabbing himself some loot. Got himself the Vulpine Essence. Good to know. OA, the victors of the previous game, have got a nice tool to work with when they jump into that Realm of Yang, which I would be disappointed if you get the Vulpine Essence and don't jump into the Realm of Yang. Right now, over to GG. Quiet starts them. Single kill under their belt. But did lose their revives, so they're probably gonna have to play it a little bit more chill for a bit now. So they're just gonna grab some goodies for themselves. We've got that Realm of Yang spawning up somewhat soon, so eyes are gonna be very much fixated on who's gonna be jumping into there. Some teams looking very geared up with purple gear already. Some teams a little bit under geared, so I'll be interested to see who's confident and who's not to jump in.
SS1 already up to 6 kills. That's off spawn so early into the round. Just back-to-back wins. JL up to 3. ASC setting up for this Realm of Yang. A ton of money on their team right now. 20k setting up to buy that purple armor or purple weapons, depending on which route they would rather go. OUG. Interesting seeing Baby U on that Viper. Where's OUG out? Up to 0 kills, looking for the timing attack. Now, they do find ASC on the outside. Not forcing the issue, though. Still macroing up. Getting some loot. Looks like they have something else in mind. Now, it might just be pure target selection here. Seeing the Matari ult, depending on what you was running, not the best fight unless you do have that dedicated silence. V2 can actually be on reaction and Viz, or you just break the line of sight very briefly. So it's not very reliable, at least versus very, very coordinated teams. So smart move from OUG to find a better target selection here. Now we're going to get WZ versus SR. This is a team I was talking about earlier. They did super, super well at Koi Cup, representing OUG as their B team, but they've done really, really well this season, especially being their truly first time within the league. Rico is going to pick up the kill onto Xiao Yu. Now in a 3v2 situation, multiple teams are going to be coming over. That no ult zone showing up from across the map. Everyone's going to be hungry for some kills, and OA's Tut is going to find a kill onto Cookie, popping that V2, getting that kill. But on the other side, SR has to be careful. The Sharks are swarming. Remember, this is a Viper lobby. Everyone's looking for those kills early game.
They really are. It looks like ASC getting chased down here by JL. Cuckoo laser beaming away. Same for Han, I believe, as well. Also laser beaming. Mist has made his way over now. Got the ultimate. Got the slam. Doesn't quite land that first one. Pops the ultimate again. Gets the refresh on his F, so got another meteor to work with. Nice cone from the Shane Scythe, actually doing a lot of work here from Mist. It's going to get some damage down, but JL have the man advantage, and Mist is going low. They've got the revives. It's not the end of the world for ASE. does mean, though, it won't be jumping into a Roa Yang as Han gets himself parried at the end. ASC are going to have to do a whole bunch of re-looting to catch back into the game. If they're lucky, they might find themselves a Spirit Well, grab some goodies from there. But JL now getting some goodies off ASE. I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable to jump into a Roa Yang. I mean, they've got a lot of money as well, so going to be able to get themselves some shopping done. To keep our eyes on those guys as FPX being chased by BB. I don't know if they're actually being chased, but they are in the close proximity. OA are also in that same area. Bunch of teams converging on the same position. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath over here. You can see Balder and OUG also having a little light exchange of each other just before these for the Roa Yang opens up. And this could decide a lot, actually. If one of these teams gets a kill here, could force them away. Remember, OUG are running a blind date comp, so these guys don't really care about jumping into the Roa Yang. So they are willing to blow ultimates and just kind of be a thorn in Balder's side here. Balder already going low. Nice little urn comes out. Doesn't actually make the connection, but they may have another charge coming in fairly soon. Baby you just can jump into a bush, quickly repot up, land a couple of musket shots into Balder's members. Everyone's holding on those ultimates. Baby you still has his F. Is going to wait to throw it out. Looks for some damage. Gets himself somewhat caught out here. Nice open space. Good Balder opening if he can find the opportunity, but has lost a fair amount of armor, so it could get a little bit dicey for them. Do you see the charges coming out? There's going to be the charm onto one member in to the lockdown from Baby U. He's going low. Can they make the breakaway in time? That's going to be Zem getting locked in place. They're just going to open up onto Jing, finish him up. ZZT losing a member as well, so he's going to be left alone looking for those grabs. Can Balder find that miracle turnaround? I mean, Baby U's starting to go low. This could get a bit dicey for them. Can't quite find the grab onto them, though. Get a bit of damage in, but Baby U was able to get the healing back up. Keep himself going as ZZT about to lose his transform, and if Balder die here, they're just out of the lobby. It's going to be a really, really rough one for them as ZZT will lose his transform, lose his armor, lose his life. Meanwhile, inside the realm of Yang, JL find themselves with the Sandstorm down already versus SS1. Cuckoo firing those dazzles down, firing the laser beams down. They've already been able to take out one, I believe already. No Waters hanging on with just a sliver of health. SS1, though, have found JL. Nice Meteor coming in on to XX1. He's just going to be burning very low. Caught out by the burn from the Chain Scythe as well to finish him up. Equalizing the kills here. One apiece between our two players. One chasing forwards onto One Fang, catching him with a cone from the Chain Scythe. One Fang goes down, and SS1 take the lobby.
SS1 with the Xiphon, able to snowball, get that first win, and get that gold weapon onto the side. This gold pole sword is going to be going burr with the big damage for SS1. Now, transition to this mid game. A lot of the lobbies already died. We're seeing that 6th game kind of ooga booga coming out where everyone we're sending it now. If we're day 2, we got nothing left in the tank. We are going to be sending, and that creates opportunities all across the map, and especially in these situations, Viper is one of the best compositions and characters that you can be running. Now we're going to go to the realm of Yang. We're going to see SR. Really impressed with this team so far. Junks on the Takeda, looking for the Justina, I believe. This is one of the matchups I did want to see. Cannonball versus the 2025 Xiphon right now. Junks doing his best. He's going to get focuses fired by the Feria, by the Syra instead. He's going to use that Temi wall to his advantage, but it looks like Rico did get blown up on the Syra right here. Now, Junks is going to get surrounded, is going to get frozen. He does get a nice shove off. But at what cost? Zhao's trying his best to do something for his teammate, but the Feria pressure is just so much. Fading away. The F3 is going to catch him and hold him in place. Now, SR's Zhao is going to get juggled, and that really answers my question for that Cannonball with the variation of Justina and Syra. You find a way to kill the enemy Syra even within that, and then clean up Takeda. Either or is a good target.
We'll see a nice parry land onto Fuyan. He gets a parry in response, though. Continue to apply a bit of pressure. Baby you going a little bit low here. I mean, these teams, OUG don't have the Roa Yang debuff. Don't actually have a Villain Birdsmite either, so a little bit scary for them. FPX, on the other hand, don't have anything either. So both of these teams kind of just fighting for the sake of points right now. Last game of the day, just seeing what they can do. Baby U just going to get some damage down. Nice charm coming out from Fuyan there. Gets parried immediately. They're going to blink out. Decide they do not want anything to do with that. ZGE, can they get him up in time? He's too low. There's no way. Fuyan gets caught by the grapple, and now he's going to get locked down. They're going to continue to fire onto him. Baby U gets sent packing a little bit, but Fuyan trying to make the escape, and FPX are going to lose yet another player. Nice little pick there. And now we're turning over to where all of the action is. This is the Vermilion Birds fight. SS1, DRG, everyone's in the area looking to try and either cleanse or just get kills using that free cut reset they get. Jumped, getting some knockbacks onto a couple of people, is going to be able to get some cleanses going, although they have already lost their Tammy, so it's going to have to come down to them getting some money put together. Junks has got himself cleansed up for the moment. Over the shoulder, he throws one player, trying to put some damage down now on to Wonfeng. Wonfeng throws down the Sandstorm. That laser beam, though, is absolutely rocking the fight. JL's Cuckoo doing so much work. SR are eliminated from the lobby. JL able to re-cleanse themselves up. They're going to be sitting nice and happy off the back of that one. Down to 21 players in the lobby.
20 players left, 6 in the soul, and SS1 having a monster game. And this is where like saving your points ends up being very, very clutch. Knowing that this last day on Perdoria, the Viper's going to be coming out, having that Matari counter ends up being super, super big. Now, what I was wondering too is Siphon's actually notoriously always done well versus Viper actually. It's just because Temmie has his F where he can iframe the actual stun. Now, V3 ends up being a little bit trickier, and I'm wondering how the V3 change in the future will change this matchup. But as long as one person on the Siphon team, Syra, Temmie, or Takeda don't get stunned, all three of their ultimates are very, very good at splitting up that focus attack pressure. Now, if the whole Viper team has range, that's another story altogether. It's still definitely like a lost art when it comes to stunning that way, just because most teams are running some type of variation of F2 Viper into V3 silence instead of that traditional kick into a 5-second stun. But for some reason, every single Worlds, when you think that meta is done with Viper, it always comes back. It's just throughout the year, everyone prefers playing this more Ooga Booga version with the nuking F2 anti-heal. Now we're going to get SS1 versus OA. Wait, it was FPX on the outside. SS1 was just shopping. They're just lobbing in hits over here. But OA's Tut with the Viper and that V3 instantly execute Kiki right there. And then they're out of here. 1 kill and they're done. SS1 just witnessed a murder. Like, what? Someone call the police. We got to clean up on aisle 3. V3 Viper just with the drive-by. And again, the V3 Viper sees Matari, and they're just out. They're looking for the other teams that are vulnerable. Oh, no. Baby U is going to get taken down. He is going to get ported out. Will they get the res right here, SS? Are they going to do an armor swap? Now, KLA, YZG, U were always the best Viper teams I'd always seen in the league. Now, GG also a close second. Most people don't really know GG for their Viper, but they actually are one of the best Viper teams based on the stats. Now, we are going to get a matchup, SS1 versus JL, and they're both equally geared.
Yeah, very, very set up here. JL running that Sand Siphon. Can't see exactly what SS1 are going to be rocking. Immediately looking to put some damage down. I think that's a Zycom. We're going to get some damage off as knockup comes in. Massive meteor lands on to XX1. He's losing all of his armor. Has to pop the Furen shove now. Gets one down. Gets a bit more damage off. But the laser beam putting some damage out. Back into the Sandstorm. He's going to look for the bow. Juan picked up nice and easy. Potting now inside that Sandstorm. Going to throw out a Furen shove. Juan loses a bit of HP. XX1 could pot again if he needs to, but Juan's going to jump into him. Gets caught by the uppercut and dunked by the pole sword. So much control coming out from JL. They just control the whole area. What a pin. XX1, no more Furen shoves, but he just has the man advantage with his team. The Wisp did catch, actually, right at the tail end, so we're just going to cut over to DRG, taking on WZ. WZ, fresh off a big game, getting those charges down though. We can see the Justina freezes just locking everybody in place. WZ, it's not even close. DRG just rolled them.
Yeah, DRG has been cooking with this composition. The Feria, Justina, Syra. I don't know. I feel like this comp definitely has some options here, but it's definitely on the back of that Justina. Justina is making some very, very clean plays to keep up the momentum and keep up the pressure. We keep seeing this. We keep seeing the Viper teams going around shopping, trying to pick off the right teams, and we are down to 25 players in the lobby. Viper teams kind of giving each other the head nod that, hey, we're not really going for each other next. Let's clear out the lobby of everything that doesn't look like us. But GG also lurking around, seeing BBE. And this is a tough part of being a Viper composition. When you see that Wu Chen port go out, it's why you don't really want to attack other Viper compositions, because all you really do is burn each other's cooldowns and make each other vulnerable. Because when you port out, another Viper team will follow you and try to finish you off, knowing that you don't have port out, and vice versa. It just makes you both vulnerable. Why not just wait, dump your cooldowns into another team, then Wu Chen port out, and both of you just end up benefiting. Is how most people end up playing it. Now we do have one of the Siphon teams with that Draco Storm. Cuckoo's gonna find a kill onto BBE's Claw. Roy Hee now trying to get out of here. Draco Storm, an unwinnable matchup as they're chasing. Cuckoo's gonna cancel his ultimate just so we can grapple and chase down Roy Hee. He's gonna try to go ahead. Now, unfortunately for Roy Hee, him and his teammate end up circling around this mountain and running into each other. But Roy Hee is gonna try to make some space. There's no reason for both of them to die right here. But Cuckoo is going to land the Cavalry Bloom, and ooh, from the top ropes, Roy Hee flies from the top and lands into multiple folks' attacks and absolutely gets shredded. But his teammate NNE is going to survive to fight another day, but JL is going to continue their devastation and their walk across the map with 16 kills. It's looking like a full sweep for JL. What a wonderful day they've been having today.
Very likely to be that 20 bomb there from JL. Big game. Puts them up to 100 points as well if they can get that under their belt. As WZ got to run back onto the map now. They've got the Yang debuff on, so they need to be pretty quick with it. The Karumi variant with a Zai instead of a Kylan. A lot of this comes down to just the points have been spent for WZ. SS1 though have found them, and they're going to be looking to go in for a fight. Both these teams just going to be looking to trade off. WZ going to see Louis go for a transform immediately, but a lot of health has already been lost. SS1 just looking to disengage. They know that WZ are going to have to chase. Water trying to make a breakaway. Louis can't quite catch on to him. Water pops the ultimate. It's now just going to start beaming down on to Louis. Can he get the damage down? Water just dodging and evading on all of those grabs, being a complete menace. That hand was very close to getting it, but it wasn't going to quite be enough there. As Louis losing a lot of HP, those stuns are going to start to come in, and this is where the Dazzle is so brutal, finding themselves one kill. Water's able to sort his team up for the back of that one, but now JL sliding in to try and tidy this one up. We see BBE actually get evicted from the lobby in the middle of all of this scrapping and all of this fighting. JL though, they want that 20 bomb. They're up to 17. They're 3 more kills away, and Juan looks pretty juicy to them. Pins him in place. They've got the Draco Storm. He throws the chain scythe down, but it's not going to be enough. That's 18 kills. 2 off, securing themselves a 20 bomb game here for JL. A tremendous end to the day for these guys.
Yeah, that's before they possibly MVP and get this big multiplier. Now, SS1 finds a way to backtrack and rest his teammates. No, JL doesn't realize this, but will they try to trap on their way in? One of the finesses you can do, if you know that you just killed someone in zone, is seeing that number of total players go up again. There's a good chance that they've doubled back, and that allows you to get more kills. And veteran play right here. OUG sniffs it out, waiting on the outside. They hold them in zone right here, now looking for it. Tesla ult's gonna be coming down. Zuan is gonna get hit by that Tesla ult, and now Baby U trying to make his way in. Unfortunately, he dives into the middle and gets hit on both sides. He does get a big parry right now, but Wu Chen port's gonna come out. SS doesn't want them to hard commit here. GG ends up coming in with the flank, but they're going to keep up this chase. Now, do they go for SS1 or do they try to close out OUG? Nice port coming out from the Wu Chen of OUG to not be in the middle of this, and GG is more than happy to take the sacrifice of just one easy kill here. and make their way across. Now, GG only has 3 kills right now. 08 is going to be diving in, seeing all the action right here, and Tut going to lead the charge onto water, push into the zone, trying to make his way back in, but the Tesla ult is going to clog his way, not letting him out, and PB is going to find the kill with the fan, and now GG on the outside looking around, seeing what just happened, sees the pour down, and LXM is going to call the position. CGS is already in. V1 is going to be invested. That V3 does not matter from the other Viper. Stun is going to come out. LXM trying to find the follow-up, not able to. Moving back to his Tessa, but they are going to get ported out. Not a problem with the ports. They're not that far. It was a panic port. But LXM, how do we meet aggression? With more aggression, immediately dives in with the nunchucks, throwing the focus attack, trying to get in there, but it's not gonna matter. The double fry coming out from Tud. He's been fighting back all day. The Swift Cut's gonna be coming out for 3-3-0, but PB is gonna come over and back up. The zone is cooking out everyone, but still, they're all fighting in zone. Wait a minute.
No.
OUGG just comes out of nowhere and yoinks the kill.
What a third party coming in from them. Quick port out to get back into the zone. The problem is JL are standing on the edge of the zone looking for the kills. They're just going to try and tidy these ones up. OUG are low. Everybody is low right now. Massive urn comes out. Instantly cleansed here from JL. They throw out the sandstorm. And now it's Baby U caught in the sandstorm. Caught by the dual swords. And that is going to be a kill over to JL, putting them up to 19 kills now. Laser beam firing down onto them. Kakaishi making his way over with the golden staff. Going to put some damage out, but he's immediately getting himself staggered and locked back. Tries to dash forward with that Justina lockdown, but he's going to get locked in place. Good freeze comes in onto JL, though, and now he just has to run away. JL lose a player as DRG slide in. It is third party into fourth party into fifth party. Constant action. One thing, trying to make an escape away from the DRG members is now JL's fantastic 20-bomb game could just crumble before them. I don't think he's got enough in the tank. Let's see if he can do it, though. Golden weapon, golden armor, not much to work with, though, on the health front, as he's just evading and dodging. DRG are unrelenting as JL lose their Tammy, and Cuckoo, the last player standing for them. Their Syra going incredibly low here. They do have all the money, so maybe if they can make a miraculous escape, rebirth charms are on the table. But again, you're low on armor, you're low on health. It's just going to dip into the Bane's Breath just to try and make a breakaway. And I think he's successfully given up on his pursuers, or shaken his pursuers, as the attention's been turned around. DRG just continue their chase for kills. Zinyu goes down, and that is the end of OUG.
Last 2 left alive. DRG in their victory run. 80% Moonbane is up. I don't believe... Who is this? It looks like we have a solo from JL and a solo from OA alive. A Wu Chen and a Syra. Who can outlast each other?
If this game went to full close, there's a world where the Syra could maybe pull something off. But, I mean, let's be real. Cuckoo... He's not gonna make it for 5 minutes. DRG are hunting them down. They have the White Tiger's prowess. There's gonna be a Draco Storm spawning up soon as well. And this is just like DRG can send one person to go capture the Spirit Well, and then the other 2 just to hunt down that last player. It is unfortunately gonna be a little bit done for them. But DRG, for the first time in a long time in trios, we're gonna see a lobby potentially end early as Cuckoo's taken down. JL's 20-bomb game is over, and it's a Wu Shen alone as well for PP. So he is not going to offer much. He's just going to try and deny kills at this point, but Dongjing's going to chase onto him. He's got the bow, just needs to land a clip. I think he hit it. PP's going to heal up. The rest of the team are just going to chase. Kakaishi goes in, and there it is. Nice little victory there for DRG.
He hit him for sure. It's just he was in dodging animation, so it clanks, but it doesn't matter. Kakashi found a little bit of chip damage. Nice job from DRG to steal that one away for the solos. Well, I believe they were at 13 kills. I don't think they have enough points.
Oh, JL won.
Yeah, JL had that 20-bomb going. They don't get the MVP. They misplayed that endgame a little bit. There was a little bit of an ooga booga situation on the outside with the zone. Everyone ends up drowning each other out there. The Vipers finally turn on each other and start all-in each other. Everyone starts porting out. But nice and quick last game. No one holds anything back. They just put the pedal to the metal, full gas, Vipers everywhere. Everyone just going in on it. The Vipers clean up off spawn very, very well. Good stuff. One of the classic NARAKA rounds. Last round of the day. Everyone goes full force. Now, we normally won't see that in a bi-weekly finals, but this is just a qualifying round. So a couple of these teams, they already made it through. They can kind of take a lot more risk, really, you know, test out a lot of new compositions, limit tests where their team is at, try to test a little bit new timings. You definitely want to do this when you have that lead and you have that comfort zone. But really, really cool day, Hipparain. I'm excited to see what else everyone has in store. And I was surprised that Transformers was definitely one of the most favorite comps today, but still, Syra. If I have to pick one character that's really defining the meta, it's definitely Syra.
I mean, there's no arguing from me on that. Syra is incredibly just versatile. Some might say broken. I'm gonna go like the nice word and say versatile. Fits into lots of comps, has a lot of utility, but she brings a lot of damage as well. It was interesting to see, yeah, especially at the front end of the day, we saw a lot more Monk, and as we got onto the Firefly maps, it definitely fell off more and more. But Monk still seems to have a place. I am enjoying seeing the non-traditional Monk, because man, Yueisha and Karumi Monk is the most boring meta ever. So it's nice to see, you know, these players are I found like a very high tempo variant of this comp, one that kind of fits the speed of the meta. First time in a long time though, we've seen a trios game end with time left on the clock. I mean, there was 5 minutes left in that game and we still ended it. It was just an incredibly crushing game, and like you said, it kind of boils down to just everyone kind of got hit by the jungle fever as they all jumped into the zone and was just fighting back to back to back. JL though, regardless of their placement in that game, they were able to win it out just due to the fact that they had so many kills. A 20 bomb game for them, but nominal performance. They got 3 wins today out of our 6 games, so they're going to be feeling very good for themselves. OUG, sorry, took 2 of them, and then OA took game number 5. So somewhat of a repetitive victory on the day for some of the teams, but you know, JL proving to everyone why they're a team that we've been very excited about for a long time, and here it is. Not by much, but they did it. 22 points over to JL. DRG walk away with 20 points. 14 points over to OA. SS1 with 12. And again, nobody didn't score. Half a point to FPX is pretty sad. And WZ, it's such a good game 4 and 5. Game 6 let them down a 1-pointer, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's always tomorrow. You always can pull it back. WZ had their time in the light. ASC cooled off for the day. SR Noodle did solid throughout the time. And JL, without TXJ, showing up big. They don't have their star player VVV playing right now. Best of luck to him. He's in recovery right now. But JL, Dustin Brown, represents the org and has a very, very strong day. A very, very strong last game as well. First, I believe it's only 20 bomb for today, right? No one else was able to...
No, we had a 26 bomb at one point. One team got 26 kills today. I must have been... it must have been JL who did it, actually, as well. JL just had an absolute cracker of a day, to be honest. They smashed it. Here's the overall standings as we head into Friday next week. See where our teams are going to be standing. WZ sitting at the bottom of the table, but it wasn't a horrific day. They've not got much to catch up to the likes of BBE, but they have a lot of work to do if they want to make it to the bi-weekly finals. Right now, FPX are the cutoff for bi-weekly finals. 66 points is going to be enough to qualify, because you'll be able to knock out a bunch of the other teams. So FPX probably not going to be able to qualify for that bi-weekly finals, but everyone else here gets to play on Friday. So they get to play for, first of all, hanging on and staying in the tournament. But these guys at the top, these guys have pretty much done it. I mean, ASC, they're going to definitely be making it. The question is JL, a 90-point day? OUG, a 77-point day? Those two teams could very realistically overtake all of these teams at the top end of the standings and fight for first place. So I think Friday is going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, all these points do matter. Even though they've qualified right now, that percentage does make a difference for these bi-weekly finals. Now, a lot of like I was saying during these qualifying rounds, everyone is limit testing. Everyone's testing out new compositions to set up for these MVP rounds because you want every little bit of edge going to these finals. It's where most of these points quantify, so you can make the actual Pro League finals and really solidify your spot for this year's J Cup, which is the highest prestige, the most amount of money that all these teams are working on. And this is just the beginning of the year, all these teams showing up, and I love seeing all these new faces at the top, showing that there is a future for NARAKA when it comes to this pro scene.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the replays from this game. I mean, it really just was a bloodbath. There was so much fighting, so much action. ASC, unfortunately, weren't really able to keep the performance they had on their first day of this qualifying round. So, unfortunately for them, didn't really achieve as much as they would have liked. Their first two games were very good, but beyond that, it was back and forth. SS1 as well, another team who more so, I think, were probably a bit more of a disappointment today. They really were not able to find too much in today's games, but it was just constant fighting. There was so much action. I know NARAKA has kind of turned into that, which I'm a big fan of. Being that ever since we introduced Ramayang, and we kind of slowly been introducing more and more factors which encourage engagement. But this game was like just unlike anything else we've seen. There was just so many teams just going toe-to-toe all game long. This was our kind of final rundown here, where the zone was closing and teams just kept collapsing on whoever was just won their fight in the zone. Like, OA, win this fight here, GG, just try and run away, and then suddenly, like, OGG slide in, then DRG slide in. It was just, like, endless fighting, constantly going to see, you know, why we ended so quickly in this game.
Now, winner JL, let's see who is gonna get the last MVP of the day. It's looking like the Takeda for JL. It's 2025 Siphon. 4 MVPs going off for XX1U0. 13k or 20k damage. Looking at the Jades, the Cavalry Bloom coming in big. One of the classics for Takeda, probably one of his best weapon situations, plus the Octaslash. So that follow-up going gold after a shove, he's creating so much space for his team. Going full attack, full Ooga Booga, setting up big. That's the old school Takeda that we remember when you snowball. Now, this modern Takeda, a lot of the times he's just utility, but not today, not for JL. My man was frontlining, doing almost 13k damage with the fan actually, and really not using the dual blades all that much besides the end game.
Yeah, I think what's crazy is, 2,000 damage on the dual blade when you have Cavalry Bloom. So showing that, you know, capable outside of that. I guess he didn't have Cavalry Bloom till a little while into the game potentially, because I think someone else was running around with it, so he probably just pinched it off someone else after they went down. Overall though, JL going to be sitting very happy with himself off today. Probably feeling incredibly confident going into those bi-weekly finals on Sunday next week, obviously, because it's Sunday today. But yeah, I mean, we've had some banging games. I'm curious how much the meta is going to change over the split, because one thing we have seen, it starting like last year going through to this year, is metas evolve more consistently over NARAKA. Back in like the early days, it was like monk or die, and it was that for like 3 seasons. But now we're getting, you know, we are getting a little bit more kind of adaptation, a little bit more growth. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to our interview before rounding out for the day, so we'll see you in a second.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with 小小洛 and let him say hello to our audience. 我也是欢迎我们的小小洛来先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧，说一下自己的队名和自己的 ID。
大家好，我是来自沟海后的小小洛。
再次欢迎小小洛来到我们的赛后采访，哇，也要欢迎你来到我们 MBPL 在这个赛季，好不好 ？OK， 欢迎欢迎，也恭喜你在刚才这把比赛拿到了一个 MVP 啊，真的太亮眼了！最后一把 ，We would like to say welcome to the MBPL for the first time post game interview, and also welcome and congratulations, cause you just get the MVP. Okay, cause you are new here, so first I would like to know maybe can you do self-introduction again for us, like your hobby and why you came to the MBPL as an esport player. 那这边就邀请一下小小洛，能不能作为我们的这个新赛季的新选手，再次给我们做下自我介绍，可以讲一讲自己为什么来到 NBPL 呢？然后为什么要去做我们这个职业选手呢？
因为我之前跟我朋友打游戏的时候，他就说你厉害你就去打职业，然后我就来了。
就这么简单？我怎么听起来有点像在跟朋友赌气来的？有这个可能吗？
有，因为他当时一直说我很菜。
哎，那现在你这个朋友有没有给你看完这两个双？现在是第3周啊，这赛季第3周的比赛，他有看吗？关注了吗？
有看。
有没有风评？有没有个变化？他的评论？
有，他说挺好的。
啊，也是得到了朋友的肯定。Okay, so why I'm here is because I really love to play NARAKA with my friend, and my friend said, "Oh, you are so awesome. Maybe you can go to be an esport player in the NBPL," and that's why I'm just came here. And after like the 3 weeks till now, my friend also watching my matches, and he said, "Now I'm really doing well in the matches." 我也是，再次恭喜你。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, the question for you is, which hero did JL 小小洛 use in Game 6？这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中啊，我们小小洛用到的是哪个英雄呢？我也知道小小洛现在目前在 GoL 当中，哇，新人担当大任啊，也是在我们团队当中做了一个指挥位。So, because as you are now the leader of your team, I would like to know so for like your hero combination or for the hero you just use because you get MVP. So, what's the most important part you think to win the game? 那我这边想问一下的就是呢，在刚才这把比赛当中，你们用到的英雄阵容，或者说你用这个英雄拿下 MVP， 你觉得他的获胜的关键点在哪里呢？
在于前期积累的优势，装备好。
I think the most important part is in the beginning and the middle time of the game. I have to have the advantage in the game, and so we are like have more good equipment in the game, better equipment, and also we have the benefit in the game, and that's why we can win the matches. Okay, I think our players prepared, and let's start counting. 那小小洛应该准备好给大家送出福利了，准备好了吗？
准备好了。
真的准备好了？
真的。
真的？那我们一起进入到介绍，好不好？来
，3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请小小洛公布一下刚才这道题目的正确答案到底是什么呢
？E.
Sorry. 哪一个是哪一个
？E 武田信宗。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. 我听成 D 了，我在想不会吧？不会自己没有搞清楚正确答案，是我的问题 ，Sorry. Okay, and also because we know GoL is because you are new for the GoL and also like a lot of comments for the GoL. I would like to know how you think about like the first Biweekly and also for now the status of your team. 那我这边也想问一下，其实从第一个双周到现在，我们也听到 GoL 有很多的声音嘛，我们也知道就是成长都是条很难的路啊。这个过程当中，自己怎么评价一下队内目前的一个合作和表现？
现在配合得很好。
I think we cope really well today. 哇，那再次恭喜你们，希望你们更上一层，发挥出自己应该有的表现，好不好？加油 ，cheer up. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Getting ready to round out the day. Raven, I just going to ask you for your thoughts on the day then, because it's been a action-packed one, and our voices are starting to suffer a little bit from it.
What a wonderful day of NARAKA it has been, HipRain. I love that Cannonball is coming back in the meta, and I was wondering how they were going to implement it, and it really showed with that aggressive play with the Justina, that Justina's buffs does make her more durable, does allow her to get more value. Now, I still feel like it's a hard situation just because Vipers, your favorite composition, the Vipers are running around. We have 2 days out of the 6 that are Viper prevalent. And I imagine as the meta kind of progresses, we're going to see a response to all of that. And it's probably going to round out where we see somewhere in the middle. Now, one thing is definitely for sure, Siphon is here to stay. It kind of does well versus everything. Cannonball does counter it though. So I'm wondering if more teams invest in that whole strategy. Now, previously in the old meta, now that Hadi is gutted, Cannonball just disappeared off the map, but now we're seeing that replacement of Syra and Justina. The only thing is though, just like you said, Hiprain, Syra's kind of used in every single composition, so who can really run this? Probably teams who don't really like Monk, but it's looking like a Monk season as well. Monk, yeah. Syra, really defining of how you can play this, as well as Viper. So those traditional 3 lines: Transformers, Attack on Titan, and that Siphon. We haven't gone away from it at all. We got a little bit of a mix-up of Cannonball. We got a little bit of mix-up of Lonnie here and there. But to round out the day, the overall standings of the teams qualifying: DRG, Alliance, Wolves, FPX, TE, OA, all past that top 12 in the league to get through. Top 6 probably secured to make it and qualified, so really just fighting for points right now. OUG, JL, their first day, but GG, SR, SS1, and ASC all locked in for the week. Now they just get to sit back, enjoy, and watch and prepare for this upcoming bi-weekly 2 finals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting as more teams get experience on Lani as well. I think she'll potentially could change things up a little bit. She seems kind of very fun to see, actually. One player pulling it out today, but a little bit more to go. Anyway, here is our schedule. So this is obviously our first week of bi-weeklies out the way, but here we are right now on the 6th. So next Sunday, we'll have our bi-weekly finals for trios. Saturday will be for solos. Thursday and Friday next week, we will also have our upcoming games. Our last qualifying teams and players will be making their way through to that bi-weekly final. It's kind of crazy. By next weekend, we're going to be halfway through the regular season. I swear we didn't start the season that long ago, Raven. It feels like it was yesterday, but we're already on the 3rd week of the tournament. Still going to be running all the way through to the end of June, I believe. Then we'll be heading into the end of our spring finals. Obviously, you've got summer coming up as well, so you're not done with NARAKA this year yet. You've got a lot of games to go still. And the thing for me is just like, you know, this is a long time before we get to grand finals. I'm so interested by what the meta will look like for those finals. I think that's gonna say so much. That's gonna say so much. But here's our schedule for solos coming up on Thursday, starting on Perdoria. Difference is Perdoria is in the middle of the day as well for solos, unlike trios where we end on Perdoria. But other than that, pretty much the same stuff going on across the board.
Yeah, they only mix up in solos. It just goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perdoria, Holoroth, Morus. We actually go back to Perdoria for that 4th. This one makes a little bit more sense to me. But, you know, I remember asking the reason when I was over in China. And it's really because in trios, the pick ban is a little bit different than solos. So this allows them to actually... everyone gets a chance at like phase 1 Perdoria, essentially. It's a phase 1 for each map, so it's a little bit more balanced instead of solo. So I understand the mix-up, but wrapping up the day, Hiprain, any last thoughts of things that you really enjoyed today?
I mean, I enjoyed that last game was amazing. That last game was I love it when a game ends early, not just because I get to go eat my food quicker, but also just because like it shows how much like action we get in the game and like how explosive the meta is. It's so cool to see. I'm glad we got to have that. I'm just excited to see, you know, obviously Lani maybe showing up a little bit more. Obviously we've got the knives coming out soon as well, so that should be next week or the week after. I can't remember. We'll have them coming up fairly soon. We're gonna have lots of little things that are gonna be, you know, changing up the game a little bit more. I feel like weapon changes are bigger in solos than they are in trios, but like heroes, they're the thing that can really shake up trios. Like, as we've seen with Syra has completely revolutionized the way that we were playing solos right now, or trios right now, where Lani maybe has something there. And you can see, you know, having the F and the ability to kind of like reposition in a fight is so valuable. It's something that we saw a lot out of Pharah when she first came up. Actually, original Zai as well with the invisible. So really big stuff. Anyway, we're going to end it there. Thank you very much for joining us for MBPL. We'll be back on Thursday, same time as normal. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye.